Good morning. Now we're on. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, June 18, 2013, to order. And I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Supervisor Brown.
Here.
Supervisor McCowan.
Here.
Supervisor Pinches.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Chair Hamburg.
Here. I'd like to ask Wayne Briley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Wayne. The first item on our agenda this morning, or I guess the second item, will be the adoption of a proclamation. Is that where we're starting from? Okay. Recognizing the graduates of the Leadership Mendocino class of 20. So, let's see, Supervisor Brown, may I ask you to read this proclamation since you are the sponsor?
Thank you, Chair Hamburg. It is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing the Leadership Mendocino Graduation Class 20. Whereas the intent of the Leadership Mendocino program is to strengthen our community by developing a diverse group of people who will get involved and make a difference, and whereas 28 participants of diverse backgrounds and experience from many parts of Mendocino County participated in Class 20 and fulfilled the requirements for graduation. And whereas the Class 20 participants have accomplished the following in the past 10 months. Gathered monthly to learn about issues of importance in Mendocino County, beginning with an August orientation and continuing one Friday each month through May. Learn to hone their personal leadership skills through self-assessment and interactive workshops. Learned about community resources, challenges, and opportunities through presentations, field trips, experimental learning, problem solving, and open discussions. Networked with dozens of community leaders and Class Day presenters from throughout Mendocino County who demonstrated diverse examples of leadership in action. Planned and produced a community betterment project and built working relations with one another that will be a support for community leadership in the future, and began to participate as community leaders in shaping a healthy future for Mendocino County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino recognizes the members of Class 20 for their commitment and accomplishment on behalf of our communities, and encourage the members to continue to support one another in their ongoing effort to make meaningful contributions to the vitality of Mendocino County. Dated June 18, 2013, and needs to be signed by Chair Hamburg.
Are we, do we have our official photographer here? We do, okay. Carrie, do you want to maybe pose with the group?
Well, I have a whole crew of
well, I know you do.
people, so I'd love
So
to have
would you like to do the photo first or after?
after me.
After,
Yeah.
perfect. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Smith, and I am the incoming program director of Leadership Mendocino. This past Saturday, 2 Leadership Mendocino class graduating members, Dora Briley and Matt Purcell, facilitated their class project, a free CPR training in Potter Valley. They handled the entire process, including lining up sponsorship funding and trainers, as well as promoting the whole event. They had room for 25 participants, and they actually had people on a waiting list just in case some of those participants who had registered did not show up for the training. Before the day was out, before Saturday ended, I had received the following email from one of the participants that I wanted to bring today and share. To whom it may concern, I want to thank Leadership Mendocino Class 20 members Dora Briley and Matt Purcell for organizing the free CPR course that was presented this morning in Potter Valley. I have taken CPR courses previously and can say without question this was one of the best presentations I have attended. The presenters were knowledgeable and well prepared, and there were manuals and practice mannequins and materials for every attender. The administrative details were well organized, check-in was quick, snacks and water was available, handouts ready, and certification cards ready immediately upon completion of the course. This was an outstanding service to their community. Alan L. James was an excellent instructor. I am able to use this training specifically as an occasional employee of the Potter Valley School System and in my role as Scoutmaster of the Scout Troop in Potter Valley. Thanks again, Ralph Paulin. So I contacted him to make sure it was okay for me to share that with you. But this is just one example of the type of active involvement that Leadership Mendocino strives to promote through its program participants. We wanted to thank Supervisor Brown for her sponsorship of this proclamation, as well as the rest of the board for recognizing our current class of graduates. They will no doubt continue to be the type of leaders who can and will make a positive difference in their own communities and in our county overall. So thank you very much, and I want to have everybody connected to Leadership Mendocino, maybe who graduated or participated in some level, stand up and
come forward.
Come forward.
I'm the
Yes,
outgoing program director. I just want to thank all of you, staff and the board, for speaking at our classes and for your support over the years. And I'm happy to be passing the baton to Kimberly. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Get you a little closer there.
If I could say something real quick.
Could you, excuse me? I hate to do this, but could you talk to the mic?
No, my name is Sharon Harshbarger.
Hi, Sharon.
And I'm very pleased to be a graduating member of this class. But I wanted to say that in the audience, I see several people who did participate with us and help with our leadership program. And I want to say thank you to them.
Thank you.
Leaders are going to be women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. Moving on to public expression. This is for items that are not on the agenda, and members of the public will have up to 3 minutes to address the board. And the first person on our list this morning is Nadine Bohr. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Taya Green, and I'm a member of the Ukiah Shamrocks 4-H Club. I am here as a representative of the Mendocino County 4-H program. As you know, this year marks the 100th anniversary of 4-H program in California. And last month, our County 4-Hers celebrated this occasion by hosting a big party at the Rod Shippey Hall in Hopland. We thank you so much for the proclamation from all of you recognizing the event. To celebrate the year, our clubs are doing special community service activities and keeping track of their hours. We also asked for the 4-H families to let us know if they had 100 or more years of 4-H involvement. We called them the 4-H Century families, and we were fortunate to be able to recognize 8 at our centennial celebration. We realized that after listening to one of our speakers, we missed one, and that's why we're here today. Carrie and Lewis Brown and their family are certainly worthy of being a 4-H Century family with over 150 years of 4-H involvement as members and leaders. Carrie has been steadfast in her support of our program, and we have benefited from her leadership. Carrie was a community leader for many years in Potter Valley, as well as supporting us during her years working at Mendocino County Farm Bureau. We appreciate the Brown family long-term commitment to youth of Mendocino County. They have modeled and lived our motto, which is make the best better. Thank you.
How sweet.
Very nice. It looks like a Hoyman Bro piece.
Oh, look at it. And there's Black Angus on there. Oh, this is so wonderful.
And, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I'd just like to say that was very appropriate. I did attend the 100th anniversary celebration along with Supervisor Brown, who emceed it, and various families were recognized for their longstanding contribution. And after the event, Supervisor Brown told me, her family's long involvement, but that she didn't want to be up there in the spotlight. So, typical Carrie Brown. But
Thank you so much. So sweet and thoughtful. I really appreciate. And I know my husband is going to appreciate it very much too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Mindy Katay.
Good morning.
Morning, Mindy.
So I just wanted to give you a brief update on the library. So I printed a little something out for you, and just a highlight. And mostly I wanted to talk to you about summer reading, which is starting this week at all of our branches. And we hope that you might have a chance to get by your particular branch and participate.
Excuse me, Mindy, could you speak into the mic, please? They can't hear you.
Sorry. And in addition to that, we recently started to participate in First Friday Art Walk here in Ukiah. And I'd like to invite you to that event in July. So we're having, we're displaying some of our artwork, having music, hopefully, and a little bit of food. And we received a big endowment recently, fairly large endowment from Mr. Hallam, and that is pretty much everything.
Thank you.
For now.
Thanks, Mindy.
You're
That's a good report. Okay, moving on. Crispin Hollingshead.
Thanks again, kids.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Chris Hollinshead. I live in Ukiah. For what it's worth, I want to talk about the PACE vote you took last week. I listened to everything that was said, and all the concerns were about the fiscal issues, whether the savings bank was happy and would contribute, whether the Freddie and Fannie blackmail threats were serious and to be concerned about, whether Y-Green was making too much money on the deal, and so on. What was never mentioned was the reason behind the whole plan, which is the global climate crisis. Last month, we passed 400 parts per million CO2 in the atmosphere. The paleoclimatologists have said that the last time this happened was 3.5 million years ago, and the sea level was more than 200 feet higher. As Supervisor Brown has said on several occasions, history does guide to the future. Think about what a sea level change like that would mean. Fort Bragg, Mendocino, Point Arena would be underwater. San Diego, Los Angeles, the Bay Area would be inundated. Sacramento and the entire agricultural Central Valley would be a shallow inland sea. The negative economic impact of this far outweighs anything that was discussed last week, but there was no consideration of that at all. It's easy to spot a problem when your house is on fire and you throw all your resources in it. It takes more wise leadership to see a problem coming down the road, when you have time to make changes to moderate and perhaps eliminate the problem. This doesn't happen. Part of the reason is that there is a subgroup of the community, of the population of this country, which for reasons of ignorance, arrogance, religion, politics, or short-term economic considerations, believes that climate change is a fraud perpetrated by a conspiracy of the global climate scientists to pursue funding for their research. I find that a rather ludicrous position. And it's ironic because there is a group that does have a conspiracy going to defraud. The economic collapse of 2008 showed that the financial institution has some flaws in their game plan, to say the least. You people chose to take that group's advice rather than any climate consideration in making your choices. I don't consider that wise leadership. I would really encourage you to revisit the PACE program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chrisman.
Chair Hamburg?
Yeah.
I want to thank the gentleman for coming forth today. And I did a lot of thinking after all our discussion on PACE, and I did visit with Mr. Scott Yandel of the Savings Bank of Mendocino County, and I was going to propose to you, I'm not a representative on EDFC, but I think there's certainly interest by Mr. Yandel, perhaps Mendel Lake and Redwood credit unions, to maybe form a working group and work through EDFC to see what we can do on another level. There certainly was interest for Mr. Yandel, and I would like that to go forward, and I can talk to you more about it.
Okay, well, well, that could certainly be agendized at a future meeting. Okay, moving on, Leaf Farr.
Good morning, Chairman Hamburg and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Leaf Farr. I'm the Chief Steward of SEIU, Mendocino County Chapter. I brought before you this morning a petition signed by the majority of all those members covered in our bargaining unit, and I'll just read a brief text here on the petition. We, the following undersigned SEIU 1021 members of Mendocino County, fully support our bargaining team and our proposals for a fair contract. Our proposals reflect our commitment to the communities we serve and the value of public services. We expect the management to fully participate in the conversations and bargaining in good faith as we work towards a fair agreement. And we look forward to bargaining with you starting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Leaf. Appreciate it. Okay, our last speaker under public expression. If you have not filled out a form and you wish to speak, please do so now. But our last speaker card is from Mr. Ross Liberty. Ross.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'm here to speak about something I'm concerned with in our county, actually any of the local governments. It's probably no surprise that I am generally polar opposite politically than Chairman Hamburg, and I didn't support him in the last election. But this isn't really about that, right? This is about something kind of bigger than that. Moreover, I recognize that, of course, the supervisors all have to follow the same law the rest of us do, no less and no more. But no more. And I think that it's tragic that politics ends up getting into people's and supervisors' personal lives, and I don't know how to put this. I didn't write anything down. It's not a good thing when the supervisors are put under a microscope that nobody else is subject to, or more so than anybody else would be subject to. I mean, the only analogy I can give would being 50-something, I had to go for a colonoscopy. If I had to go for one of those things every time I drove to work, I'd get a different job. And I'm afraid that's what we're seeing with the local elected officials. I mean, we had three seats in the of supervisors that went unopposed. We had all in the last election, all the basically unopposed. I mean, SEIU put their best and brightest up against John, but didn't come close. The city council ran into the same thing. If these things keep, if the supervisors are put under such a microscope, we won't get anybody to run. And we're lucky to have a good board, but we won't. If the supervisors are put under such a microscope all the time, or any elected officials, we won't get anybody to run, and we won't long enjoy such a good board. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Ross. Okay, that does it for public expression. We have a 9:15 timed item, running a little bit late this morning, but we will go forth with that informational presentation on Health and Human Services Agencies, Prevention and Planning Units, Health Impact Assessment on Alcohol Outlet Density. Thank you very much. Linda.
Good morning. Chair Hamburg, members of the board, staff, and public, thank you so much for the opportunity and invitation to be here. I'm Linda Helland, manager of the Prevention and Planning Unit of Public Health, and with me today are Meredith Reinhardt, senior program specialist with the Prevention and Planning Unit, and Kristen Fladseth, senior public health data analyst. Our job as public health professionals is to assess the health status of the people of Mendocino County, determine which are the most pressing health problems, and examine the evidence base to determine the best course of action to prevent the health problems. We know from the evidence that we humans tend to consume what's convenient, affordable, and available, whether that be junk food, tobacco, or alcohol. What surrounds us shapes our behavior. Because the Prevention and Planning Unit is tasked with the monumental challenge of preventing drug and alcohol problems before they start and reducing problems associated with their use, when we had an opportunity to receive funding from the California Department of Public Health's Active Communities branch for a health impact assessment, we reviewed the decades of published research studies that showed that high numbers of places to buy alcohol in a neighborhood are linked to many harms in the community. However, we wanted to know if those same findings that held true nationally also held true locally. And we also wanted to know what other communities have found effective in reducing the harms associated with alcohol outlets. So we drew on publicly available data sources, such as the California Department of Justice, the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to compile this report. The public tells us that they want to use the most cost-effective strategies to reduce health problems. And the research tells us that strategies to reduce availability, including limiting alcohol outlet density, are among the most cost-effective ways to reduce excessive alcohol consumption and youth drinking. Meredith will go into more details regarding our findings, but before she starts, I want to say that it's nobody's fault we're in the situation we're in today with so many alcohol outlets. Nobody intended for this to happen. All the harms associated with high numbers of alcohol outlets were not previously widely known. We can only start where we're at today and go forward. However, now that we do know the harms linked to alcohol outlets, we're hoping to work with others who are interested to collaborate together to reduce the harm of excessive and underage drinking, and working together, we can make Mendocino County a healthier, safer place. Now Meredith will tell you about the findings. Thank you very much.
Meredith, we need you to speak into the mic because we're recording every word.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hamburg.
Just like the NSA. We're on top of everything.
There's no escaping. Okay. I'm in it for the long haul. Thank you, Chair Hamburg, and members of the board and members of Mendocino County staff and the general public for this opportunity to share what we've been working on the last couple of years around alcohol outlet density. Let's see. Okay, we'll dim the lights. Thank you, Tim. So why are we here today? Why should we even care about alcohol outlet density? Well, we've discovered that alcohol is the third leading cause of preventable death here in the United States. And I would like to question the board if anyone accept Mr. Jurdy and Ms. Brown to answer this question because I was in a meeting with them recently and we discussed this. So would any of the rest of the board members like to guess which are the first and second causes of preventable death in the U.S.? No pressure.
Say smoking is, yeah. I think
Yes, smoking
certainly.
is the first.
Auto accidents, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think auto accidents is even close.
Overweight, and obesity.
Obesity.
Yeah.
The trifecta.
Yes, thank you. So in California, we discovered that close to $40 billion a year is attributable to alcohol-related harm, and including lives lost and injuries. Excessive alcohol use. We're focusing today on excessive alcohol use and not focusing on moderate drinking. Excessive alcohol use spreads across the spectrum, beginning at junior high level all the way up to seniors. 2.3 million years of potential life is lost due to excessive drinking, and binge drinking is the most common pattern of excessive drinking in the United States. Over 90% of excessive drinkers binge drink. Now, binge drinking has a definition of 5 or more drinks in a sitting for a male and 4 or more drinks in a sitting for a female. This dashboard shows that 22% of Mendocino County residents report being heavy drinkers, compared to 15%, and 15% of United States inhabitants and 16% of California inhabitants. And the definition for heavy drinking is, for men, it's typically defined as consuming an average of more than 2 drinks per day. For women, it typically is defined as consuming an average of more than 1 drink per day. There we go. Okay. Let's talk about youth drinking in the United States. Underage drinking is a major public health issue. And most people want to know why that might be. Well, teens could start drinking due to certain kinds of stress factors, peer pressure, either through friends, family, or even the media, because as we know, today's world is very media oriented, and our youth are definitely exposed and bombarded quite frequently. Other factors could be transitioning from middle to high school, family issues, dissolution of families, and we now know that access and availability are factors to underage drinking. Every day, 4,500 kids under the age of 16 start drinking. And the earlier young people begin drinking, the worse the consequences are likely to be. So speaking of consequences, young people who begin drinking before age 15 are 5 times more likely to develop alcohol problems later in life than those who wait until they're 21, which is the legal drinking age across the country. The biggest risk of excessive and underage drinking is the biggest risk result in excessive drinking. And this statistic, this is from the Surgeon General of the United States. So we're going to look at the California Healthy Kids Survey data. California Healthy Kids Survey was developed for the California Department of Education, and it is the largest statewide survey of resiliency, protective factors, and risk behaviors in the nation. And when we speak of risk behaviors, that has to do with substance abuse, including alcohol. So let's take a look. 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade are surveyed. However, the 5th graders do not get the substance abuse questions. So we're looking at the 9th grade level for California. The aggregated data from 2009 and 2011 came out to 24% of the survey respondents claimed they used alcohol in the past 30 days from when the test was administered, 30 days prior to when the test was administered. Here in Mendocino County, we ranked 35%. Now looking at 11th grade, California reports 33%, and Mendocino County was up to close to 50%, almost half of the 11th graders stated that they drank in the prior 30 days. Binge drinking. Another question on the California Healthy Kids Survey was for 9th graders. California was ranked at 14%. Mendocino County ranked at 20%. Up to the 11th grade, California was at 22%. Mendocino County jumped to 35%. Binge drinking is drinking to get drunk. And as I stated a few minutes ago, it's typically 5 or more drinks in a sitting for a male or 4 or more drinks for a female. And binge drinking is the most common pattern of excessive drinking in the United States. Because women's bodies have a higher ratio of fat to water, they reach a higher blood alcohol concentration after a single drink than men, even when matched for weight and size. Alcohol contributes to injuries such as drownings, falls, fire deaths, motor vehicle crashes. And then also it contributes to chronic disease, various cancers, strokes, high blood pressure, antisocial behavior, liver problems. This graph speaks to the years 2001 to 2010 around aggravated assault. According to the Department of Justice, aggravated assaults involve the use of hands, feet, firearms, knives, cutting instruments, or other dangerous weapons. And so as you, whoops, sorry about that. Hitting the wrong one. So California is reflected in the green bars, and Mendocino County is reflected in the yellow bars. And we have 2001 to 2010. As the state rate declines, Mendocino County remains high. In 2010, the rate in Mendocino County was nearly double that of the state rate. Alcohol outlet density is also double compared to the state, which we'll see shortly. According to the National Academy of Sciences, the alcohol outlet density is a local manifestation of alcohol availability. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this gadget. Okay, so this chart on the right is from the National Academy of Sciences, and this paragraph is the modern day description of that chart created by the American Journal of Preventive Medicine back in '09. A diverse group of studies indicates that when the density of on or off premises of alcohol outlets is high or increases, the level of alcohol consumption is correspondingly high or increases, and excessive consumption and its diverse related harms occur. This graph shows how we rate as far as density compared to the state in 19 similarly sized counties, which have a populations anywhere from 10,000 to 135,000. So over here on the far right is California, and here we are with Mendocino in the center in the yellow, and the other 19 counties, similar counties. This graph reflects type 20 and 21 alcohol licenses, which I'll clarify shortly in future slides. And that is for off sale. Those are for taking off the premises, not consuming on the premises. Alcohol outlet density is associated with increased consumption, which can lead to binge drinking, vehicle crashes, violence, other crimes, health problems, hospitalizations, child abuse, and underage drinking. Availability is related to density. Let's talk some more about underage drinking. Underage drinking costs the citizens of California close to $7 billion as of 2010. These costs include medical care, work loss, pain and suffering associated with the multiple problems resulting from the use of alcohol by youth. This graph shows us the disparities in exposure in adolescent drinking, according to the 2013 American Journal of Preventive Medicine. So as you could see, the binge drinking is reflected in the blue, and drinking and driving is the red. When you have a higher density, the amounts go up. When you have lower density, the graph goes down. Drinking and driving. Driving after drinking, excuse me. Mendocino County has been consistently higher than the state of California over the past 5 years in percent of all collisions resulting in an injury or fatality that is alcohol related. The percent of collisions resulting in an injury or fatality that were alcohol related was almost double, here we are again, double, compared to the state of California as of 2010. So Mendocino County was up to 20%, and the state was at 11%. Let's talk about 2010 DUI arrests. There were 793 DUI arrests. The data for Mendocino County and the 19 similarly populated counties that we saw a few slides ago found that for each additional off-sale outlet, it was associated with almost 7 more DUI arrests. These data suggest that decreasing the number of off-sale outlets will correspond with significant decreases in the DUI arrests. Let's talk more about underage drinking. There were 46 arrests for underage drinking in Mendocino County as of 2010. The data in Mendocino County and the 19 similarly populated counties that we saw found that each additional off-sale outlet was associated with almost 3 more underage drinking arrests. These data suggest that decreasing the number of off-sale outlets will correspond with significant decreases in underage drinking arrests. The science indicates communities should pay attention to outlet density. Well, what's the situation here in Mendocino County? So we've listed on the left are all the different types of retail licenses. And on the right, sorry for the coloring, it's a little bit hard to read. It shows all the different types of wholesale licenses. Now, the wine industry is reflected on the right side under wine grower type O2 license. We're focusing on type 20 and 21, which are the off-sale beer and wine. Currently, we have between type 20 and type 21. Type 20 is just for beer and wine. Type 21 includes spirits with beer and wine. So Mendocino County currently has 168 of the off-sale type 20 and 21 licenses for the total of 692 licenses in Mendocino County. So the number down here that's hard to see is 423, and the number here is 269 for a grand total of 692. And again,
Meredith,
wineries.
Excuse me just a second. Supervisor Pinchas had a point question.
I just
on
have
it.
a question on how accurate your numbers are, because it says under event permits 2, we have our consent calendar today 3. So I wonder how accurate that event permit number.
What was the
It says there's
discrepancy?
2 event permits in this county, but today on our consent calendar, we're, I guess, adding 3 more, because there's 3 permits, festival permits.
Oh, festival. Oh, I see.
So I
see.
just wonder the accuracy of your
Well,
of your numbers.
as we go down the list, there's caterers permits, there's all type of portable bar. Event permit is, right, license number 77. So that's what you're reflecting on, Supervisor Pinchas. Well, as of when we collected this data, which is the most current off of the Alcohol Beverage Control website, that's what it was at the time that we collected the data. So, and it's the most recent that the Alcohol Beverage Control provided us, the public with, is 2010. But thank you for bringing that up. That number is variable. This next slide is a graph of the current situation in Mendocino County as far as type 20 and 21 outlets. If we were to follow the alcohol beverage control standards, we would be permitted to only have 1 type 20 and 21, that's off-sale beer, wine, and spirits, licenses per 1,250 inhabitants. So we would only have 70 if we were under ABC standards, alcohol beverage control. However, our current situation shows that we have 168 off-sale licenses. If we included wineries, if we had another table here to include wineries, our number would jump to 333 alcohol outlet licenses. In 1995, the California legislature ordered the Alcohol Beverage Control to establish a moratorium on the issuance of off-sale beer and wine licenses in order to reduce harm associated with these outlets. And as I stated before, the law requires that there not be more than 1 outlet per 2,500 inhabitants if we were just looking at beer and wine off sale, not including spirits. When you include spirits, then it goes to 1,250 inhabitants. As of 2011, 46 of the 58 California counties have had a full moratorium on type 20 beer and wine licenses, and the remaining counties have a partial moratorium. In Mendocino County, type 20, again, off-sale beer and wine licenses have increased despite the moratorium due to public convenience and necessity letters which have been issued. in order for a business owner to receive a new off-sale beer and wine license, if it is a moratorium jurisdiction, the store owner files an application with the Alcohol Beverage Control, the state licensing agency. If there's a moratorium in place, the application is forwarded to our local jurisdiction, a local jurisdiction in Mendocino County. The local jurisdiction can write a letter called a public convenience and necessity letter in order for the owner to override the moratorium and allow the store to carry alcohol. Well, we've just discovered we have an issue around alcohol outlet density. What can we do about it? According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's task force, the use of regulatory authority through licensing and zoning to limit alcohol outlet density on the basis of sufficient evidence of a positive association between outlet density and excessive alcohol consumption and related harms, we can take charge, and that's their recommendation. And the task force members are independent, non-federal, unpaid panel of public health and prevention experts that provide evidence-based findings and recommendations around improving health. They also recommend increasing alcohol taxes, limiting days and hours of the sale of alcohol, and enhanced enforcement of laws prohibiting sales to minors. Let's look at our local options in order to reduce the harms that I spoke earlier about around alcohol density. And here again is the public convenience and necessity letter. The letter requests, the letters are filed with the local jurisdiction when there is an application for an alcohol license in an over-concentrated area. Now, jurisdictions can adopt criteria that guide the decision regarding whether or not to approve the license or under which conditions to approve it. Before writing a public convenience and necessity letter for new off-sale beer and wine outlet, local governing bodies can provide their own regulation and ordinances in addition to the alcohol beverage controls guidelines. Such ordinances can set standards for when a license will or not be granted. For instance, the Fort Bragg community adopted criteria in July of 2010, and they give consideration to whether the license will be detrimental to health, safety, and welfare of the community, whether the use would enhance the economic viability of the area, and the extent of support or opposition to the proposed license from members of the community, the number of licenses within a mile radius, and the type of license premises within the 1 mile, whether it's going to cause further overconcentration and harm to the neighborhoods, surrounding neighborhoods. Another local ordinance that other communities have implemented is a conditional use permit. Under state law, the Alcohol Beverage Control may not issue a liquor license if it violates an existing local zoning ordinance. Thus, to obtain a liquor license, the applicant must first have all necessary local zoning permits in order. The operating conditions can limit outlet locations, sale hours, types of alcohol sold, and set minimum standards of operation for the purpose of minimizing the harmful effects of alcohol outlets on the community. There are virtually unlimited conditions that can be applied by the local jurisdiction regarding security, hours, storage, parking, litter, and the like. But some common ones are restricting the sale of malt beverages in single containers. Another way to reduce harm would be to adopt a deemed approved ordinance. It limits the risks associated with alcohol outlet density by imposing conditions of operation on existing alcohol retail outlets. These are not subject to the conditional use permit requirements. Basically, the deemed approved ordinance is essentially a nuisance abatement ordinance that can help law enforcement and existing businesses reduce the nuisances that alcohol sales tend to attract, which includes loitering, increased police calls, noise, graffiti, and drug sales. Fees can be imposed to defray the cost of monitoring and enforcement on risk factors. So a fee can be attached to a deemed approved ordinance to an existing alcohol outlet, which would help subsidize enforcement of the laws. 19 California jurisdictions currently have deemed approved ordinances. Responsible beverage service is a professional training for managers, sellers, and servers of alcohol. Some cities and states require training as a precondition for employment or even as a condition preceding the issuance of an alcohol license. Now, an ordinance can be passed in the county and cities for it to be mandatory. However, the power of this is in the enforcement. We do have some current activities going on within our prevention and planning unit, as well as with law enforcement throughout the county, and I'd like to highlight those items. We have prevention education groups throughout the schools. We have Friday Night Live and Club Live chapters, which builds partnerships for positive and healthy youth development, which engage youth as active leaders and resources in their communities. And I go into the school and teach media literacy around alcohol advertising to youth, to junior and high school students. Law enforcement has been really proactive around compliance checks. I know the Sheriff's Department and all the police departments have over the years either partnered with us or gone out on their own to implement compliance checks and shoulder taps. And Fort Bragg has a federal grant to reduce underage drinking and other harms through policies.
Excuse me, Meredith, I don't want to slow you down too much, but we are going to have to wrap this item up in about 5 minutes. So.
Perfect timing, Chair Hamburg, because I'm headed to my last slide. Great. We now know there are tried and true policies that communities can implement to reduce the harms associated with high alcohol outlet density. And we recognize that some of the evidence-based strategies that we've discussed require significant community input. We are in the process of thinking how to build a community group to discuss them, and we'll want to solicit your input as that develops. In the meantime, we've recently had the opportunity to meet with Sheriff Allman, Ukiah Police Chief Dewey, and Captain Taylor, as well as Judge David Nelson. We've made requests to meet with DA Eister, Public Defender Linda Thompson, and we also hope to meet with other community leaders in the near future to see how we can work together to create a healthier environment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address this item? The sheriff would like to speak. Sheriff?
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I guess I have a question for the presenter first. Can you please tell us the cost of the grant that you were provided for this survey? How much money were you provided for this survey?
Well, the seed money that we received back in 2010 was $5,000. And the money that has kept this project going for sustainability comes from the federal level down to the state. It's the substance abuse prevention funding.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't get my question answered.
It's substance abuse prevention funding.
So, I
Mr.
apologize. I'm just
Mr.
curious
Sheriff, would you mind just directing your comments through
I'm
the
sorry.
chair, please?
Mr. Chair, I certainly have respect for public health. I certainly have respect for their employees. I certainly appreciate the good working relationship on many projects. But however, this isn't one. This isn't a project where law enforcement was contacted for our statistics, the number of enforcement actions we take, the number of arrests we take. We did have a meeting after the report was prepared. With all due respect to public health, and I apologize if I'm offending anybody, I'm disappointed in this presentation. The density for a county that's 3,509 square miles, and our economy certainly depends on the retail establishment throughout our county, it's hard to compare. It's hard to compare this to Plumas County, with a much lower population and a much smaller geographical area. And the Sheriff's Office is concerned on enforcement, we're concerned on education, and we work very hard on that. I'm very proud of the statistics that we have of the number of arrests we have here, and to compare that we have high arrests because of the alcohol density, in my opinion, it shows that the Sheriff's Office is certainly doing their job and as well as the police departments and CHP of going and arresting people who are violating the law. I want to share with you statistics, and I know I'm limited to 3 minutes and I may not be able to show you my statistics, but I think it's very important. If we're going to have a presentation that's going to have a negative impact on the economy of our county, then I think it's very fair that even though public health didn't get these statistics from the Sheriff's Office, the Board of Supervisors has an opportunity to hear them. But over the last 12 months, the Sheriff's Office, through Sergeant Mike Digert, a patrol sergeant who also has taken on the extra responsibility of enforcing alcohol beverage control laws throughout our county, we have conducted 74 shoulder taps through the alcohol beverage control licensees throughout our county. We've sent minors to 74 people, tapped on their shoulders and said, here's some money, will you buy this, this minor says, will you buy me alcohol? And out of the 74, we've arrested 15 people. I think that says a lot about our ability to enforce the laws that we have and to do everything we can to keep our neighborhoods safe. As far as businesses go that have the ABC licenses, we've done over 19 inspections of going in and seeing what they're doing and how they're doing it and making sure they're following within the guidelines. So I guess what I'm getting at as I run out of time here, Mr. Chair, is the Sheriff's Office certainly wants to work with public health on educating and enforcement actions, but I would ask the Department of Public Health and anybody who's in charge of special grants to maybe have a little bit closer relationship with the Sheriff's Office and the police departments before a report is prepared so we can give our statistics. It gives a whole different light to this report when you hear that and as a coroner, we would know the statistics. They certainly wouldn't be based on a statewide average. I'm the coroner, and if somebody asked me what the statistics were of alcohol-related death, we'd be able to get it. As far as
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
We have two pens up here. Supervisor Brown.
Actually, Supervisor Pinches
Supervisor
was
Pinches.
first.
Well, if you go to this marked page number 4 in this bunch of these statistic sheets here, it says 2011 off-sale alcohol outlet densities in 20 California counties versus the state. And it shows Trinity County has the highest density of alcohol outlets. You can drive in Trinity County for over 2 hours and not find a place to buy a 6-pack of beer. So that's very skewed. I mean, it shows that there's more alcohol outlets in Trinity County than any place in the state. And I guarantee you, there's a lot of areas where if it's a hot day, if you want to go buy a 6-pack of beer in Trinity County, it takes you over 2 hours of driving time to go find one. And I'm sure Bill Smith here, he can attest to that.
Well, that sounded like the voice of
Supervisor Brown.
No, I never was a beer drinker.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Hamburg. I guess my first comment, I want to personally caution county staff about the release of such a survey prior to a presentation before this body. My first inkling, to me it shows a lack of respect for us and a lack of courtesy. My first indication of the results came in newspaper articles back in April. and I hadn't read them yet, didn't even know they were there until my telephone started ringing. People were very upset and not very happy about how that came out, how it was presented, and I noticed you said we recommend. But my notes I made at the time, and it goes with Supervisor Pinch's remarks in your survey, did you consider the size of the county and the many isolated communities we have? For instance, I sat down and made these notes at the time of the article and after receiving a number of irate phone calls. Potter Valley has approximately 200 people in a large location or area. And within Potter Valley, we have 2 locations for liquor, a small store and a corner bar. The small store does not serve hard liquor. We have numerous vineyards with several bottling their own wine, yet we have no tasting rooms. We have a vacant restaurant and one currently operating. And I do not believe that the one operating does serve liquor. But this is a scenario that you will find throughout the county. We have many, many isolated communities. And if anyone wanted to go out to dinner and have a drink with their dinner, it's just as Supervisor Pinchas said, they may have to drive several hours to, as he said, in Trinity. I know from Potter Valley, it's at least a 30 to 40-minute drive for most people. And I think that that's why we have such a high density, is because of our geographical distances between communities and how big we are. I guess my final remark has to do with prohibition did not work back then, and I don't think it'll work at this point, but I do think it's important way to influence people by showing survey results. I'm sorry that the Sheriff's Department wasn't included in your survey to include the statistics that they have, but I think the influence you have is best done by education. Educate, not regulate, in my opinion. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Dr. Trotter.
Marvin Trotter, I was asked to, I'd like to speak a little bit about not statistics, but what my life is like at the hospital and the ER, and to remind the board that the #1 problem defined by the public in every Cheeser report we've ever done over 15 years that I'm aware of, in every district, every time, every year, is alcohol and drug problems. This is substance abuse is the #1 issue for Mendocino County about health. There's no doubt about that. And anything you can do to improve the situation for substance abuse, I would make effort at that. So a little bit of my life, you can smell them before you go into the room. People vomiting blood and defecating blood have a very distinct odor. Fortunately, I don't have a very good sense of smell. When you have cirrhosis, you develop large varicose veins at the bottom of your esophagus next to your stomach, and they're under pressure. When they break open, it's a lot of trouble. Dr. Hansen Matosian have a difficult time clipping them with small metal staples, trying to stop the bleeding. I find it very hard to get an ET tube down somebody's throat when they're vomiting blood. It was raining really hard New Year's Eve. The ambulance couldn't get to the house directly because some of the roads were flooded in Hopland, where she lived. When she finally arrived at the emergency department, she no longer had a pulse and had flatlined. I stopped the code at that time. The gunshot wound to her left chest was small, as were her 2 children. He said it was an accident celebrating New Year's Eve. We call them pumpkins. The men look especially strange. 10 months pregnant, orange with small breasts. At times you have to clean the skin very well between your right rib margin and your hip bone, because any bacteria in the abdomen with all the fluid causes a fatal peritonitis. You numb the skin and then poke a hole through with a large needle about the size of a pencil, and then hook it up to a vacuum bottle. I stop at 10 bottles because I don't want to cause shock. Every shift I work in the emergency department, it has to do with alcohol. Alcohol, alcohol, alcohol. I rarely see problems with marijuana, cocaine, or heroin. Methamphetamines, yes. Opiates, yes. They're all dwarfed by alcohol. I just came from a meeting of 17 physicians and nurse practitioners who ask you not to approve more outlets. And talking to Jill Bartolome, the charge nurse, said today, more outlets, that's ridiculous. Why don't you make it cheaper also? Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Trotter. Is there anyone else? Jim Shaw would like to speak. Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you very much.
You can. Yeah, I do want to apologize to people who are here for the 10 o'clock timed item. It seems that our crystal ball was a little bit cloudy in terms of how much time this item was going to take, so we are running a little bit late. But we will do our best to get back on schedule. Thank you, Jim.
Good morning, Supervisors, Ms. Angelo. I guess I'm not an expert, and but I can't help but draw some similarities between the efforts to reduce access to firearms, reduce access to alcohol, and my position on that notwithstanding, I'm not convinced reducing outlets is the answer. I believe I'm with Sheriff Allman on the education. And the other thing that I've noticed since I had my first drink at 14 years old is that the culture in the United States, and particularly in rural areas and resort areas, as the example set by adults, is the promotion of consumption. And if we look on television or in advertisements, I believe that all the hybrid types of alcohol that now exist in the market are geared toward the young consumer. So I'm not sure that outlets are our problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Is there anyone else from the public who'd like to address this item? Okay, Linda, I'll give you the last word.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the public for their expression.
Yeah, the board.
I want to just clarify, nobody has said the word prohibition. What we are focusing on is excessive drinking, not moderate drinking. Okay, I want that to remain clear. And I want to thank the sheriff for all that he's done. His office has done a lot of great work on enforcing alcohol laws, and we have worked together in several instances, and the sheriff has gotten grants to conduct compliance, and I really laud those efforts. I'm sure Sheriff Ullman will recall that we presented the initial findings from this report to the chiefs meeting in June of 2011 and did invite collaboration and participation at that time. So I'm hoping that we can continue to work together. The sheriff's office, obviously, and other law enforcement does fabulous jobs at stopping and solving crime, but this is about going ahead of the game and stopping it before it starts. And regarding the statistics, they're not just based on Mendocino County, so they're based on 20 similar counties, so it's not just looking at the arrest rates in Mendocino County, but it's showing a correlation with alcohol outlet density and arrest rates for those conditions across these 20 counties. So there's obviously clearly good enforcement going on here, but it's a statewide trend. Also, we're not making any particular recommendations. We're presenting the evidence that other communities and researchers have found about what works. It's now in your hands and others' hands about what to do with it. And then regarding the questions on the statistics, statistics are developed based on the community population. So it's based on population. If we have a low population in an area, the statistics account for that. And so it's assumed in the statistics that we have a low population. But nonetheless, despite that, we have a very high ratio of alcohol outlets per population here, even higher than most of the rural counties. And that's not a happy fact. None of us are happy about it, but it is a problem, and now we know it's a problem. So it's unfortunate we have to look at it, but Dr. Trotter has stated that we see the results of it every day, unfortunately. And we've been doing education for over 20 years, and the problem has been continuing to grow. Education is not enough. Thank you so much for your time.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, thanks for the report. And I think as we saw from today's presentation, this is not about wineries. This is not about restaurants. This is about basically liquor stores. And the concentration of those, not just in the rural areas, but actually the concentration of them in the cities and in the urbanized areas as well. And so this is an issue that involves both the county and the cities of Mendocino County. And so I hope that the presentation goes to the cities besides going to the Board of Supervisors. I think they need to see this. One of the points you brought up in the presentation that I think is really important to focus on is the ability of local governments to regulate the types of alcohol that's sold. As we know, and as Jim Shaw just referenced, a number of the alcohol products that are marketed these days are actually they're marketed towards children. They're not really marketed towards adults. And so why, knowing that, would we permit the sale of those types of alcohol to children in Mendocino County? Clearly, their intent is to get kids hooked on alcohol so they become alcoholics as they grow into adulthood. It's pretty obvious that's what we're doing, and we could simply just prohibit the sale of those types of products in Mendocino County. That seems like a sort of a simple issue that we could tackle. So I'd like us to continue looking at this, and I appreciate Dr. Marvin Trotter's comments. I think it's important that we listen to public health officials, physicians, the law enforcement, which I would also include within law enforcement, the judges who see these cases come before them. I know for a fact that Harvest Market on the coast, they've limited the sale of certain types of alcohol products because they knew it was causing a problem with transients and others that were causing problems in their town and the neighborhood. I think we need to bring in some of the retailers into the discussion as well to see if they have some suggestions. Because why should one retailer do the right thing knowing that their competitor across the street is selling the product that they've stopped selling and causing the problems in their neighborhood? So I think this is an opportunity here for a collaborative approach that has all winners and no losers. So I hope we can find a way to move forward on this.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'd like to concur with Supervisor Jurdy's comments. I do appreciate the presentation, and I have some of the same questions as some of my other colleagues about the statistics. And anytime you're dealing with statistics, you can there's a lot of leeway in there for interpreting them one way or another. But what's undeniable is that we do have many people in our community who have an alcohol problem. We have a real problem with probably overexposure to youth of alcohol, which by the statistics, Mendocino County has significantly more alcohol use by young people, significantly more binge drinking. That puts youth at risk for sexual assault, accidental death, a whole list of negative consequences. And Mendocino County also does seem to have a significantly elevated record of arrest for aggravated assault. And I'm sure a lot of that is alcohol related. So, I do appreciate highlighting the issue. And again, I second Supervisor Jurdy's thoughts on having a collaborative process, and I certainly heard the sheriff say that he was interested in that as well. So, this is a community problem that does deserve serious attention. Thank
you. Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I owned a liquor store in Laytonville, the only one in a 25-mile radius, and I might add I owned that for 12 years, and I never had one incident with serving alcohol to minors. But what I did learn a lot is there are a lot of parents out there that are buying alcohol for the kids. I think that's one place to start. But my main question to public health is, if this is such a top issue in this county, which it is, I don't doubt that one bit, Dr. Trotter was exactly right. why aren't our health department putting more programs in our schools? I think we're really shy. That's something I've been advocating for years, is more drug and alcohol programs in our grammar schools, not our high schools. I think we're real shy of that. I've requested that for years, and it seems to be why is there reluctance to let's go after the problem? And we know the only way it's going to be solved is through education. Education is what ultimately solves all of our problems, or at least works on them. So why is our health department so reluctant to put more of their budget, into going after the group of people? When you get my age, if you like to drink booze and whatnot, it's a little bit too late. I don't think you're going to change my habits. But maybe we can affect to a better degree our kids in the grammar schools. So, because frankly, they're not really learning from their parents, because the statistics of a lot of people drinking. So we got to start young. Let's go upstream. I would encourage public health. This is budget time. Why don't we divert some of those dollars into studies and whatnot into doing something that's going to have effect? And that would be some drug and alcohol programs in our grammar schools.
That sounded like a question to me. Linda?
Thank you. Number one, we would love more resources to go into the schools. That would be fantastic. We would really love that. We do have...
I'm not talking about more resources. I'm talking about diverting some of your existing millions of dollars you have into drug programs and
we're not treatment, so we're prevention, and so we have about $200,000 a year. And with that, we do send about 2.5 to 3 full-time people into the schools. And so we do have programs in the schools, woefully inadequate indeed. I wish we had more. But we also need to look at the full spectrum of evidence-based best practices. And as I said at the beginning, studies have shown that the most cost-effective strategies are pairing education with these enforcement and we call them environmental strategies, reducing access. So that has been found to be most effective. Thank you.
Chair Hamburg.
I'd like to recognize Stacy.
Yeah, I'd like to get my question answered.
My name is Stacy Cryer. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. One of the biggest problems with funding that comes into public health is it's very siloed, and you have to use it for a specific thing. So if we get a grant to collect specific data, then that's what the money's for, to collect the data, nothing else. We have very little discretionary dollars that come into the substance abuse program for the prevention side. We do use those dollars at your request. Actually, 3 or 4 years ago, we started doing some pilot programs in an elementary primary level education program in schools, and we have replicated that in a couple of other schools. I think we're in 4 elementary schools now, 3 or 4.
Yeah, but how many elementary schools do you have in this county?
I totally agree. You have to remember, we used to get in the substance abuse programs, we got about $700,000 worth of general fund 5 years ago. Today we get 0. The money going into substance abuse, although it's the primary problem causing a lot of federal dollars and statewide dollars across the state, there's not very much funding coming into the problem. It's similar to mental health in that way. There's not a lot of funding that comes into substance abuse, and we don't have very many discretionary dollars. So although we agree with you wholeheartedly on what could solve the problem, we don't have the money to put into every school. So we do what we can. And that's just the reality, and I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Stacy. Supervisor Pinchas.
You have grant writers in your HHSA agency. Is a grant ever wrote to try to request some money for early intervention prevention, like grammar schools?
Always. And we don't have any specific grant writers. We do contract with the grant writer, and we have staff that do know how to write grants. We don't employ grant writers, but we're looking for grants every day, us and all of the community partners, to provide primary level education, because that's the way to go. And you don't really do substance abuse education at the primary level, but you can do things like esteem building and things like that.
Why don't you do substance abuse?
It's not found to be very effective, to be quite honest with you.
Well,
if you go from 3rd grade and under, really you have to get to the root of the problem that begins to build alcohol.
But I disagree with that finding.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair Hamburg.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much. And Public Health very graciously did a presentation at Policy Council on Children and Youth. It is one of the subjects that that particular body is looking at, and they do have school representatives as well as Mendocino County Office of Education and lots of action groups that involve the welfare of our children. So I did want to mention that there has been a lot of discussion about doing a better job in our schools, not only with that, but other issues as well, like truancy, et cetera, et cetera.
Supervisor Pinchas.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, we have schools in this county that are approaching a 30% rate of truancy. That's a crisis, approaching a 30% rate of truancy, and yet it seems like our schools don't or have the capacity to even affect that rate, that change. So, you got to get the kids to school first before you can give them a drug and alcohol program. But anyways, we have some real problems, and it's showing up here. But I think attacking the amount of outlets we have is the wrong direction.
Gosh, it's back to me. I just want to make one comment, which is about education. I think we're doing a great job of educating our kids that alcohol is wonderful. Turn on your television set, drive down the highway. It's all about drink, drink, drink. I totally agree with Supervisor Jurdy about these. It's like the tobacco industry. It's the same thing. Create addicts, and then you'll take the money to the bank for decades to come. And we're doing the same thing with alcohol that we used to do with tobacco. And, I enjoy wine and beer, and I'm not a teetotaler by any means. And I realize how important alcohol is to this county's economy. I do doubt whether the issue of outlet density is nearly as important as the culture. It's a drinking culture. And that's not just Mendocino County with all our wineries. I mean, we are that a little more than some counties because, drive up Highway 101. What does the sign say? The first thing it says is wine. Well, that's a big part of our economy, and it's supported. And our kids, as soon as they can read, they know. Or as soon as they can turn on the TV, they know. Watch a football game or a baseball game. It's not open your bud. It's grab some buds. When you sit down to watch a ball game, it's not enough to have a beer. You got to grab some buds. So the whole thing, trying to get a handle on this with the power of the corporate advertising machine is almost impossible in my view, and I'm sorry to say that. The only other thing I want to say is I would like to see more interdepartmental communication before these presentations come about, because I don't think any of the board members like sitting up here and hearing departments argue with each other about whether an issue is important or not. So, I just want to mention that. And with that, I think we will conclude the item. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a 9:45 timed item. We are quite a bit behind, but
Chair.
Mr. Shaw, or
Chair.
Mr. Pinizzato, yes.
Chair Hamburg, we do have one consent item that an individual's been here since the beginning of the meeting.
You guys can't keep talking and talking and talking and expect to, keep this thing at all, running like a clock. Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Well, I'm just concerned, we have Mendocino Land Trust and Coles here, and there is an item on the consent calendar. I think I'm asking the question if any supervisor has questions.
Why don't you make a motion to approve it?
Yeah, why don't you make a motion to pull it and approve it?
Well, or maybe we could just see what we're going to pull and then approve the rest of it. And if there's a pulled item, come back to those later.
Well, I have an item that I have to pull, so, would you just deal with this so we can move forward?
Well, I'd like to hear the item that you would pull. This is the Mendocino Land Trust, and there is an agenda summary about conservation easement. I don't think there's a lot of questions, but if Ms. Cole, if anyone doesn't have questions, then Ms. Cole can leave.
Does anyone have questions about that item?
Well, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of those items to be pulled.
Mr. Chair, we'd need to know it's going to be pulled so there's no confusion about what is being voted on at the time of the vote.
Well,
You know, why don't we just, consent calendar is non-controversial. When you start pulling a separate item that we probably support, it's kind of backwards. Why don't we pull the items that need discussion, take them up later, and approve the rest
who has
of
an
them?
item to remove from the consent calendar?
Then I'll second the consent calendar.
Well,
If there's no items to be pulled.
well, I think I can't vote on item A. Isn't that right, County Council?
Yes, sir, I would concur.
Okay,
with
so
that.
I'd like to pull item A.
Well, or
abstain.
absent yourself from it would be appropriate.
I'd like to pull item A. So we have a motion and a second to approve the balance of the consent calendar. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed say nay. And I would now like to call Mr. Shaw. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Panizzato and Mr. Shaw.
Good morning, Chair Hamburg, members of the Board of Supervisors, Carmen Angelo, and our County Council, Tom Parker. I'm very pleased to introduce Jim Shaw, Chair of the Mendocino County Mental Health Advisory Board. Jim, I appreciate you driving in today from the coast. I know you've been the facilitator, the chair of the board for the past 6 months, and look forward to hearing your report.
Morning again. I don't know the proper, is it the pleasure of the board that I read this report verbatim? Do you have the report?
No, we do have the report, Jim. I think maybe if you could just take a couple minutes and highlight what we've been, what the accomplishments are over the last year, and I think they've been many. So if maybe you could just highlight a couple of them.
All right. In 2012, the board had 7 open seats, and I want to thank the supervisors and the community and the people who currently fill the board. We now have a full board. I think that's remarkable. We made a recommendation last year regarding Laura's Law, and the board, the follow-up to that was the development of the mental health court for the 11 o'clock calendar. And we'll be revisiting, we may be revisiting Laura's Law again, contingent upon pending legislation. Crossroads isn't the word I want to use, but the advent of the contracts and the RFP and the RFQ are really very important to us. And I think primarily I'd like to talk about what we're looking forward to in 2013, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
We did review the board. A member of the board did participate on the RFP panel. And we were here, I forget how long ago. Was it beginning in May to support the approval of the contracts with Ortner and Redwood. And there will be a public hearing tomorrow about the MHSA plan, the 3-year plan. I feel like the most important thing I would like to say today about that is that we've invited Ortner and Redwood to participate, to attend, because we think the success of the plan itself is predicated on the delivery of the services contracted by Ortner and Redwood Management Company. Otherwise, I got a call from the We are the superior district of the California Association of Local Mental Health Boards and Commissions, and Jim Kavanagh is our director, the regional director. And we are going to become more engaged and involved with participating in that association. The PowerPoint presentation on Mental Health Boards 101 is pretty expansive and just descriptive of the roles and duties of local mental health boards and commissions, and I hope to lead the board to a broader and fuller role as defined in the California Welfare and Institution Codes. I hope that's an adequate report. It's a privilege to serve the board. I want to thank Tom Pinizzotto for his hard work. And again, probably for the third or fourth time, Terry Rogers, our administrative support person, for her tireless efforts. And that's the end of my report.
Supervisor Pinches.
Just real briefly, it's the first time in my political career that we've had a full mental health board. So I think that's a great step. It's nice to get the different input.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Hamburg. And Mr. Shaw, I certainly appreciate your leadership. Miss Dr. Grenny, and you stepped up, and I think all of us, including the advisory board, misses that man. And I would like to say that you were my appointee to begin with, and appreciate very much your continued work as now the 4th District representative.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I agree with Supervisor Brown that we really appreciate your leadership on the Mental Health Board, and I certainly hope that our contractors will be very open to working collaboratively with the board as we develop what some of the new services are actually going to look like, and as we move forward with implementing them. I hope they will be in regular attendance at your meetings and open to any concerns that you have or suggestions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Tom, did you have go ahead, Jim.
The supervisors can count on the membership of the board to really work the two-way street to and from the board and with the service providers in the county. It's not time to drop the ball, and it's nice to say there's going to be a smooth transition. It's going to be a challenging transition, particularly for people who receive the services as much as for the service providers. And so we will look to you for traction and support.
Thanks, Jim. Tom?
Tom Pinizzotto. The achievement, the accomplishment of having a full board, developing full board within the past 6 months is incredible. This doesn't just happen. And I think it's very important that it's happening as we speak, because moving forward, the board makes my job easier as we go forward with our participants throughout the county. So my hat's off to Jim's facilitation and his leadership, and looking forward to more activities with the board and accomplishing our goals. Thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that that Jim is not the most demonstrative person in the county, but he is one of the best leaders of a community board that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. And we're talking about having a full board in the sense, well, big deal, you fill all the slots. But it's not just that we filled the board; it's that we filled the board with people who are committed and, in many cases, very expert in the field. The other thing I think that's really outstanding about Jim is that he has a really well-honed instinct about procedure and how to work with the mental health department and how to work with the county overall and the Board of Supervisors. He's very respectful, and yet he insists that mental health and the services we provide take a center stage in terms of what we're trying to do here in Mendocino County. So, Jim, I think we all really appreciate you and all the work that the Mental Health Board is doing.
Thank you very much, and it is a privilege.
You're welcome. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back to our 10 o'clock timed item. If you're a supervisor, please come up and sit. Supervisor Pinches. and we'd like to get started. We're a little bit behind this morning. I apologize for that. Please take your conversations outside the room. Thank you. We're now beginning item 5F, discussion and possible action regarding Mendocino County Stormwater Management Program and the State Water Resource Control Board Phase 2 Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System MS4 General Permit. The sponsor of this item is Planning and Building, and Mr. Dunicliffe is here with Ms. Stockwell. Steve, take it away.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Dunicliffe, the Director of Planning and Building Services, here simply to introduce Ms. Abby Stockwell, one of our staff planners, to speak to this item for you today.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for having me. My name is Abby Stockwell. I work in the Fort Bragg Planning Office. I'm here to provide you an update on the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Phase 2 Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System General Permit, which I will now just refer to simply as the Stormwater Permit. As you know, the county in 2003 was enrolled in the Stormwater Phase 2 Stormwater Permit, which was required by the states, and through that process, the county developed a stormwater management program, which lays out best management practices to be implemented to meet the minimum control measures. Last year, and this permit program applies to the urbanized areas surrounding the cities of Fort Bragg and Ukiah, the unincorporated areas surrounding Fort Bragg and Ukiah. I think these maps still show the cities as colored in blue, but those are not part of our regulated areas. It's just the areas surrounding the cities. Last year, the county was audited. Their stormwater management program was audited by the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they found several areas of improvement with our program. The county responded to that audit inspection with a schedule, a work program, and a schedule to improve our program. And we are making progress towards achieving compliance and improving our program. And as of this date, we have verbally heard from the regional board that they have accepted our schedule and our work program. This current permit, established in 2003, expired in 2008, and was renewed recently in February of 2013. And this renewed Phase 2 permit, again, applies to the county. We are expected to renew our permit coverage. This new permit, this revised permit, provides an option that allows Phase 2 permits to join up with an existing Phase 1 permit. And the Phase 1 permits apply to larger jurisdictions over populations over 100,000. So currently there's an effort underway in the Russian River watershed to join the Phase 2 jurisdictions with the current Phase 1 permit, which applies to the County of Sonoma, Sonoma County Water Agency, and the City of Santa Rosa. And the reason for doing this is that there's a TMDL, total maximum daily load allocation, being applied and implemented for the Laguna de Santa Rosa. And so the regional board has a real interest in getting all the Phase 2 and Phase 1s within this watershed under the same stormwater permit. But they have extended this recommendation to Mendocino County because we have portions of our regulated stormwater areas within the Russian River watershed. So the city of Ukiah will be joining with the Phase 1 stormwater program. And however, the city of Fort Bragg is expected that they'll continue with the Phase 2 program. For the county, this consideration of the two permit options is slightly complicated because we, as you can see, we have two geographically distinct regulated areas, inland and coastal. So it just logistically makes implementing or choosing the Phase 1 program a little bit more difficult, as obviously the coastal area is not within the Russian River watershed. However, the regional board has said if we choose to go Phase 1, we could apply that program to both areas. The Phase 1 permit was issued in 2009 and will become up for renewal in 2014, late 2014. So we don't know exactly what the new or renewed Phase 1 permit will look like. And that unknown is a rather large one, although the regional board has told us they don't expect any substantial or drastic changes. The State Water Resources Control Board can still provide input into their renewal process and may require or recommend additional requirements that aren't anticipated at this time. So by July 1st, the county has to seek coverage under the Phase 2 renewed permit, stormwater permit, or express our intent to join with the Phase 1 permittees. Now, so either permit, Phase 1 or Phase 2, the county will have to manage stormwater, we'll have to expand our program and commit resources in order to achieve compliance. With continuing with the Phase 2 permit allows the county to build and grow its established program and under the known requirements for the next 5 years. So we know exactly what to expect with this new permit. Each permit has its own detailed requirements. So it's really just choosing which one you want to go under. The Phase 2 permit, we know that's what we are, and so we're recommending that we continue under the Phase 2 permit coverage. We've also included, our department has included in our request for the budget to join with the Russian River Watershed Association, which is a membership collaborative group of these Phase 1 and Phase 2 jurisdictions, which will all work together, and it's our hope that we'll be able to take the best programs from this Phase 1 permit and apply what is appropriate to Mendocino County. So still being able to work with these jurisdictions, learn from them, and take away lessons learned to apply to Mendocino County. So we're hoping to balance the best of both stormwater permits. Also, just as a technicality, we need to designate a legally responsible person. Last time in the 2003, it was the executive officer, and so we've included that language to move forward, although the legally responsible person needs to be the principal executive officer or the ranking elected official, so it could be one of the board members. And then, just next steps, we will submit for coverage under the permit, whichever one is chosen, and we'll continue to work on stormwater permit compliance. We've included a progress, like a very summary progress report of what we've done to date to meet our audit compliance and schedule. And then there also is an attachment of the major differences between the Phase 1 and the Phase 2 stormwater permit. Thank you.
Okay, any questions of staff from board members? No. One thing I was curious about, reading the LACO report, it didn't seem like they really made a recommendation one way or the other. They just said that whichever way you go, you're going to meet with more stringent regulation.
That's right. They didn't make a recommendation.
Did we pay them to make a recommendation? Or just to do a study?
We paid them for a memo to give staff some background information so that we could make a recommendation, which is what we've done. And so as you're probably seeing through this, we've really got the known versus the unknown. To me, it would be ideal if Regional Water would have released the new permit renewal for Phase 1 before requiring jurisdictions to make a decision as to which way they were going to go. They're not doing that. And so it does seem, as Ms. Stockwell had indicated, that we'll be able to leverage the best of both programs. If we jumped Phase 1 before we really knew what the new permit terms were going to be, we'd be locked into that. If we stay Phase 2, it appears that we're going to be able to leverage the programs and resources that the Phase 1 communities are using to our benefit.
Well, actually, if I may correct
Yes.
one thing, if we could join with the Phase 2 program now, and when the Phase 1 permit is renewed, we could then try to join in with the Phase 1 permit. Although we've heard from Regional Board that they want to know as soon as possible before the Phase 1 permit is renewed. Alternatively, we could express interest to join. I hate to throw too many options out there, but we could join with the Phase 1 permit now, and after we see the requirements of the Phase 2, we could opt out and enroll for coverage.
You mean after 2014?
Yeah, I don't think that is something that's ideal.
Yeah. Steve, could you comment just briefly on the capacity of your department to enforce this permit or these permits?
So, enforcement's always the tough issue. And when you look at the, and actually, to be honest, Supervisor, I was jumping to the ordinance, which is where that's really going to hold true. As far as complying with the terms of these permits, I think that the work plan that we've put together is going to allow us to comply with the permits. It's going to be contingent on the board supporting the budget that's been put forward by the department for planning and building for the water agency, I believe DOT. But as long as we do have a plan in place to comply with the permit terms.
Complying with the permit.
Hold on just a second, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Hamburg. So our Phase 2, which we are now currently in, its deadline date is June 30th for renewal?
July 1st.
It is July 1st?
Yes.
Okay, so a decision has to be made today, correct?
Yes.
And Supervisors, if I may, as Ms. Stockwell had sort of begun referencing, there's a written requirement, it's my understanding, for July 1 decision, but the regional water staff is sort of indicating that there may be some more flexibility, is what I've heard from our discussions.
Well, we need to know one way or the other by July 1st. We need to tell them, yeah, Phase 2 or we either need to enroll in the Phase 2 permit coverage through this SMARTS program, this internet program software that the state has developed, or we need to send a letter to the regional board saying we want to be Phase 1, and all that needs to be accomplished by July 1st.
Supervisor Pinchas.
Well, to comply with the permits is one thing, but to enforce the law, which is ordinances, who's going to do that and who's going to come up with the money to do that? I mean, if anybody that's flown over this county, especially the far reaches of the northern part of the county, and see what's going on out there with the major marijuana operations, bulldozing the hillsides to make flats to put greenhouses, I mean, it's really appalling to me, and I've lived in this county all my life. But what's going on, especially in this last, quote, growing season, it's really out of control. And I don't see, without an enforcement factor involved, we might as well take this paper and throw it in the trash can.
Mr. Duncliffe, I'm sure you have a succinct response to that.
I think that the quickest response I can come up with is that there are two items before the board here today. One of them is the stormwater program in general with the processes and methods that we're going to have for complying with those terms. One of those processes and methods is going to be the stormwater ordinance, which you'll be hearing is a later item today. The degree to which that ordinance might be enforced or enforceable, there are no additional funds that are being magically made available for this, so it's going to become a matter of county priorities.
Yeah, well, one thing that seems clear is that if we don't enforce these ordinances, we will be sued. And then the question becomes, would we rather not enforce them and be sued, or would we rather, protect ourselves? And I think I think there may be some people here today who feel that it's better to deal with the lawsuits because putting these ordinances into place is too onerous on our building community. But we'll get into that later with the ordinance. Supervisor Brown.
So really our options are Phase 1, like a regional, was the Sonoma County area, a new Phase 2 under the state, or negotiate our own. Is that correct?
That's right.
So your recommendation is to go into the Phase 2 under the state right now?
That's correct.
Okay, let's, I don't see any board members wanting to speak. Let's hear from anyone in the audience who'd like to address this issue.
Gee, it's one of the people that sues us.
Excuse me, Mr. Levine, would you please take the mic?
Coast Action Group.
Thank you.
Point Arena. I had a couple questions before. Hi, Abby.
Excuse me, Mr. Levine, through the chair, please.
Okay. I was just wondering if the maps have been updated to include more highly dense areas before I make a recommendation. The maps were a little out of date the last time I looked at them.
Do you have any other questions for the board or for staff?
Well, I thought that your staff would know. But I think it would be more efficient for the county just to get into the phase 2. If you want to do your own, you can come up with a program. It'll probably cost you a lot more money and be more heart-wrenching and hair-pulling operation. And phase 1 can work also. I mean, you have the 3 choices, but phase 1 is more intense also. So I think the easiest thing for the county and the most expeditious and least expensive would be going with the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Levine. Mr. Duncliffe or Ms. Stockwell, could you answer Mr. Levine's question about the maps?
Yes, they have been updated with the Census 2010 data.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to address this item? Seeing no one, board members? Would anyone care to make a motion? Supervisor McCallum?
Well, just one clarification. A portion of the cost will be borne by the Department of Transportation because a lot of what we're doing relates to our road system and also parking lots and so forth, so that's more in their purview. Although you're overall administering the program, we will get a funding contribution from DOT, I assume.
Supervisor, I'm not certain. Yes.
Well, I think Department of Transportation, for one thing, they put into their budget $225,000 to purchase a street sweeper. Although, if we're only sweeping the parking lots once a year, that may not be the most cost-effective way to accomplish that task. But my point was, to the extent that some of these requirements tie back to our road system, Department of Transportation is providing their proportionate share of the funding.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I think I'm prepared to make the motion recommended by staff. The Board of Supervisors authorizes the CEO to submit the notice of intent to the State Water Resources Control Board for permit coverage under the renewed Phase 2 small MS4 general permit.
Second.
Is there a second? Any final comment by board members? If not, let's just vote by the button just because it's an important one.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 5C. And we're actually gaining time. We're only 20 minutes behind now. This is the introduction and waiving of the reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 16.30, the Mendocino County Code regarding stormwater runoff pollution prevention procedure ordinance pursuant to categorical exemption through the California Code. And the sponsor of this item is County Council. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Parker to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is Thomas Parker, your County Council. We have put this item together for the board's consideration. We are requesting the introduction and the waiving of the reading of the first reading of an ordinance amending Mendocino County Code Chapter 16.30 regarding stormwater runoff pollution prevention ordinance pursuant to categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act. The background, just to refresh the board's memory, this has a somewhat long history, unfortunately. In October 2010, the ordinance, an earlier version of this ordinance was introduced by the Mendocino Water Agency as a part of the county's stormwater management plan. On January 4th of 2011, the board adopted 1630 as applicable county-wide. In September of that same year, 2011, the board adopted an amended ordinance reducing the impacted areas subject to regulation under the ordinance, also on a categorical exemption status under CEQA. The county was subsequently sued on CEQA grounds, claiming that this was a reduction of the environmental protections put in place in January of 2011, and that a categorical exemption under CEQA was not the appropriate CEQA action underlying the proposed and adopted ordinance change. We have been in litigation since October of 2011 on this matter. County Council has been working in handling this case, and what is proposed today, this first reading, is, if approved by the board in its two-reading process, it will lead to a settlement of the lawsuit, and it will also lead to what this office believes is a favorable attorney's fee resolution. It will put this litigation to rest. Ms. Gross of my office has been handling this case and has been handling both the litigation end as well as the settlement end. Planning and building staff is here to answer technical questions that the board members may have about the aspects of the proposed amendment. County Council has been taking the lead on this because this is county litigation. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Gross.
Thank you.
Ms. Gross, yeah, if you could just kind of summarize what you're proposing and what the reasoning is behind the proposed revisions. You might also take the opportunity to address some of the issues that were raised by the Employers Council. I see we also have a letter that came in from the Farm Bureau that was placed on our chairs during the break. I realize we haven't had a chance to vet that, and I don't know how much different it is from the ECMC letter, but I would like to give you a chance, since you were the main staff person involved in this, to summarize the work you've been doing.
Thank you. Good morning, board, CEO, County Council. As you know, my name is Terry Gross, and I'm here, as County Council said, to propose an ordinance amending Chapter 1630. You should have in your packets a strike-through copy of the ordinance, and I'm prepared to walk through that with you now and answer any questions that I can.
Chair Hamburg?
Yes. Ms. Brown.
I'd just like to ask a question. You stated that you had met with stakeholders. When was that?
Excuse me, Supervisor, would you mind if we let her make the presentation, and then we can get into, I mean, I realize there's a lot of very controversial things that people are going to bring up, but I was just hoping we could let County Council make their presentation before we start.
I just wanted to ask
criticizing it. So, Ms. Gross, could you go forward?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, just wanted to ask something pertinent to the presentation, and probably you intended to do this, but if you could highlight as you go through those items that would be something in addition to what state law requires, I think that would probably be helpful.
Certainly, and I'm happy to discuss who I met with as well. Okay, so starting at on page 1, where you see the underlining, those are the provisions that we added to the ordinance. And 16.30.010, so we're at page 1, small b. I don't know if you need me to read it, but instead what I would prefer to do is just explain the rationale for having that there. And you'll find this as a theme throughout the ordinance, that what we did was reinsert, as part of the settlement, provisions of state law that are applicable throughout the county. So you'll see B, which simply restates that a property owner who is proposing a project with a disturbance of 1 acre or more must demonstrate compliance with the state stormwater NPDES construction permit. And that can be by simply providing whatever they have in return. We're not interested in seeing, we didn't agree to a property owner providing the whole plan. It was more a receipt or an email acknowledgement of acceptance. Next, you'll see added, again, page 1, 16.30010C. And this one I think I will read. Notwithstanding the provisions of this ordinance, any property owner anywhere in the county unincorporated area proposing a project with a land disturbance of less than 1 acre must demonstrate compliance with the California Green Building Standards Codes, section 5.1061. And here, I think there's some confusion, at least I did speak with Tony Shaw from the Employers Council beforehand. Here we are adding 5.1061 measures to which are non-residential mandatory measures to any project of less than an acre. How the Green Building Code reads today regarding residential mandatory measures, there is a site development, stormwater drainage, and retention requirement. It does not give you the options for best housekeeping and BMPs that 5.106.1 does. In our discussions regarding this measure, we did not believe that that added any additional permit fees. It does not add any additional cost to the property owner. It is simply adding additional BMPs and good housekeeping measures. So that is, in response to Supervisor McCowan's question, a place where we have gone a bit beyond, but again, does not involve any additional costs, any additional permits. I did discuss this with Mr. Warwick this morning, the county building inspector. His inspectors are already requiring soil and erosion plans when there is construction activity of less than an acre. So this is something that is already in place that building and planning is handling. And I guess I want to also take a moment to reflect that this ordinance is not a construction activity ordinance. This ordinance is very limited in its function. It's limited to immunizing the county against third-party liability. So with that reminder, I think I will move on.
Yeah, I'm sure we will be revisiting these items, and there's going to be plenty of time for public input. So I know, you know, people are kind of bristling out there waiting to speak, but we'll get to you.
Including supervisors.
Even supervisors might get a chance to speak if they're good.
So I guess maybe I'll just reiterate, provision C is an area where there are state mandates now for disturbances of under an acre. However, we are grafting on some additional BMPs, no additional costs, no additional permits. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I apologize, Ms. Gross. I would just add for the record that 1630.010C is looking ahead to the new NPDES permit Phase 2 requirement, which your board just previously discussed and directed staff. So this is,
Okay.
it's going to be a part of state law effective July 1st, when
Thank
that
you.
new Phase 2 permit takes effect.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Ms. Gross?
So page 2, we simply clarified that when the ordinance references the county of Mendocino, it references the unincorporated areas. The next change you will find the waste disposal prohibitions. They're on page 7 of the ordinance. They're at 16.30.060. We did reinsert language anywhere in the county unincorporated areas because in our opinion, the waste disposal prohibitions are already part of state and federal law. They are applicable countywide, so we didn't see any additional regulation, permit costs, or fees by adding that provision. On to 16.30.070, page 7. At the bottom of that page, again, provision A, responsibility to implement best management practices. Again, we added the phrase, anywhere in the county unincorporated areas, believing that this prohibition and responsibility was part of state and federal law applicable anywhere in the county. In other words, we, again, believe that we are not adding any additional costs, any additional fees, or any additional regulations to the property owners. Perhaps the most controversial of the proposals is 16.30.070D on page 8. And I will read that out loud because it is a bit confusing. Projects, including residential projects, so I'll alert you to that because we did add residential projects to the provision. Anywhere in the county unincorporated area, disturbing less than an acre, but which creates 5,000 square feet or more of new impervious surfaces, shall meet the requirements of the California Green Building Code standard section at 5.106.1. And we moved away from the SUSUMP and to state law because the state law was simpler. I don't know if you are familiar with our SUSUMP. That is kind of an annoying acronym that stands for Guidelines for Standard Urban Stormwater Mitigation Plan. The board enacted that when it adopted the stormwater ordinance. And the SUSUMP does contain requirements for 5,000 square feet or more of impervious, application of 5,000 square feet or more of impervious materials anywhere in the county. And it requires best management practices and landscaping, and we thought it would be cleaner to just go with 5.106.1, which I have a copy of if anyone wishes to take a look at that. 5.106.1 again is non-residential mandatory measures. It was enacted and effective July 1st of 2012. It includes best management practices. It includes good housekeeping provisions. It does not include any expert SWIP, stormwater management plan. It does not include any additional fees. It does not, include any additional costs. And from speaking to the building inspector, and he is here to clarify it, the county is already reviewing erosion and sediment plans meeting the Green Building Code standards for projects disturbing less than 1 acre. And I do believe that that is the total of the changes. I would just add that we were sued over the use of the categorical exemption. We believe that the modifications to the ordinance make the use of the categorical exemption acceptable. And we do believe that this is a favorable resolution of this litigation. Given the very low standard under the California Environmental Quality Act triggering an EIR, we believe this was a good way to resolve this lawsuit and put a cap on litigation costs and attorney's fees. Thank you.
I would like to recognize the Chief Building Inspector to come up and speak about this. Chris? Several references obviously have been made to the way you have been handling this issue, so I'd just like to hear what you have to say about these suggested changes, particularly because of all the concern that this is going to be onerous and this is going to require the hiring of experts and a lot more work on the part of builders.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Chris Warwick, Chief Building Inspector for the county. You wanted to know what we are currently doing?
No, I want to know how these changes that are proposed are going to affect the way you operate your department. and also the way that you see the clients of your department doing their work.
Well, I'm trying to understand this, and maybe Mrs. Gross can explain it to me, but the way I'm reading this, that a project could be something that I'm currently exempting from a grading permit at this time, and I would not enforce these things on it. But if it's passed the way that it's written, any project that's disturbing 1 acre or less would, I guess, come into the building department and get a permit so we can ensure that this practices are the best management practices are being completed.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, currently, if you pour 5,000 square foot of driveway of impervious material, that doesn't require a permit from the building department. So yes, it would put a lot of additional work on the inspectors and trying to enforce this.
Okay. Anything else? Any other major changes?
I would like to suggest that we not use the section 5.106.1. The codes are going to change January 1st, 2014, and they do change every 3 years, and that section may not be applicable. We may want to use language that just says the current edition of the California Green Building Standards Code as adopted by the state and mandated by the state. That way we're not, we don't have that section, which could change in the future.
Okay. Supervisor Brown, do you have a question of Chris?
I do.
Okay, great.
Were you included in the talks, and prior to this ordinance coming forward, did County Counsel's office meet with you to go over what was being proposed here today and what that would mean to your department and your responsibilities as Chief Inspector?
I was asked several questions by County Counsel in regards to this, and I give you my answer, but I did not meet specifically to go over this ordinance.
Okay. Anyone else in your department, did they meet specifically with County Counsel to go over the ordinance? Were you a participant in
I
that?
can't speak for the whole department, only my division.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anybody in my division that specifically went to a meeting and go over this ordinance.
Okay, because you just expressed concerns, and I'm hearing that, that we need to look forward to what may be coming with the new standards. But I'm concerned that there hasn't been enough discussion between stakeholders looking at the letters, as well as our own county staff, in implementing this ordinance if it should pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Chris? Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Gross.
I have met with Chris Warwick several times and questioned him regarding those provisions of the ordinance that looked like they were adding additional regulations. And I'm not quite, and I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yes, we did. We did talk a few times about it. I just want to point out the Green Building Code. It was adopted by the state, and it pertains to new buildings, not projects. So, just to point
I
that
appreciate
out,
that input.
and
Thank
that,
you.
When you reference that, it seems odd to put projects into that language of the code that was adopted for new buildings.
I don't know. I don't understand the difference.
Definitions.
Okay, the green building standards apply to new buildings.
Yeah. And how is that different than a project?
And it could apply to remodels of a certain amount of money and additions, but it doesn't apply if you go out and grade and do an act of grading, like a road or something, anything else other than a building. The Green Building Code does not apply. Chapter 70 of the Uniform Building Code, which has been adopted by the county, applies to that grading. When you grade for the purpose of a building pad or a subdivision, then you're under the 2010 California Building Code Appendix J.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Warwick? Thanks, Chris. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but that's what happens when you come to these meetings.
So, Chris,
Johnny?
one final question. So with this wording the way it stands, it would mean a considerable difference in the way you looked at any projects, right? I mean, basically, you only applied the new Green Building Code to new buildings and whatnot. But this what we're proposing here means any projects like a remodel on a building or things like that, right? Did I miss something, or am I correct in that statement?
I'd have to ask Ms. Gross. There's not a definition for what is a project.
Well, I mean, how are you going to interpret it? How would you interpret it? If I come in and said I want to remodel this building or something, wouldn't that apply? Would that apply?
If you were disturbing less than an acre, that's the way I read this as written. Any project that disturbs less than an acre has to comply.
Comply with the Green Building Code. Ms. Gross, could you clarify?
The definition under state law is kind of a hybrid. It says newly constructed projects. And frankly, I did assume that we were talking about construction projects with this, so.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, if there are no more board comments of staff, I would like to ask members of the public who would like to speak to come forward with or without your salmon-colored slips. Mr. Sakowitz would like to be first.
Thank you, Chair Hamburg. John Sakowitz, Ukiah, speaking as a private citizen only. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, staff. With regard to 16.30.040 prohibition on illegal discharges, I share the concerns of this board and also of the Farm Bureau regarding a lot of the problems related to water quality issues due to illegal marijuana construction, including illegal road construction, tree removal, improper fuel storage, water diversion, pesticides, herbicides, etc. Along with many members of the public would like to know if the county intends to enforce the standards of 16.30 on marijuana production. Will the county hold landowners responsible for the cleanup and the restoration of trespass marijuana grows on their property? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Shaw.
Chairman, members of the board, Tony Shaw speaking for the Employers Council of Mendocino County. Thank you for this opportunity. You have our comment letter that we submitted yesterday. I'd like to apologize for it coming in on the 11th hour, but we just received notice on this item last Thursday when the agenda was published. In short, there's two main points that we'd like to make here. The first is, back in 2010 and 11, we came to the board and we said, stop, don't adopt this ordinance. The Green Building Code is coming into effect. This is going to cover interim and permanent best management practices for construction and site development for all projects in the county, and you don't need to adopt the ordinance before you. You went ahead and adopted it anyway. Several months later, you rescinded that ordinance and amended it and adopted it, and now you're in a lawsuit. So I hope you give some credit to our comments today about what we're asking you to do. Our first comment is, we don't think you should make any specific references to sections in the Green Building Code. I think simply just reference it. Be done with it. It's very efficient that way. That way staff doesn't have to keep coming back with ordinance amendments every time that the Green Building Code changes, which is all the time. The second point is, you just heard about this MS4 area that is a specific area with specific requirements to comply with the state for water quality. Your ordinance should specifically reference that any projects in that area have to comply with the MS4 permit and be done with it. And then allow Mr. Dunnicliff and your building official, Mr. Warwick, to come up with how that is to be implemented and not get into the weeds in this ordinance about so many thousand square feet of this, or follow this requirement for residential. It becomes too confusing for your constituents. So please accept our comments, make the changes, and always, that the Employers Council's here if you want us to bring forth some professionals to give you some input on these items. We're here to provide stakeholder input. And please consult with us before you start putting things on the agenda. This is uncomfortable for everyone to come in here and provide comment at the last minute. Thank you very much.
Eric Crane.
Eric Crane, Crane of Ukiah. We're back here again with rules that were drawn up in the cover of darkness. Why is an attorney coming up with these rules without talking to the stakeholders? There's Employers Council, North Coast Builders Exchange, Farm Bureau, Agriculture and Business Coalition. All of these entities have offered to help craft whatever needs to be crafted because we have expertise. We're not having that offer being availed by your county council. We end up with these tin pot rules that don't have the professional input that they should. We find out about these things end of last week, and here it is being asked to be voted on by your county council. I just don't understand it. It's very, very frustrating, very disconcerting. I hope that you can see a way to push this back out to the stakeholders so that we can weigh in efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Peter Bradford.
Peter Bradford, Boonville, California. The first time this ordinance came through, it was presented to the board. It was a result of emails that went back and forth between one of the county councils, deputy councils, and the regional board. As a result, we had an ordinance that was passed conveniently when there wasn't a lot of agricultural representation here in the county. We did have a public hearing that was not a public hearing, but a chance for the county to come forward and talk to us all about what the proposed ordinance was going to do to us. And here we are again, where we have an ordinance that's before us. There's, as far as I know, only 2 individuals that were invited to comment on it from the ag community. That's a far cry from adequate representation of the ag community. In addition, it says in the ordinance that this does not apply to agricultural and timber lands, yet it's not clear at all in the beginning of this where it should be stated that this only applies to urban, non-ag, non-timber areas outside the in the unincorporated zone. And then also the word project is used, yet construction activity is referenced as a definition. I would respectfully ask that wherever project is put in this, it be changed to construction activity. And please make it clear that this ordinance is only concerning the unincorporated areas that are non-timber, non-ag. And finally, for your information, the state and regional board are working on permitting on all ag land, all irrigated ag land, and all grazing land. That's going to be coming up in the future. So we are going to have adequate coverage. Why go to unnecessary duplicative expenses at the county level? Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Crane.
Greetings. Crane Bukaya. Also, I serve on the City Council. I'm very sensitive to the regulatory burden that disadvantages our communities for economic viability. The more regulation, the deeper the regulation, the more we strangle ourselves. There are aspects of this that are, in my opinion, reaching beyond what this agency needs to do. I would hope that you restrict this activity to the minimum the state requires, not generate new regulatory burden for our community. Thank you.
Devin Jones.
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I apologize for my voice. I've got this lovely head cold that's going around. So I won't repeat myself. Mr. Bradford pointed out a number of our positions that were in the document to you this morning. And again, like Tony Shaw mentioned, we apologize for the late notice. But when we get notification on Friday that this was coming to the board, I have to go through my process to get the approval to get the letters to you, hence the timing. So some of the points that I wanted to kind of put a little more emphasis on involves agriculture and timber production, referenced under 16.30.040C. And, there is some clarification here. So if it only applies to those agricultural properties currently within the permitted areas, there's a number of properties that are actively in agriculture that are in the permitted areas already, especially on the east side of Highway 101. And those properties deal substantially with the interface of the urban population. They deal with trash, refuse, illegal dumping, everything that comes onto their properties that they have no control of. So one of the questions that comes to my mind is, okay, how can these property owners continue to work with the county or other entities out there on these cleanup measures so that all that liability isn't put onto them? So that's a big issue for us. And second of all, basically that statement in C puts the liability from the county back on the property owner. Well, we're already seeing that in other programs that the Regional Water Board is creating. That's one of our biggest concerns. You've mentioned the county's being concerned with being viable to third-party lawsuits. Property owners are highly concerned to being subjected to third-party lawsuits from these many layers of regulatory framework and the information that we have to provide. So I just want to bring that to your attention. And one of the concerns, again, an acre or less or acre or more, is how our standard everyday agricultural practices are going to be engaged on this. If the building inspector is clear as to what the jurisdictional boundaries of this are, that's one thing. But if my guys have to start getting a permit just to go out and do everyday work, such as intercropping, plowing weeds, mowing, who knows what this could be incorporated at, and that's one of the concerns that we have. And finally, like Mr. Sakowitz pointed out, there's a big double standard that's going on when it comes to water quality and regulatory standards. There's a lot of trespass marijuana grows out there that my property owners are dealing with. Chemicals, refuse, trash, water diversions, poaching, you name it. So the county should really consider working with the Regional Water Board, and we've been pushing them as well, to not have this double standard when it comes to actually enforcement of water quality. So thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Yes.
Thank you. I'll make it short. Louis Bigfoot, representing Mendocino Environmental Center. In particular, the sites in Mendocino County, such as Remco, it's a Masonite, old mill sites, Walmart, their proposed Costco, all these major parking lots, Home Depot. I'd like to see some nuts and bolts on, I know that the Harris Quarry has the site in plan and on their approval process for their expansion. So again, being a reporter and being on the outside, not looking in the inside, not being able to relate to all of these organizations, it'd be nice for the county residents to know what is going on in terms of water quality discharge on all of those major sites. Thank you.
George Rao.
I'm George Rao, cranky old civil engineer. We deal with regulations every day that just seem to keep growing and growing and changing and changing. And as Ms. Gross said, we were working under one of the provisions of the California Green Code, and it changed as of July 1st, I guess, of last year. But that's one of the problems I see with this ordinance is that there's specific references to sections which are going to change. As Mr. Warwick said, they'll be changing again next year, January 1st. So I would say get the specific references out and make it just subject to the California Green Code. I think I'm still confused, which is one reason I hesitated to even get up here, because in my projects I've been doing erosion control plans for driveways, for any kind of earth moving project that requires a grading permit, and now I'm told that, well, I really didn't need to do that. I could have, we could have done something less. I don't know. It's a very confusing world out there. My clients, the ones who are honest, are paying through the nose for different plans. Just from my office, when I charge someone for an erosion control plan for a residential grading plan, it generally runs around $800 to $1,200. If I'm charging someone for a grading plan, an erosion control plan for a commercial or industrial one less than an acre, it runs $2,500 to $3,000. So there's a difference between the mandatory green code, the way I interpret it, and the way I've been submitting my plans to your building department. It may not, I've learned something today. Now I'm told that even the homeowners can do their own erosion control plan. Well, okay. This is the confusion that's out there. This is what people are paying for. It adds to your costs, and the more overlapping of regulations, and the more, like right now, we're dealing with the building department. If this ordinance is adopted, we'll be dealing with the planning department and with the water agency. So now we have 3 inter-county agencies, which I'm not clear who does what when. So these are the kinds of things. They're small, picky issues, perhaps, but I think they could be ironed out and make more clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rao. Mr. Howard?
Good morning, Lee Howard, representing North Coast Builders Exchange. I think there's a lot that's been said here, but there's a lot that hasn't been said here. Class K doesn't get green. How's it going to affect Class K? The simple fact of environmental health, not even mentioned here today. Where in the hell's environmental health when I go out to tear out more than an acre for a septic tank? You gonna get it one of these nice little things to do now for environmental health? 5,000 square feet. Most driveway encroachment permits. Everywhere we go. Dozen of them last month for the county. Each one of these gonna have to have this. Does county council have a clue about the rest of the what's out there to take care of? The technical portion of this could have been taken care of a long time ago. Should have been taken care of a long time ago. ABC got together and we had a workshop, right? We were told at the workshop, yeah, we're going to work on this. We'll bring it back to you. This is bringing it back to us? The last minute? Friday? And they say, oh, we talked to you. Who in the hell did you talk to? Come on. I got 100 contractors in this county that are interested in it. Maybe they're all not going to show up. Well, when you got to start talking about their livelihood and the constituents that they have, what are we doing here? Trying to satisfy a lawsuit? I hear the lawsuit. Bring them on. You know, you guys were had a misrepresentation to you to start this whole thing. Right? Nobody talked about that. You have to adopt this. No, you didn't have to, and you didn't. Maybe a judge needs to hear that when you get to the lawsuit portion of it. If county council doesn't have the guts to push back on some of this stuff and at least have a discussion with us out here, stakeholders, maybe you better find some new county council. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Linda Sanders, and I'm from Friends of Gibson Creek, and it's unfortunate that we're here again when we listened to the stakeholders last time and the amended version was adopted because their input was considered. It put the county at risk legally. And you know, there's been a delay in this county to have a stormwater runoff pollution ordinance for 10 years. And the Regional Water Quality Board back in 2003 said that the county obtained a National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit program for compliance with the Federal Clear Water Act of 1987. And the first task of the county was to adopt an ordinance because all of our rivers are impaired. And if we listen to industry and lobbyists, they're going to continue to worsen. Your staff consulted with you back in 2011 when that amended version was adopted, and they let you know that you were legally vulnerable if you adopted that version that the industry wanted you to. So now you have a suit, and The industry is upset, as we knew they would, because we have a culture in this county that extraction is paramount. And trying to improve and renew our lands and waters need to be delayed and stopped if possible. So I hope that you will be strong and go with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pinky Kushner. I also speak for the Friends of Gibson Creek. I think the one thing that hasn't been mentioned this morning are the fish. The ordinance that was passed was a good one, and then it was modified to include only the unincorporated areas of the sphere of influence of the two major cities of the county. And we all know that fish don't know where is the sphere of influence of a different county. The fish go wherever they want to go. Delaying this, it does put a burden on the people who are used to having no regulation and going in and doing anything they want. But we no longer live in 1950. We're in a different community. We're a different world now. And we have to face that fact. And I don't think there's anybody in the room that doesn't enjoy eating fish. And eating fish means that you got to produce it and you got to protect them. And I don't think there's anybody in the room that doesn't like a good, clear stream. Nobody in this room. And it's up to you to figure out how to write an ordinance. It has been written. You've been offered it. And it needs to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair Hamburg and members of the board. My name is Don McInhill. I'm here with Russian River Keeper, and we are one of the plaintiffs to the lawsuit. I want to start out by thanking Terry and the County Counsel's office for working with us for almost a year to craft this ordinance with the intention not to impose additional fees, with the intention not to duplicate existing regulations. I'd like to make a couple comments. The first one is, it's comical that people are talking about the dark of the night, because we filed a lawsuit because we found out in the middle of the night that you are gutting and rescinding a perfectly good ordinance that prepared you for future regulations, which, as County Council and others have said, are coming July 1st in a couple of weeks. First off, all these BMPs that are being required, whether under the Green Building Code or through the county SUSUM or through the Planning and Building Code, are actually liability protection to these very builders you heard speak. If they do not install BMPs and they violate the basin plan, there's a lot of lawyers who'll come sue them. And it'll cost a lot more money than complying with those BMPs. If they've complied with BMPs, they have some protection against third-party lawsuits, as does the county. I think this also sends a very positive message, if you adopt this ordinance, to the Water Board, that you're serious about addressing water quality issues, and I think that would be very productive going forward. I'd also like to speak to Devin Jones's comments. It was never our intention to have everyday agricultural operations subject to this ordinance, nor was it our intention to put the onus on property owners for illegal marijuana grows. So that's certainly something that might need to be revisited. Certainly defining projects more narrowly might address that issue. But I am certainly, we are working with the agriculture community developing the agricultural water quality waiver, which will address everyday agricultural operations. So we're not looking to duplicate that. I think that last thing I'll say is we've worked with a number of developers in several cities in Sonoma County to show them how not to, we just worked with the city of Hillsburg, who was going to spend $160,000 underground draining a parking lot, and for $35,000 we're going to route that water through landscaping and save the city $130,000. We're willing to help. But I think the comments that this is going to pose an onerous burden, I don't think so. We went to great lengths to avoid that. I hope you adopt this, and we're certainly open to any questions you might have and working with people to clarify any other things that might need clarification. Thank you.
Don, before you sit down, Supervisor McCowan has a question.
Yes,
thank you, and I welcome your comments regarding that it's not the intention that this apply to everyday ag operations or that it penalize property owners for trespass marijuana grows. And then also you mentioned it might be prudent to better define project. That was one of the criticisms pointed out. Another technical comment was don't reference a specific section, but reference the Green Building Code or the most current version. So would you have any objection if we deferred action just long enough to incorporate some of these clarifications? You know, it's kind of hard sometimes to write an ordinance by committee here during this process. But so in your mind, is this particularly time sensitive, or as long as, you know, we're moving forward in a good faith effort to adopt an ordinance consistent with our discussions, do you think, do you have any objection to that?
I can't speak for Alan Levine from Coast Action Group, but certainly from Riverkeeper's perspective, taking a bit of time to address these concerns is reasonable. And we certainly are not prepared to answer whether referencing the entire Green Building Code is a solution. There's a lot of exemptions in there that would pull the very projects out that we'd like to see addressed. And so, given that we can't give you an answer on whether taking 5.106.1 from the Building Code and replacing that with a general reference would work or not. So we'd have to do some homework too. We're also very open to meeting with members of the building community and discussing how this might increase fees and trying to find ways to get to the intent here, which is to control pollution going into our river or where we get our drinking water, where our fish live, without making this onerous on the building community. Believe me, I've got a small remodel project, and also remodel projects generally don't disturb the ground. I've paid almost $16,000 in fees to finish off an unfinished attic space in Hillsburg. Thank God y'all don't live there. You know, I mean, I just found out that as part of this project, which is not adding any new water, I've got to replace a water meter for $3,500. So I absolutely understand the cost issue. And that's not, we're not looking to throw people under the bus, builders or project owners. You know, we're looking to make sure, one, that they've got liability protection from pollution discharges. They've done something they can point to as protection against a lawsuit. Also, keep the county from taking on liability, and ultimately it's about making that river clean, and that's what we all need to, you know, that is far more important than some amount of onerous extra steps today. Our kids will be thanking us down the road, so thank you. And I think a couple weeks to kind of have some discussions is reasonable to me. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Mr. Levine, you were first. Excuse me, sir. I'll recognize Alan, then I'll recognize you.
Alan Levine for Coast Action Group, also a participant in the litigation. There are several issues up front. The major issue is that all of Mendocino County's major water bodies are listed as impaired, and stormwater is a very big part of that issue. One other outstanding issue is that the county has been served a notice of violation, and you're going to have to perform to satisfy that notice to the regional board's requirements. And one of the requirements is going to be you have to have some dedicated staff that are willing to oversee this. However, I don't think remodels fall under stormwater. I think you've been misled in some areas. I think it's important for you to know that in the coastal zone, these standards are applied routinely, and people live through it. It's not a big problem. The issues and resolving the issues of stormwater is not that expensive. It doesn't take that much technology. It takes a little bit of forethought and planning. And I think this county's capable and actually needs to move forward in addressing those issues on a countywide basis. And I think County Council provided reasonable remedy with the solution that's before you today. I think if somebody needs 1 acre or even 5,000 feet of disturbance to create a septic system, that they're full of something, and that it's an exaggeration of the extent of the responsibility and costs. I think that the ordinance as written does not include responsibilities to agriculture, well, the general normal operations of agriculture, and probably does include some other types of related potential discharges related to tractors or something like that, which should be included, or maybe even road construction. But general planting and irrigating and that kind of issue wouldn't be considered by this ordinance. I want to answer John McCowan's concern about the referencing for Coast Action Group, this section of the Green Building Code, section 5106.1, needs to be referenced specifically for our intent. If you want to change some language about agricultural responsibility, about normal operations and planting and irrigation and replanting or whatever, that would be okay. Open to any questions.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, and again, to the same point, do you have any objection if we take a little extra time to whatever amendments might be made or revisions to the language here? It'd be probably beneficial to have the opportunity to run that by some of the other stakeholders, as well as your group and Russian Riverkeeper, to make sure that whatever changes are made are still consistent with the discussions that we've held. So again, is there any objection if we continue this to make those clarifications and whatever technical refinements are necessary?
I think that would be okay to use a reasonable period of time to clarify some outstanding issues. Major changes, as far as I'm concerned, are unacceptable, and I'd be opposed to that. But clarifying the language of what the applicability part, as long as it fits with the intent of what's in the major document, that would be fine, and taking time to do so would be fine. Again, I want to repeat, I think that your legal department, your legal counsel did a very good job of remedying an action that was illegal on its face or did not comport with California code, and we're seeing the results of it on many fronts.
Supervisor Brown.
Thanks.
Alan, hold on a second.
No, thank you very much, Alan, and also thank Dawn for, allowing us, if we decide to do that, to take some extra time. I think we still have one public speaker. I was getting ready to.
All right, sorry.
Thank you, Alan.
Sir.
And the Slota Mendocino County Water Agency, under the old permit, I was involved with responding to water quality complaints. And in the interest of moving this forward, I just do have a couple of little, maybe, modifications to the language as well. The first would be section 1630-040. Just reference that the county may require by written notice that a person responsible for an illegal discharge immediately or by a specified date discontinue the discharge, and if necessary take additional measures. And throughout the
Excuse me, Dennis, 1630-040?
16.30.040F. I'm sorry, F.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go on.
And it's really that first sentence. The county may require by written notice that a person person responsible for an illegal discharge immediately or by a specified date discontinue the discharge. Throughout the whole ordinance, by written notice, like section 070, 100 by written notice, 110 by written notice, 120 by written notice. Throughout the document, saying by written notice. Well, I've been on about 3 dozen water quality complaints, and we never did any written notice other than the violation notice. And I would recommend that oral or written notice be inserted there. There should be a mechanism for oral notification. My issue would be, if you see a problem happening in front of your eyes, if you read this, by the very face of it, it sort of implies, go to your office, write a letter, and wait for a response, and then go back. And so I would just like to clarify and say, oral notification should be in here, in my opinion. I agree with comments on the Green Building Code reference to that. When I took this and I just Googled California Green Building Standards Code Section 5.106.1, I Googled that, and what I got was reference to preparing a SWIP, Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, and all these things, which don't make sense for a residential construction. And it turns out, oh, that was the 2010 building code, you know. So to me, somehow it has to reference the current edition or the most recent edition of the California Green Building Code. But again, exactly, I typed in the exact language of the ordinance, and I was misled off this other track. You need to do a SWIP. Hey, wow, that's a big deal. Well, no, you don't. Now you don't, you know. So that needs to be clarified for folks. And then the third one is, the original ordinance did not reference waters of the United States. When that ordinance was changed by other entities, they changed it to waters of the United States. And here's the definition of waters of the United States. And A is, all waters which are currently used, were used in the past, or may be susceptible to use in interstate or foreign commerce, including all waters which are subject to the ebb and flow of tide. Section A refers to interstate foreign commerce. B, interstate waters. C, which could or would affect interstate or foreign commerce. C1, by interstate or foreign
Dennis,
travelers.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
Yeah,
it's very
and
interesting.
So, to me, the language referencing waters of the United States is not appropriate. It should be waters of the state, and our waters are not used for foreign commerce.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Are there any others in the audience who have not had a chance to speak who would like to do so? Okay. Terry, I'm going to give you a chance to comment on any of these issues that have been brought up, and also on the answers to the question that Supervisor McCowan raised.
Terry Gross, Deputy County Counsel. I'm here at your direction to take your direction in resolving this lawsuit. I don't, you know, I did participate in negotiations for the last year, and this is a little bit complex. I don't know that you usually resolve litigation by amending an ordinance. And usually we resolve litigation in closed session with the board without public input. This obviously demands and compels public input. That's why we're here today. And I'm ready to take your direction. You've heard from both the plaintiffs, their positions. Neither of them seem concerned about taking some additional time. One of them sounds like his heels are dug in regarding the Green Building Code provision. So I'm really here to do what you think the next right thing is.
Okay, thank you. County Counsel, do you have any comments?
Thomas Parker, County Counsel. When ordinances are first proposed in the normal course of business, as this board is well aware, it's done typically with stakeholder input from the various parties, whatever their viewpoints are, that have some impact on what the ordinance may or may not say. This latest proposal has not been run through that normal stakeholder process precisely because of the litigation nature. I don't know of any party to litigation, whether it's a private individual or a private company or a public entity, that as a part of litigation holds stakeholder meetings to discuss what is or is not an appropriate and wise move. And I don't recommend that to any board that I work for as a way to conduct litigation. It's the county's coffers that have to pay the attorney costs. It's the county's coffers that pay for whatever other kinds of costs or fees the county may or may not incur in that process. So it is up to the lawyers, the affected department heads, the CEO, and most especially the Board of Supervisors to determine what is the appropriate course of action and to give the rest of us guidance on what you do and do not want us to do. So this is a weird situation.
Well, one thing that's we've just learned about this situation is that the litigants themselves are willing, for some period of time. I mean, I'm sure they don't want this to drag on forever, as I'm sure the board doesn't either, or any of us, but that they are willing to enter into that conversation because, I keep hearing from staff that the intention is not to create onerous or duplicative regulations that are going to negatively impact construction activity in the county. And I don't think anybody on this board wants to see that happen. So it does seem like, and I appreciate Supervisor McCowan's suggestion, if we could take another 30 days and come back, in mid-July with something that at least everybody has had a chance to, and I understand what you're saying about litigation and how it usually moves forward, but it seems like in this case, since there is a willingness by the parties to have a discussion, I think that that's a good way to go at this point.
I have no problem with that,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you very much. And this recent version does have some flaws, maybe some misunderstandings. It sounds like we have differing opinions, but I do want to go back. The reason, especially for Ms. Sanders, the reason the board reconsidered the former ordinance was because we were misinformed that it was to be a countywide ordinance, while in the permit, the only thing that was required was for the urbanized areas around Fort Bragg and Ukiah, the unincorporated areas. That's why we went back to revisit, and then we were sued. So I wanted to explain that to you. And I don't think this board should be misinformed. We look forward to staff being honest and bring forth the correct steps. Certainly our community partners, whether it's, doesn't matter who the stakeholders are, we've got them on both sides, that we do need to work with the community and do what's best as we move into the future. So I do believe the recent version does have flaws, and those have been pointed out by all sides. And while I'd like to resolve the lawsuit with this proposed ordinance, I do feel it needs to be further vetted and would like it to come back at the next scheduled board meeting. But
July 16th.
Yes, but be worked upon in between. So all stakeholders, including those that are suing the county, be a part of the process and try to work this out. We have to do the best job possible. And I look at the 2 letters brought in, the questions being asked by staff, and also the points made by riverkeepers. So it's not ready for prime time.
So would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, that work be done. Let me go back to...
What I've heard is a motion, and what I would propose, Supervisor Brown, and you can correct me at any time I mistake your intent, would be that staff be directed to come back at the July 16th, 2013 regularly scheduled board meeting of this board with a revised ordinance and between now and the 16th, that all stakeholders be allowed a chance to review the document before it comes to the board so they can offer their comments and they feel better prepared on the 16th to present their comments to the board in open session, whatever those comments may be. Is that a fair statement of your intent?
It is, except I do want county staff included in
Yes.
this process. Director of Planning and Building Services, staff he selects to be a part of that process, Director of the Water Agency, who happens to be the same, should also, Chief Building Inspector. I think county staff, who has to implement and enforce, needs to be a part of this process.
Okay.
Okay, Tim, read that back. No, we need to.
And I'll,
we need
I'll-
to pair. We do have a second.
Well, you
We-
need
we-
a second.
Are you a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we need to pare this down to something that is a little more.
So what do you have, Tim?
Please bear with me. This is a work in progress. Will this be this isn't board direction, this is an actual motion. So-
Yes.
Why don't we just start by saying continue this item to July 16th and direct staff to meet with all the stakeholders involved to include the litigators on this issue.
Well, that's another approach, but that's not what we've got
Well,
a
it's
motion
pretty
and a
simple.
second on.
Okay, but it's not.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, seconded by Supervisor McCowan, that staff be directed to return on July 16th, 2013, the regularly scheduled board meeting with a revised version of the proposed ordinance, working in the meantime, allowing county staff to work in the meantime with those stakeholders.
I think we can just say instruction to staff to work with stakeholders and the litigants on crafting a ordinance revision. Doesn't that kind of get it?
To be brought back on July 16th.
Yeah.
Well, that's the essence of it, I think,
Yes.
is for it to be continued, for staff to work with all the stakeholders, including the litigants, to prepare a revised ordinance for our consideration.
For July 16th.
Yeah.
And the litigants, I mean, that's the first possible time it could come back. And they don't want to see us take a lot of time, so
Yeah.
that is, I think, something that they would agree to.
Yes, Mr. Donacliff.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Steve Donacliff, Director of Planning and Building. One concern is that currently we're scheduled to have a special meeting with the Planning Commission for consideration of the Mendocino Town Plan on July 11th. When you look at a July 16th meeting of the board, that means that typically all of the paperwork is supposed to be in hand 2 weeks before that. I guess what I'm asking for is if there's any way the board could see fit, we get a little bit more time than July 16th. It's going to create a substantial workload for Ms. Stockwell in particular, as being a planner that's directly working with the town plan and is also working with the stormwater program.
Okay, I hear that. Would the board want to consider, and also would the parties be willing to consider moving this item to July 30th? Yes, no? Yes.
I believe we have an assent.
Okay, if you would just note that in the motion, that we will bring this back on July the 30th in recognition of the pressures on the Planning and Building Department. And with that, any final comments by board members? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously, and we will come back to this item July 30th. And we will have harmony on that day. Maybe. Okay, we will be adjourned until 1:30 when we will have a public hearing. Afternoon. The Board of Supervisors will be back in session after its lunch recess, and we have a timed item for 1:30. This is item number 5G, discussion and possible action on appeal of zoning administrator's decision to approve a minor use permit for the Northern Nights Music Festival in Cooks Valley, and this is a noticed public hearing. I first have to turn to the clerk to make sure that proper notice has been given.
Proper notice has been established, yes.
Okay. Is there any correspondence or telephone calls received that the board is not aware of?
All correspondence received has been distributed.
Okay, then we will proceed first with our staff report. And I see we have Mr. Gustafson and the sheriff and Mr. Dooley. This is a lineup I've never seen before in the boardroom. But Andy, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you, Board. Andy Gustafson, Chief Planner. I'm here to introduce Dusty Dooley. He's the project planner on the project. I was the zoning administrator that issued a decision on this matter. Dusty.
Okay, Dusty.
Thank you, Andy. I'd like to give the opportunity to Sheriff Allman to speak with the board very briefly, as he has a prior appointment to get to.
Okay. Sheriff?
In 1 minute, you've talked to all three of us. This is good. Thank you, Chair and Board. I apologize. I have a squad meeting appointment at 3 o'clock in Fort Bragg that I was obligated to approximately 6 months ago. But I want to state several things, and I want to start by the piece of paper you have in your hand for clear transparency and living in a small county and being raised in southern Humboldt. The property owner of this is Keith Bowman. Keith Bowman's wife is Trudy Bowman, and Trudy's sister is Pam Van Meter, who's married to my uncle. So I wanted to, my support for this event doesn't rely on my family ties, but I didn't want there to be any assumption that I was hiding the fact that I have a very good aunt, and someone thinks that I'm taking favors because of the family ties. But the sheriff's office has, as you know, has overseen major events in this county. I've been with the sheriff's office for 28 years. With the exception of the Redwood Run in 2000, I've attended every Redwood Run, reggae, Kate Wolf Festival, picnic in Mendocino County. And I certainly have had an opportunity to work with abundance of promoters and coordinators of events. And during my experience with working with these coordinators, I've never had an opportunity to work with a group of professionals such as we're working with on the Northern Nights event. They appear to be educated, they appear to be experienced, and they appear to have the desire to take care of problems. And in taking care of problems, they certainly understand that this event, if it's approved, would be an annual event year after year. And I think that they're going to base a lot of their security and their action for this event on the assumption that this is going to be an ongoing event that will continue to draw economic interest to our county. I know all the players involved here. Pat Dowd, I went to high school with he and his sister, and I know everybody involved. And the sheriff's office has taken a great deal of time to look into this event and to spend time to make sure that any problems that have come up in the past, and there have been problems in the past, are addressed, and the quality of life in Piercy is not compromised because of a concert like this. And so I think that the innovation that this group brings, the energy this group brings, and the desire to have ongoing events is something that's going to allow us to oversee the event with the absolute assumption that if a problem arises during the 72 hours, we're going to have the contacts on the other end of the cell phone to take care of the problems and to deal with the problems as soon as possible. So the sheriff's office puts their stamp of approval on the plan as submitted. We appreciate the ability to work with planning and building on this one to oversee and make sure all the necessary bureaucracy paperwork is taken care of. And I guess I'm saying not only does the sheriff's office put their stamp of approval on, Mr. Chair, but myself, I do, because if I didn't believe this was going to go smooth for the county, and I know just about every family in Piercy, I would not be in front of you putting my stamp of approval on it. So I'd gladly take any questions you have for the sheriff's office, and I apologize for having to leave early due to a prior obligation. However, this is an important economic interest, but I don't want economic interest to override the quality of life factor. And I think with the planning and input that's been put into this operation, I think we can see both economic interest and the quality of life not being diminished during the 72-hour periods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ullman. Any questions of the sheriff? Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you ever worked with these particular promoters before?
I have not, Supervisor McCowan. This is the first event. We started working together in February. They've had several meetings with myself and with Lieutenant Mason and Sergeant Kendall up north. So this is their first venture for Mendocino County.
Do they have an agreement with you to reimburse you for the cost of services provided by the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they do.
And does that involve putting on extra personnel from what your normal staffing would be for the North County?
Yes, it does.
How many extra personnel?
It obviously depends on the timing of the event. It's my desire during the event hours, during the peak event hours, so in the after dark on both Friday night and Saturday night, to have 2 additional deputy sheriffs in Piercy, as well as to have a roving deputy in the north sector. And they will remain in Piercy for many reasons. When we have a concert like this, some of the things we see other than trespassing is we certainly see illegal camping, and illegal camping this time of year with illegal fires is a public safety concern. So our deputies are very concerned on it, and our deputies are very experienced. With the Redwood Run has taught us many things, and we're certainly prepared to patrol the area of Piercy. And those 2 deputies will remain in Piercy, barring an absolute unforeseen emergency in the North County where they would be called away. But I know in the past what's happened is they've been up in the area and they've been away from the area when certain events have happened. And what we have done in the past with reggae to take care of this is make sure that the citizens have the number to dispatch, and the dispatcher have the cell phone to the deputy sheriff immediately, so we can get there as quick as possible to take care of it.
So you'd have 2 dedicated to the event plus a rover?
Well, the rover would not be reimbursed.
Right.
The rover would be a routine patrol deputy, and that would be during the peak of the event. So in the mornings of Saturday morning and Sunday morning, no, we would not have 2 up there. We would have 1 up there.
But what happens, somebody gets arrested at 10:30 at night, presumably a deputy has to take him down to Ukiah, somebody else gets arrested at 10:45, you know, I'm not sure that just having 2 people Friday and Saturday night is really going to provide the coverage that would be necessary to control the kind of problems that we've had in that venue before.
Well, I don't believe historically we've had problems, and I'll compare it to reggae. I don't believe we've had the historical problems that you speak of. However, our deputies are very good not only of making an arrest, but also the logistics involved. What would normally happen in that situation, Supervisor, if an arrest was made in Piercy, the Laytonville deputy would probably meet that Piercy deputy in Leggett and take the inmate and transport him halfway to Ukiah, where a Ukiah deputy would transport him to the county jail, and that allows the deputy to remain in his area of patrol.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, thank you, Sheriff, for being here today and answering questions. And I just wanted to clarify, because I know you have to go, but before we've really gotten into the public hearing, I just want to confirm, so you can confirm with the board and the public, that you and I have had a conversation about a possible amendment to a condition so that that would relate to the public safety, not a peace officer, but the security on site of the neighbor's property, and doing like a reimbursement agreement with the county. So just wanted to confirm that we've talked about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. I appreciate that, and I have had a chance to speak to the Northern Nights people with the idea, and I appreciate the idea. It's a good one. A law enforcement officer reimbursement is somewhat expensive in the area, depending on what their salary is, $60 to $80 an hour, based on benefits and mileage. And we, the Sheriff's Office, utilize a private security system for service for several situations throughout the county where a armed peace officer may not be the most cost-efficient manner of taking care of the problem. And I believe that if I understood your question prior to our meeting, sir, is that you asked, would it be possible for the Sheriff's Office to hire a private security guard to stay in front of Mr. Dowd's driveway and monitor the music, and that way the security guard would answer to the Sheriff's Office and not answer to the Northern Nights people, and then after the event the Sheriff's Office would submit the reimbursement cost to Northern Nights for the entire cost. and they appear to be approval of that, and they stated yes on that. So it obviously would be less than half price to the sheriff's office deputy sheriff, and we would accomplish the same task, and I'd be absolutely willing to take care of that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir.
And at this point, I do want to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Dooley to give his report.
Well, I don't think we've heard from the planners.
That's what we're doing.
Dooley.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the public hearing isn't open yet because staff has not presented its...
Oh, I thought we opened the public hearing and then we hear the staff report. At least according to my information.
It's all
Okay, well, let's just go forward then. Dusty?
All right, very good. Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chairman Hamburg, Dusty Dooley, Staff Planner, Project Coordinator for this case. I'm just going to try to give a quick overview. I'll try not to take more than 6 or 7 minutes. Certainly, I'll look at the board. And you can shut me off if I'm going too long here. Right, appeal of zoning administrator's decision to approve use permit 5-2013, the Northern Nights Music Festival, 3-day music camping event, up to 3,500 attendees. Projects located at the Humboldt County, Mendocino County line. That's shown as the dotted black line that's going across your screen. You can see the project site is outlined in yellow. This is the northernmost property in Mendocino County before we enter into Humboldt County. And just as a reference for today, you can see the appellant's location, Mr. Dowd's residence, to the south of the project site, and then to the north on the next bend of the river, you've got the Reggae on the River site.
Would you show us the Dowd residence location?
It's there on the bottom. Okay.
Right there. And I believe this is the site for Reggae on the River, French's Camp. This is in an area known as Cooks Valley, fairly rural area with a mixture of timberland and residential. There's approximately 10 homes within a half-mile distance. The closest homes, the closest off-site residence being across the highway, and then Mr. Dowd's house on the opposite side of the river. You do have the staff report. Staff identified in the staff report discusses potential significant impacts that may arise as a result of the project. Regarding public services, the project's likely result in a heightened fire safety danger, potential increase for demand of local law enforcement, and need for on-site medical services. The project and the applicant's fire safety plan have been reviewed by CAL FIRE and the local fire departments, including Piercy and Leggett. Safety measures have been identified, are included in the conditions of approval. The local fire department will be staffing the event and will have an engine on site. There is additional water available for fire suppression needs. The applicant has hired a professional security team to staff the event. As you heard from Sheriff Allman, the applicant has entered into a reimbursable contract with the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, as well as the California Highway Patrol, to have additional officers on the site beyond regular patrols in the area. The Sheriff's Office has reviewed the applicant's security plan and has provided a letter to its adequacy. The applicant will have a professional medical team on site. The medical plan and choice of hire was approved through our county public health department. On traffic, access to the site is by way of a county road off of Highway 101. The applicant has prepared a traffic plan that's been reviewed by Caltrans, CHP, as well as staff. It was also forwarded to Public Works in Humboldt County. The main goal with the traffic plan is to have safe ingress and egress from the site, and then also to ensure that we're not interrupting regular highway or local traffic flow. And that's done a few different ways. I'm pointing to a Caltrans lot that's used as a holding lot. So as cars exit, they're able to line up within this area, stay off of the highway as they await their ticket processing. CHP will also be stationed up at the top to help promote safe driving. There are signs that are placed on both ends of the event, warning of special event ahead and to slow down. all those are identified within the traffic plan again. As vehicles arrive, they will be inspected for any leaking fluids, and they will be taken care of and parked appropriately. And this is part of an effort to minimize impacts to the Eel River and water quality. Okay, as you can see, the Eel River runs through the property. Certainly, if the project is approved, we can expect a large number of attendees to enjoy the river here. Certainly, a large number of people accessing a short stretch of river has the potential to cause impacts to water quality. We will have water quality monitoring done both before, during, and after the event, both upstream and downstream from the event. Those samples will be collected daily and taken to an approved lab for testing, and that monitoring information will be made available within a report format sometime within a reasonable period after the conclusion of the event. As with past events at this site, water will be provided by an on-site well. The well water every year is tested by environmental health. It's shown to be adequate both in quantity and quality during past events. The main uses of water for the event will likely be the showers, drinking water, and water for vendors. Applicants estimated that the event will use approximately 21,500 gallons of water. Both Humboldt County as well as the Mateo Community Center have noted have noted concerns that the use of the well water may impact the Eel River. I spoke with the property owner, and he is unaware as to whether or not the well is grabbing underflow from the Eel River, or if there's a separate aquifer. The property owner has volunteered to offset the water use for the event by decreasing his water use after the event. As you can see here, this property has existing users of water. There's 3 single-family homes on the property, and then this is a 32-acre property with the majority of it gets irrigated during the summer months. So again, what the applicant is proposing is to install a flow meter at the well to capture the amount of water that will be used for the event, and then to demonstrate the decrease in water after the event to offset the water use. The project was referred to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Regional Water Quality Control Board, Army Corps of Engineers, County Water Agency. Those agencies chose not to respond to this project referral. The Regional Water and California Department of Fish and Wildlife have responded to past referrals for events on the river. They've never noted a concern of water use, but rather the parking of vehicles along the river bar, the concern being that we'd have the unintended discharges of fluids, and then when we had our annual winter flows, we certainly wouldn't want those petroleum oil products to be caught up within that winter flow. In continuing with those concerns, staff's recommended that parking be buffered away and be located off of the gravel bar. And further, again, vehicles are inspected at arrival and during the event for leaking fluids, and then if those are found, appropriate steps will be taken, including parking them further away from the river and then putting down some types of pads to ensure that doesn't negatively impact water quality. The noise is certainly another issue that's been of much discussion. The main source of noise will be the amplified music, and I pulled up the event site plan. The main stage, I lost my pointer here. Well, hopefully you can see that. Anyways, gosh darn it. You can see the location of the stage within the event grounds. The applicant has requested amplified music be permitted until 2 a.m. It's worth noting, or it's certainly necessary to note that the property owner obtained a separate permit last year with a different event producer for what was known as the late night dance hall dome after party that had a 2 a.m. curfew for amplified music. This condition was to be monitored by the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office. Staff was made aware by the neighbor, Mr. Patrick Dowd, that the curfew was violated. The Sheriff's Office was unable to confirm that, although Mr. Dowd has presented video that seems to provide some compelling evidence that that curfew was violated. As noted in staff's memo to the board, additional measures have been identified to minimize potential noise impacts and ensure compliance with the noise curfew. That 2 a.m. Requested curfew has been kicked back to midnight. Amplified music, after going through the zoning administrator hearing, now has a curfew of midnight. We've asked an acoustical engineer be hired to continuously monitor noise levels from the event, and again, that information would be collected and put into a report format for comparison with the noise standards found in our zoning code. And that acoustical engineer and his monitoring equipment would be located at the closest point on Mr. Bowman's property and Mr. Dowd's residence. And so somewhere in the vicinity of where it shows the helicopter pad there. Again, here shows the
Excuse me, Dusty.
Yes.
Dusty, just hold it one second. Supervisor Pinches has a question.
Okay, if you go back to that last slide. That's the project location. The ownership goes south of the Eel River, but the boundaries of the festival is going to be held to the north side of the river.
Yeah, yes.
That's the red line boundary is the...
Right, and oops, excuse me. You have that correct, Supervisor Pinches. As you can see, Mr. Bowman's property extends beyond to the other side of the river.
But that's not part of the festival area.
But other than the acoustical engineer and maybe a security guard, there are no aspects of the event that happen on this side of the river. Rather, as you were able to figure out, the extent of the event really stays on Bowman's side of the river.
So what's going to be done to confine the 3,500 people to that festival site? Because there's an access to the south side of the bridge on 101 right there that goes to that. So what's going to keep people from, is there going to be security guard or something?
Yeah, they'll
see the far west side of your down a little bit, down and right, keep coming south, right there. That's obviously a road going into there. So is there going to be security there to keep people, the part of this 3,500 people from going into that location?
Yeah, correct. So the applicants hired a security team, and you would expect the layout of folks to, in part, be stationed in locations that would ensure that trespassing wouldn't occur. And it would make sense that would be a location.
There's going to be an effort made to keep the 3,500 people confined to the festival site.
Fencing, security, no trespassing signs.
Right with you. Except for going into the river.
Right. There is no issue with swimming or...
Yeah, so it really isn't that red line. It really is the south bank of the river.
Yeah, people, it's not okay for folks to be hanging out in this part of the property.
Right, so the boundary is really the south bank of the river.
Correct.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, so I did want to ask, what significance is the red line?
This is actually showing the emergency access route throughout the event.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was...
Thank you.
Yeah. I think I'll leave it on that map now. Okay, so anyway, I thank you for fixing my laser beam here. Again, here's the stage, and here's Mr. Dowd's house. This stage will be oriented away from the closest neighbors, and then we've also asked that a acoustical wall barrier be constructed on the stage at the back of the stage to help direct noise away from our closest receptors, including Mr. Dowd's house here. as well as our closest residences over on this side. So again, shooting that way. Additional measures to ensure that noise doesn't cause a significant issue to the area. We've asked that personal amplified sound systems not be allowed. And again, staff will be at the site the Thursday before the event, meeting with both the sound engineer and the hired acoustical engineer. We'll be performing a sound test. Staff will be witnessing the sound test to ensure that the county noise standards are not violated. And certainly we can provide more details on what those standards are at the supervisor's request. Just lastly, cumulative effects. This is discussed within the memo to the board. The Mateel Community Center was very good at articulating their concerns regarding public safety and cumulative effects from having two events within both close proximity in location and in time. Again, here's the Reggae on the River site. It's slated to take place approximately 13 days upon the conclusion of the proposed Northern Nights event, and that's about a half mile from this event site. The concern was that, if I understand correctly, that the folks attending the Northern Nights Music Festival may also choose to attend the Reggae on the River event and would choose not to leave the area in between the events and would create a situation where we might have illegal camping and then associated issues with that.
So I got a question.
I've
Dusty?
Yes.
Dusty.
What is the time between this festival and reggae? What is it? It's not the same weekend? It's
2 weeks.
I believe
there's 2 weeks in between?
I think
10 days?
For then that would 10 days would be from the conclusion of this event to the start of the reggae event.
Right.
Yeah.
They're like 2 weekends apart.
Yeah, I believe Reggae on the River is August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and this event ends on the 20th or 21st.
Yeah, but between the end of this event and the beginning of the next one is
right.
only 10 days.
There you go. I brought that, staff brought that concern to the attention of our emergency service providers. None of those agencies came back with that same concern. And so that's where that's at. Just in closing, obviously staff is recommending, as you can see from the report, is recommending project approval and adoption of a mitigated negative declaration for the project. And just very briefly, you know, the biggest difference between last year's event and this year's event is who the owner is allowing to use his property. I'll echo the comments by Sheriff Allman. Black Production, Peter Houston and Andrew Borgout have shown to be organized and have put forth a valiant effort in providing information to staff, and that sentiment has been echoed by other agencies that staff has been in contact with. And with that, I will try to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Dusty. Do any members of the board have questions for Dusty or for Andy or for County Council at this point? If not, we'll hear from the public. Okay, the public hearing, as I said, is open, and we would welcome the public to address the board. We should start with the appellant, who will have 20 minutes to address the board. Excuse me, we have 2 appellants, so that will be 2 20-minute presentations, maximum. You don't have to speak for 20 minutes, just to be clear.
I am a lawyer, so I'll
Okay,
try
well,
to
still 20 minutes.
contain myself.
Even though you're getting paid by the word, you got to keep it.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Momsen. I'm an attorney here in Ukiah, and I represent Mr. Dowd. I'm going to try to just go for 10 minutes and turn the last 10 minutes over to him. I wanted to put this in perspective for the board. This isn't a new beginning and a first-time event. There's a history of similar events since 2009. And in each of those other events, which I believe there were 3 other ones, it catered to an all-night crowd, not a family event like Reggae on the River with reggae music, but an adults-only, all-night crowd who listens to techno music and, quite frankly, takes different drugs than the reggae folks. And it has gone all night, past the 2 a.m. curfew with loud techno music. As you can see from this picture, some 1,200 feet away from Mr. Dowd's home with no sound attenuation in between. And this has been what I've termed kind of hit and run permitting. There hasn't been one permit to cover multiple events, but one event at a time. So the end result is there's been no consequence to the property owner when the previous event violated conditions, like this curfew being the main one. So last year, Mr. Dowd hired me to go to the zoning administrator hearing, and it was a different zoning administrator. And we did not get the event stopped. However, I thought he might have got something for the money he paid me, because we got a condition number 13 regarding the curfew, which essentially stated if this condition, the amplified music stopping at 2 a.m., were violated yet again, no permit would be issued the following year. And there was some language as monitored by the Mendocino County Sheriff's Department, which I actually insisted on because I wanted some neutral third party to say that the curfew was violated, so we didn't get a he said, she said type thing going into the next year. And as it turns out, just as what Supervisor McCowan just said, the Mendocino County Sheriff wasn't able to monitor the compliance because they arrested people and had to go back to Ukiah. But there's no doubt it was violated. It was admitted in the application by the applicant this year that it was violated, and Mr. Dowd has submitted hours of DVDs going forward. And the music went literally from Friday all the way to Monday at 7 p.m. He measured, Mr. Dowd, decimal levels of 75 to 85 from his front porch, not the property line, his front porch. So I'm asking this board, as the highest entity of the county who permits this activity, to live up to this condition that was issued last year. If it's to have any meaning, there has to be some consequence. And as Mr. Dooley and the sheriff stated, the strength of their argument this year is they had some new guys coming in. Originally, Mr. Bowman was the applicant again, but then he switched at midstream, probably because he was getting feedback from the staff that this condition was violated. And these guys seem like nice guys, and they're saying all the right things, but Bowman is the owner. My client has dealt with the new applicants, and they still need permission from Mr. Bowman to approve things and so forth. So it's the same applicant using agents, and it's the same crowd that's going to be here this year. One other thing I want to address is I believe Mr. Dowd met with one of the board members long before the application was even filed and was informed, well, why don't you think outside the box? Why can't these guys pay for you to go to Hawaii or get out of town for a weekend? And my wife said the same thing, so I thought it's kind of human nature to think like that, and I better address that. First, no such offer has ever been made to him, but even if it was, he should be able to expect people to follow the permit conditions and live up to the law. And that's the rule of law. He shouldn't have to be bribed to leave his own property. Second, even if he did, he has horses, dogs, several horses, dogs, livestock, and last year, one of his dogs wouldn't eat for 4 days after the event. And a lot of us love animals, and you can imagine what kind of effect that kind of noise would have for days on end with a bunch of animals. There was a guy arrested running through his property naked last year, and so there's safety concerns on his own property. I mean, it's a residential, well, rural community zone. This isn't open space. It's not like Burning Man where this thing's out in the middle of the desert. rural zone, rural community, so residential, not open space. Appendix C of the Mendocino County Code establishes levels for decimals, which are, I put in a letter to you guys, 33% less between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. And nothing is permitted in the code for decimal levels in this type of zone. And that's Appendix C to Chapter 20. Also, 20.1 Mendocino County Code 20.192075 states that the county shall not authorize a nuisance. And I put the definition of nuisance in my letter. I cited the civil code, and it's essentially something that interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of your property, or offensive to the senses. Even if all these conditions were complied with, which they haven't been in the past, this would still be a nuisance. I mean, this event just doesn't have a place in an area like this where there's houses around. And just to be clear, Mr. Dowd was not the only house here. He's the closest, but there's 10 other houses, I believe. There were other letters that came in this year and other people that showed up at the zoning administrator's hearing. I attached a newspaper article where there were noise complaints some 7 miles away at Old Bryceland Road on last year's event. And one last thing here is we appreciate what the zoning administrator did. I mean, he put a bunch more conditions on the permit this year, although condition 13 for last year was not upheld. If this is going to go forward, obviously we prefer it with the conditions that the zoning administrator enacted. However, as I put in my letter, without proper security, you can put any condition on this thing and it's not going to work. And that's what happened last year. Mr. Bowman did try to turn off the music at Friday night, and there was essentially a riot in the crowd. And these folks are all-night partiers, and they weren't going to put up with that. And apparently there's a separate permit with the sheriff for security, and according to Mr. Dowd, on his information, that the force that was promised, which was the same private company as last year, was cut back right before the event, and the sheriffs couldn't do this themselves. So none of these conditions were enforced. This property owner, not the applicant who are being responsive now, some years later, but the property owner has done nothing to deserve this event approved this year again. And Mr. Dowd would ask that condition 13 be upheld if it's to have any meaning at all from last year. If blatantly violated and no consequence, he would ask that the event not go forward this year, that the permit be denied. And I'll turn the rest of my time over to Mr. Dowd. Thank you.
Hello. I recognize everybody from last year when I was here talking to you guys about the
Your
event.
name?
Matthew Dowd.
Patrick Dowd.
Excuse me.
My name's Patrick Dowd. And I was here last year when the permit through the assessor's office was going before the board. And I brought up my concerns about how this event has never shut down. It just starts at Friday and it keeps going until Monday afternoon when they finally leave the property. And having animals and myself there, it's basically, the property's uninhabitable while this is going on. I mean, I've subjected myself to it for three separate times, and I mean, it's caused me some, psychological effects from sitting down and having, sleep deprivation and sonic warfare being used against me. I mean, it's an entirely unpleasant event. And I don't really, I gave you guys the videos. Did you guys get a chance to look at those? Sent some DVDs by?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Yes, we did receive them. Thank you.
Okay, did you guys get a chance to look at them at all?
I did.
I'm sure some board members did.
Basically, it shows that, the music, when the music started. I mean, and Mr. Bowman came by my house on Saturday morning, asked me how things were going, and I told him, hey, it wasn't too bad until they turned up the music at 4 o'clock in the morning, and that's when he had them shut off the music, and they rioted. And that's what's going to happen again. I mean, they're going to, you guys put in the condition that they're going to shut off the music at 2 midnight.
Excuse me, Mr. Dowd, could you address the board? Thank you.
Okay. The crowd's going, the crowd at this event is going to riot if they shut off the music. It's just going to happen. And in my conversations with the sheriff, when I talked to John Pinches 2 years ago about this, you had me consult with Mr. Alman, and I discussed it with him. And as me and Mr. Bowman discussed, the sheriff's not going to do anything about a noise complaint at a concert like that with 3,500 people. Because if you send 2 deputies or 4 deputies into a concert venue with 3,500 people on a river bar with nothing but, ammunition under their feet, they're not going to, they're not going to accomplish what they're going to do. And what's going to happen is you guys are going to permit an event which is going to be a giant public safety nightmare. The same as it's been for the last, 4 years. I mean, it's like, do we really need to have another dead body on the beach? I mean, it's just not, this type of event is not good. And yeah, they've promised that it's going to be a, different crowd and everything. Yet if you look at the shiny glossy thing on the top right there, that's last year's flyer handout that how they're marketing this, and this year's. There's not really much difference between the two. I mean, except for this year, they've got a giant stereo system that's big enough to span the entire Eel River. I mean, it's going to be the same type of event, and there's nothing to change that. I mean, and what's going to happen is, they say in their plan of operations that they're going to send out information packages with the tickets when people buy tickets. Yet if you go online and request a ticket and you're in Arcata, they're going to say go to Wildberries and buy your ticket. And then you go to Wildberries and you buy your ticket. There's no information package there that says that the show's going to shut off at midnight. There's no information there that says that you can't have air horns. There's no information there about how you're going to be how you want to be respectful of the neighbors. It's at the Cooks Valley Campground with, Basscraft stereo sound system. It's going to be loud, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to go for 72 hours straight, just like it has for the last 4 years. I mean, there's no change. There's going to be no change in what the event is. I mean, they say, oh, we're going to have, yoga over here, and then we're going to have, a fine arts area. And then we've got this we're going to have our main stage. And it's music over here, music over here, music over here, all day long, no stop. I mean, and being the neighbor who has to put up with it, and it's like, hey, hey, they're great guys. They seem nice. Sheriff Ballman seems to agree that they're they're professional and they're going to do what they say. But they're new to the area. They're new to working with Keith Bowman. And every other production company that's ever worked with Keith Bowman isn't working with him anymore. And, so they're going to come up here and they're going to find out exactly how unpleasant it is to put on an event at the Cooks Valley Campground. Because, number one, the crowd isn't going to do what they want them to do. They're going to have a problem with the landowner. And you know what's going to happen? I'm going to be the one who has to deal with it. I'm going to be sitting there, taking care of my dogs, my horses, my chicken, listening to this. And it's, I don't really know what to do. I mean, it's like, I don't want to be here. I've talked to my neighbors. I brought a letter in from one of my neighbors who couldn't make it today because she had to work. Talked to all of my neighbors. None of them are happy about this event. None of them want anything to do with it. And every one of them has something bad to say about it. But since I'm the closest and I'm the most vocal, it's like, go get him, Patrick. And so, here I am. And, all my conversations with Keith have always been the same. I told him the first year, I was like, hey, Keith, this isn't cool. You can't have music playing all night long. You know, it's not cool at all. And he's like, well, it's the reggae train's coming. Get on or get run over. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. That's going to be your attitude. And then I talked to him again after other events. And it's, you know, you really need to learn how to capitalize on this because it's not going away. And the one thing he didn't get from me is I'm not going to stop complaining because I don't want to have to put up with it. And, you know, the planning department, they don't live next door to it, to this location. They don't know what's going on there. And, you know, they haven't required any, you know, follow-up to any of the things. Everything's, you know, this may happen or this may happen. As far as, like, you know, everything goes, it's like, you know, it really boils down to, you know, in the project findings. It says, unlike former festivals on the property, which may have had an adverse impact on the surrounding area, the approved festival includes event management and noise management that will help ensure it is compatible with surrounding residential uses. Basically, you know, what does that say? It says, it may have, but we don't care. We're just going to give another permit to these guys. I spent a lot of time contacting the Board of Supervisors, contacting the Planning Department last year before I went to the public hearing and got Condition 13 put into the terms and conditions of the permit last year. And, you know, the least I could expect would be to have a denial of the permit. You know, I never said that nobody else could apply for a permit. There's nothing at all about that. There was two things that were promised to me at the zoning administrator's hearing last year. Was that if the festival went beyond the terms of Condition 13, then we wouldn't. Then that permit applicant that application would be denied, and that it would take 6 months before someone put in an application and could get it and could get a permit. All they would have had to do, you know, just deny the permit. They can still apply and get a permit for another event. There's nothing that said that the property couldn't be done, but at least there would be some, you know, consequence for failure to live up to the conditions of the permit. There's no consequences. And by saying that, well, it may have been, but we don't really care. There's going to be no consequences for you. And so therefore there's no, you know, incentive for them to live up to the terms and conditions of the permit. Because, you know, the planning department seems to believe that, well, they want to do this for many years. Well, they can do it for many years because they're just going to keep giving them a permit over and over again, no matter what they do. Because that's what the planning department does. You bring them in some money, you give it to them, they give you a permit, you go home and you do what you want. I mean, and it's like, you know, Mr. Bowman, he doesn't, you know, this is the only permit he's ever gotten, I think. I mean, he's doing stuff on his property all the time without permits. And it's like, okay, well, you know, so when he does get a permit, he doesn't pay attention to what they say. You know, last year, they said that you have to sign the, you know, mark the roadways as for local traffic only. And I'm like, okay, local traffic only, that's a good idea. That keeps people from, like, you know, before the event pulling in and after the event. And what happened? The signs went up after the event started. And then the signs came down Sunday before the event ended. So it was like everybody who went into the event, they never saw the signs that said local traffic only because they stayed at the event. And it's like, you know, that goes back to my next point, which is that, you know, in this thing it says that they want to be able to use this event and use these different conditions to fine-tune the permit for next year. And it's like, well, you know, how can you fine-tune it when you're on two entirely different pages?
You've got about a minute, Mr. Dowd.
Yeah, it's 47 seconds.
47 seconds to be exact, yeah.
I mean, it's like you look at this, their permit modification request, and then you look at this, and it's like, this sounds like a great event, but it's not what's going to happen because they're not going to pay attention to these things. They're going to have their festival, and it's like maybe they're going to be, you know, they've got what they want to have happen, but the people who are going to show up because of the way they're advertising and, you know, the historic connections to the Cooks Valley Campground and Basscraft sound system, those people are going to come up and they're going to get what they want. And there's no way to, stop them from getting that, because
Thank you very
the
much.
sheriff's not going to do anything about it.
I got a question.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Pinch has a question for
I
you
just have
before
a
you sit
question.
down.
Where you live at, the Reggae River Festival is just basically over the hill.
Yes.
What's your personal feeling about any impact on you and your family and your property with Reggae on the River?
They seem to be doing a better job with, or historically, they've done a better job with traffic control. They're a further geographic distance away, so I'm not affected by them.
But a lot
as
more
far as the-
people. But a lot more people.
More people, different location, different, what do you call it? There's just a lot of different geographic concerns. It's like if they're, a half a mile away of freeway, it's a great distance away.
Okay, thank you very much. You can take your seat.
Okay,
Thank you. We now would like to hear from the second appellant, which is the Mateel Community Center.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to meet with you all today.
Thank you.
My name's Justin Krellin. I'm the general manager of the Mateel Community Center. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization located in Redway, California, and also the owner and operator of the Reggae on the River Festival that you've been discussing a little bit. I hope you've had a chance to see the 2 letters that we submitted electronically yesterday, as well as the 12 hard copies we submitted yesterday afternoon. There's a letter from myself on behalf of the Mateel, as well as from our attorney, Amy Bricker of Shute, Mahali, and Weinberger, and a variety of supporting evidentiary documents. Did you all have a chance to review this information?
Yes.
Great. So we're appealing the use permit U5-2013 on the grounds that it violates a number of provisions in the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and that the Northern Nights project has received insufficient environmental review. We also contend that previous events held on this property, specifically 2012's Late Night Dance Hall Dome, were conducted in a manner detrimental to public health and safety, and so egregiously violated Mendocino County permit guidelines so as to create a public nuisance and warrant denial of this permit application. For starters, the Northern Nights project has had insufficient lead time since their application's official submittal to allow for proper review. Keith Bowman's initial application, if you look to Exhibit 6 in the documents we provided, was submitted on January 25th, 2013, which is less than 6 months prior to the event dates, and it made no mention of Northern Nights Music Festival. An application modification request, which appointed Peter Hewson and Andrew Borgeld as Mr. Bowman's agents, was filed on March 4th, 2013, if you look at Exhibit 5, and still no mention of Northern Nights nor any details about the project. It wasn't until April 7th of this year, not even 4 months before the project dates, that any info specifying Northern Nights or its operations plan was available to the public. Obviously, this is less than the required timelines, which the applicant was reminded of in bold lettering in item 16 in last year's permit, and exacerbates all concerns about the event and its lack of proper time to plan and review. Though the application suggests BLAP, the producers, merely held on these details out of respect for our ongoing Reggae on the River permit application in Humboldt County, the applicants also state that they've been working on their plan since July of last year, and other evidence submitted from Keith Bowman's Facebook page, if you look to Exhibit 13, shows their event graphic, dates, and venue were first announced in February of 2012. Yes, it was until April of this year that any details were shared with Mendocino County or the public. Given these dates, it is suspect and reckless that no official mention of Northern Nights nor operational details were shared with us, and cutting corners now to ramrod this through at the 11th hour is really unacceptable. As indicated in the letter from our attorney, Amy Bricker of Shute, Mahali, and Weinberger, this event and the subject property has undergone woefully insufficient environmental review and analysis to allow for the approval of this permit. I'd like to read from various parts of the letter that we submitted from our attorney. It states the county staff report, initial study, and mitigated negative declaration, collectively referred to from this point on as MND, for the project is wholly insufficient because it fails to adequately analyze or mitigate many
Excuse me, could you refer to the specific page in the letter from Shute Mahali?
That would be page 1.
Okay.
And I'll just be, from here on, I'll be referring to points made in the letter.
Okay.
Because it fails to adequately analyze or mitigate many of the potential significant environmental impacts of approving the use permit. Thus, the approval violates the California Environmental Quality Act. The MND is particularly defective with respect to its lack of analysis of the project's potentially significant impacts to water supply and quality and public services and health. The MND consistently curtails its impacts analysis before engaging in sufficient fact-finding, concluding that a less than significant impact will result despite facts to the contrary and a lack of analysis. As a result of this inadequate impact analysis, the MND also fails to identify and analyze feasible and effective mitigation measures capable of minimizing these significant environmental impacts. Equally important, the MND entirely ignores the project's cumulative and growth-inducing impacts. This is so despite evidence that the project, in combination with other pending and planned events and operations in the area, may significantly impact valuable environmental resources. In fact, the project is scheduled to take place just 10 days prior to the similar event, Reggae on the River, being held immediately downstream of the project. To take but one example, the combination of both projects being held within such a short period of time on the imperiled Eel River system will assuredly result in potentially significant water quality impacts. Further, the granting of the project's permit under the present circumstances could encourage others in the area to apply for similar event permits, thereby resulting in potentially significant growth-inducing impacts, which also must be analyzed and mitigated. All of these deficiencies support one conclusion: the county must prepare an environmental impact report, or EIR, for this project before the board can consider whether to approve it. In addition, the findings made by the zoning administrator for the use permit are not supported by substantial evidence. The overwhelming evidence, including a history of prior permit violations, demonstrates that this project is likely to be a public nuisance and jeopardize public health and safety. Therefore, the board cannot make findings required by Mendocino County Code to approve this project. For all of these concerns, we respectively request that the board grant this appeal and overturn the zoning administrator's approval of the use permit for the project. Further, we request that the county prepare an EIR and adopt all necessary and proper conditions before approving any such proposed events on the project site in the future. Now onto the specific CEQA violations. 1, CEQA's low threshold requiring for preparation of an EIR. It is well settled that CEQA establishes a low threshold for initial preparation of an EIR, especially in the face of conflicting assertions concerning the possible effects of a proposed project. An EIR is required when substantial evidence in the administrative record supports a fair argument that significant impacts may occur, even if other substantial evidence support the opposite conclusion. An impact need not be momentous or of long-enduring nature. The word significant covers a spectrum ranging from not trivial through momentous. The fair argument test expresses a preference for resolving doubts in favor of environmental review. Further,
Mr. Cullen, I think the board has probably read this this letter, and I don't think you need to read the whole thing.
Well, I'm not going to read the entire thing, but all the various points made herein, I think, are the justifications
Okay, but
for why.
I hope you'll hit the highlights and not read word for word, because we all do have this, and I assume all the board members have had a chance to review it.
It's his time.
Yeah, it is your time, but
Thank you. Further, where the agency fails to study an entire area of environmental impacts, as is the case with Fish and Wildlife's lack of review of this project, deficiency in the record enlarged the scope of fair argument by lending a logical plausibility to a wider range of inferences. Even in marginal cases where it is not clear there is substantial evidence that a project may have significant impact and there is disagreement over the expert significance of the effect on the environment, the agency must treat the effect as significant and prepare an EIR. There is clearly substantial evidence here to support a fair argument that the project may result in significant environmental impacts, and therefore an EIR must be prepared. 2, the county's mitigated negative declaration violates CEQA. The MND's analysis of environmental impacts fails to provide the necessary facts and analysis to allow the county and the public to make an informed decision. Without such detail, the MND is deficient under CEQA. The MND is riddled with conclusatory statements regarding environmental impacts unsupported by facts and necessary analysis as represented in the following examples. A, the MND fails to adequately analyze or mitigate potentially significant impacts to water quality and supply. CEQA requires that an environmental document analyze impacts to water supply and more specifically determine the source and availability of water for a project in light of the project's own use and other uses of the same water resource. Failure to analyze the availability of adequate water supplies for a project prior to approval defeats a fundamental purpose of CEQA. The M&D fails to meet these standards and as such may not be certified under CEQA. The M&D wholly fails to address water supply as its own potential impact, concluding without analysis that it be less than significant impact. Although the M&D does not broach the subject of water supply in its section on biological impacts, or does rather broach the subject of water supply in its section on biological impacts, this may hardly be considered analysis, as it amounts to complete guesswork regarding the water usage and source for the project. The project proposes to use an on-site well to provide water for the project, which consists of a 3-day event for 3,500 people, including water for consumption, showers, toilets, and other sanitation and safety needs, such as any water needed for fire suppression in case of a fire. The M&D states that irrigation for the owner's lawns, Redwood Grove, and other landscaping is the largest use of water for the property and is assumed to be of greater use of water than the event itself. Environmental review must be based on facts and analysis, not assumptions. The M&D here is inadequate as it makes no attempt to calculate either the current water use on the project site to establish an adequate baseline or two, the water use required for the project. Although the applicant's updated plan of operations attempts to provide some calculations as to water use, I believe they said 21,000 gallons, these are entirely unsubstantiated and are not in any event included in the environmental document. Further, although the updated operations plan claims that it will reduce ordinary water use to 2 weeks after the event, there is no condition to assure this. Rather, condition 15 requires that all grass areas be irrigated in order to maintain a green vegetative cover at the site. This irrigation will use the on-site well and must be included in a water supply analysis. Additionally, there is no evidence whatever that, one, the multiple single-family homes on the site can operate without water or with reduced water before, during, and after the event, and or two, even if some irrigation is temporarily reduced or ceased in the weeks surrounding the event, the resumption of such irrigation after the reduction period would not result in compounded water supply impacts. Equally egregiously, the MND does not definitively reveal the source of the water in the well and therefore the ultimate level of water available. The MND states that the property owner noted that the well may be hydrologically connected to the river but was not sure. The updated operations plan removes this statement but provides no further evidence on the subject. If the well is hydrologically connected to the Eel, increasing water use during the summer months of a designated low flow year would likely result in significant impacts not only to other Eel River water users in the area, but also to environmental resources in the wild and scenic Eel. Notwithstanding this potential significant impact, the MND fails to conduct further investigations to confirm the source and adequacy of the water supply or to identify alternate sources of water for the project. In addition to failing to provide adequate information and analysis regarding potentially significant water supply impacts, the document fails to identify feasible mitigation measures. One such feasible mitigation is to provide additional on-site water storage for the event. Humboldt County has required a condition of reg on the river that we provide 60,000 gallons of on-site storage, which is to be pumped by no later than May so as to avoid cumulative impacts to water use in the dry summer months. The county must impose a comparable requirement here to mitigate potentially significant water supply impacts. In short, the MND fails to provide any support for its conclusion that the project's impacts on water supply and quality would be less than significant. To the contrary, there is a fair argument that the project's water supply and quality impacts would be potentially significant. Thus, the county cannot legally approve the project until it prepares an EIR that analyzes the project's potentially significant environmental impacts related to water supply and quality and identifies mitigation capable of offsetting or eliminating those same impacts. B, the MND fails to adequately analyze and mitigate the project's potentially significant impacts to public services, health, and safety. The MND must assess whether the project will result in significant adverse effects to public services such as sanitation, fire, and police, such that the project would ultimately result in substantial adverse physical impacts or impacts to public health. Here, the MND is woefully inadequate with respect to its information and analysis for the project's potential impacts to public health and safety, especially in light of the property owner's history of problems and non-compliance in this area. First, with respect to sanitation, the MND contains the incorrect statement that portable toilets will be provided on-site by B&B Portable Toilets. B&B Portable Toilets has stated that it will not be the supplier of the event. See Exhibit 8. Although the updated operations plan removes reference to B&B, it does not provide for an additional supplier, and B&B is the main supplier in all of Humboldt and Mendocino County. Further, the MND does not address how and where collected water from hand washing stations and showers and other overflow and gray water will be disposed of, and instead improperly defers the details of this decision to a later date. If disposed of on site, the MND must disclose whether Cooks Valley Campground, septic, and other facilities are properly permitted to handle events of this size. Upon telephone inquiry, the Mendocino County Environmental Health Department could not locate a record or a permit for the septic tank and leach field on Mr. Bowman's property. The EIR must reveal the status of the septic system and its capacity. Clearly, an overflow of septic would result in significant environmental impacts to the Eel River system as well as public health. If the overflow water is transported off-site, the MND must evaluate the environmental consequences of doing so as well. Second, as the MND notes, the project is in a very high fire hazard area. Wildfires cause serious threats, as we all know, and are of great concern given the intensified use of this project will bring in a dry and fire-prone area. Although the use permit does include some conditions to mitigate fire hazards, the applicant has a history of non-compliance, which should be addressed here. For example, based on correspondence from Bryceland Fire Chief Tim Olson, the applicant did not have the required fire safety equipment on site for the 2012 late night dance hall event. Further, the project applicants did not consult with Mr. Olson regarding the project as they indicated in their operations plan. See Exhibit 11 if you would for that. The county must ensure that the project applicant is capable of ensuring a fire safety plan is met or reveal the environmental consequences of failing to meet such a plan. And I'd like to just state that because we've heard a lot about, what a great plan this is. Nice guys for sure, but this is a couple instances now where the information included in their plan of operations was wholly inaccurate and untrue. And it makes you wonder what else may be lurking behind the cover. Third, the project could have significant impacts regarding the provision of police services, which, as demonstrated by past events on the subject property, will be needed to monitor, control noise, illegal conduct, traffic, and public safety. Although the MND and conditions require the applicant to execute a contract for services with the Mendocino County Police Department, the same condition was required in prior years, and as noted in the MND, police were absent at the site when needed because they were called to duty elsewhere. The applicant should also be required to enter into an agreement with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, as was requested by that department, but apparently ignored. If you look at Exhibit 3 of the email from David Morey of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department, as they will likely be called upon to handle any overflow concerns. C, the MND fails to provide any analysis of the project's potentially significant cumulative impacts. CEQA requires lead agencies to disclose and analyze a project's cumulative impacts. Cumulative impacts may result from a number of separate projects and occur when results from the incremental effect of the project are added to other closely related past, present, and reasonably foreseeable probable future projects, even if each project contributes only individually minor environmental effects. A lead agency must prepare an EIR if a project's possible impacts, though individually limited, prove cumulatively considerable. Extensive case authority highlights the importance of a thorough cumulative impact analysis. Here, there are several planned and pending events and operations that in combination with the proposed project could result in a significant cumulative environmental impact. These include the Reggae on the River Festival, an already permitted event just 10 days after and immediately downstream, the anticipated reactivation of the Dimmick Ranch permit for 14,500 persons, and the pre-existing Mercer-Fraser gravel mining operation permitted also for the adjacent Dimmick parcel. Yet in contravention of CEQA's requirements and the above authorities, the MND provides little to no discussion of the project's cumulative impacts, but simply concludes that they are less than significant. Although the MND acknowledges the Reggae on the River event, the only potential cumulative impact mentioned is that of public safety. However, there are several other potentially significant cumulative impacts that are not even mentioned, much less analyzed. For example, given the geographic and temporal proximity of the two events in a period of low flow in the Eel River, it is highly likely that the project in combination with Reggae on the River will result in cumulative impacts impacts to water quality. As the MND acknowledges, large numbers of people accessing a short stretch of river in a concentrated time frame can significantly impact water quality. Further, the project is anticipated to increase short-term turbidity in the river. The MND proposes mitigation to address the project's water quality impacts. However, the MND provides absolutely no analysis or mitigation for the combined water quality impacts from the Northern Nights Festival and Reggae on the River, which will add an additional 8,000 attendees this year, 10,500 in 2014 and beyond, to the same short stretch of river in less than 10 days. Clearly, there is an argument that the combined water quality impacts may create significant impacts that are not mitigated by the project's mitigation alone. Further, the combined impacts of both events in such a short time frame within 1/2 a mile each other could result in potentially significant noise and traffic impacts, as well as potentially significant impacts to water supply and public services. For example, although records reflect that residents in the area have tolerated occasional noise from events of this type, the impact of having 2 events within such a short period may be proved too much for local residents, as we've discussed in other documents. And I'd also like to note Exhibit 7, in which Humboldt County Senior Planner Michael Richardson sent an email to Dusty Dooley stating that an appropriate mitigation would be to separate these events by at least a month, and that was not complied with. Equally problematic, the MND completely fails to mention other existing permits that could result in similar cumulative impacts, as I mentioned previously. Such potentially significant cumulative impacts for the project require mandatory finding of significance and preparation of an EIR that adequately analyzes and mitigates these impacts. The MND also fails to provide any analysis of the project's potentially significant growth-inducing impacts, which is required. And thus, the EIR must examine the ways in which a proposed project could foster economic or population growth or construction of additional housing or other directly or indirectly. The county must also identify adequate measures to mitigate the project's growth-inducing impacts. If upheld, the zoning administrator's decision will set a precedent to allow other similar events in Mendocino County without proper environmental review. To be sure, this will invite other property owners to come forward with applications for similar activities and events in the vicinity or countywide. So
you have about half a minute to wrap up here. Thanks.
In closing, I'd like to say that there's basically no basis for the findings of the zoning administrator, and we would humbly request that you honor the guidelines of CEQA and deny this permit application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. We did allow a question to the other appellant, and I see where Supervisor Dirty has a question for Mr. Cullen.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and I'll have a similar question for the applicants. You're talking about the cumulative impacts and the concentration of people in a small area. Since you're the administrator of the Reggae on the River project, can you describe how big is your project site, and then how big is the area where the public is actually contained within that acreage?
Well, the French's campsite is approximately 80 acres. And this year we'll be doing an event that is 6,000 public people, 2,000 staff and guests for a total of 8,000. And in our approved permit with Humboldt County, that ramps up next year to 8,000 public and 2,500 for a total of 10,500 people on that project site.
But how many of those 80 acres are used directly?
The majority of the property is used for with the exception of a small private piece where they have, a residence.
We have one more question for you, or maybe 2. Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wasn't the Reggae on the River a festival up to 20,000 or more?
There was a time when Reggae on the River was held in a larger incarnation. I didn't get into that, but if you look at the documents that have the historical background that we included on the Reggae permit, initially Reggae on the River was the permit down there. There was one permit, and for the majority of Reggae on the River's history, it was the sole event permitted for the Cooks Valley.
One other question is, the Reggae on the River, when they had them 20,000 numbers, were they ever required to provide an EIR?
Absolutely, and that's another thing that's indicated in that documentation. The initial permit was approved in '84. In the early '90s, an EIR was requested. In 2005, a supplemental EIR was required when the festival expanded to include the Dimmick Ranch parcel, and by conjunction also Cooks Valley Campground. So really, Reggae on the River is the genesis of the various permits that have happened.
Question, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Was one of the conditions of the permit up there for the testing of the water downstream from the?
Well, absolutely, testing is part of it, and that's one of the concerns we have with this, because again, when our project was approved, there was no mention of Northern Nights, nor was the Dimmick Ranch parcel, did it have a property owner. That parcel's important because that landowner went bankrupt and was foreclosed upon, and recently, shortly after we actually were granted our new permit application from Humboldt County, a buyer surfaced, and at this point it's in escrow, and I've spoken with that buyer, and they certainly have plans to reactivate the event permit in 2014, which is one of the reasons that we're so concerned about, how many events are being approved and proposed for this small community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cullen. You're not going to leave, so we'll have another chance to ask questions if you want to. I'd now like to give some time to the applicant. Yes, sir. Please come forward. I'd like to ask a question at this point. We have two appellants. Each of them took 20 minutes, and now the applicant has 20 minutes as well. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Please.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Peter Houston, owner and project engineer. Move this up a little bit. Project engineer for the Northern Nights Music Festival, as well as for Black Productions. I'm one of the co-founders of Black Productions. We're a San Francisco-based production company. My friend and business partner, Andrew Borgelt, founded Black 5 years ago in an effort to bring new experiences to a somewhat repetitive Bay Area event scene. We both grew up in the North Bay Area and have devoted our careers to producing organic events to showcase up-and-coming artists and performers. In our years of curating these events, we fully understand what an immense responsibility it is to produce events that are not only safe for attendees and staff, but also demonstrate respect to the neighboring community and environment. Speaking of plans of operations, I'd like to state that I'm a PhD structural engineer with 6 years of large-scale project management experience, specifically in the realm of anti-terrorism, with an emphasis in the mitigation and design of structure to resist bomb blasts. So mitigation is what I went to school for on a different level. Event production requires a very similar train of thought as engineering project management. It's a big puzzle with an organizational structure based on project requirements and constraints, and that must not only be detailed in your preparation, but also be flexible in order to handle unseen and dynamic variables. My partner Andrew has also years of event management experience together, handling and execution of service provider agreements and experience in supporting nonprofit groups. We have taken our event plans of operations very seriously and spent months updating the plan as we continue our dialogues with law enforcement, service providers, and the local community. We have continued conversations for months with the Mendocino Planning Commission, Mendocino Sheriff's Office, Garberville Highway Patrol, District 1 Caltrans, Piercy and Leggett Fire Departments, Gerald Phelps Community Hospital, City Ambulance, Coastal Valley EMS, Rigney Security, Rock Medicine, Stop and Go Traffic, members of the Eel River Recovery Project, Mateel Community Center, K-Mud Radio, Piercy and Mendocino, and some Southern Humboldt residents, the Redwood Times, the North Coast Journal, and various other community members with stake in the event. We recently hosted a community gathering at the property where we placed ads in the local newspaper, the Redwood Times, and local radio K-Mud. The event was a success as we met new neighbors, answered questions, and discussed concerns, and overall got to introduce ourselves further to the local community. It was actually a pleasure. We got to meet some new neighbors who actually we all got to enjoy and kind of learn more, as a little bit different than what Mr. Dodd had stated, that actually some of the neighbors are very excited about this and want to be a part of it. And I think that's one of our goals here, is instead of including people in this event and offering to see how they could benefit from it as well. We understand that producing an event in Cooks Valley is not just some party in the Redwoods, but a huge undertaking that requires an immense amount of respect to the social, environmental, and economic impacts on the area. Through these ongoing community dialogues, we have realized that past event producers have not taken necessary steps to ensure that the local community members were involved and their voices heard. That is why Andrew and myself wanted to make a very important point. We have no affiliation with any of the event production that has taken place at this venue in previous years. We're coming in with a very strong and experienced production team. Our production manager, Michael Rebello, is here with over 30 years of outdoors event management experience. We are not only dedicated to following permit conditions, but ensuring that we take community concerns into consideration and actions to address them. In regards to public nuisance and community concerns, we have invested a large amount of time, energy, and money into mitigating these concerns, as well as the additional restrictions placed on the CUP by the zoning administrator. Can you open? You can see Exhibit A. Next slide, please. you see the additional, these are the additional restrictions that have already been placed on our permit this year. This includes, oh, and just to be clear, this is a full 3-day music festival with our curfew hours. If in the past it's been advertised as the after hours late night dance hall party, it was a Reggae on the River crowd that had come to that and was going to a different place. So all of these things that have happened in past years have been direct Reggae on the River crowds that have come there. We're coming fresh with a new demographic, and I'll go into that a little bit more. This includes an earlier curfew of 12 a.m., the hiring of a silent disco, which I'd like to show as another exhibit. These are the headphones, they're wireless, so it's presented to you if you want to see them. Yes, essentially they're just, that way we have transmitters, and essentially at midnight what we do is, well, it's probably gonna be me, get on the main stage, you talk to everybody and say, look how lucky you are to be here. We have, if you want to keep listening to music, we have a silent disco area for you guys to go enjoy. If you want to go, we're gonna have acoustic sessions down in the Redwood Grove so people can enjoy that and really voice to everybody and speak to them and say, look how lucky you are, but then tell them there's different activities. These late night after hour dance hall parties had nothing but loud music all night long. That's what they were promoted as. So it's about education. That's why I'd like to go to the next slide. On our website, that we're very much educating everyone on our concert hours, letting them know what's expected. And we're going to do it throughout the weekend, throughout our advertising, let them know that this is what they're coming for. Continuing here, we're not going to be allowing patrons to bring amplified music to the event. If we see them during the day, they're going to be confiscated. We'll return them at the end of the weekend. And again, it's going to be, we have an internal security guard called a noise control unit, which is going to be specifically aimed at going around during the day, making sure no one brought in speakers, making sure everyone understands that if this is something that you guys want to happen in the future, that we want to happen in the future, that you guys need to understand that you can't do this. You can't be playing music loud at night and disrupt everyone. So it's going to be strict. It's going to have to take some, speaking with them, but they're going to have to realize that if they want this to continue, these has to be the regulations. And it's just about communication and educating the demographic and the attendees. So the patrol will roam the venue throughout the day to ensure no amplified speakers. We will announce, like I said, we'll be announcing from the main stage speakers every night at curfew what's going on, why, and just to everyone talk to each other and realize and have respect for the community and the environment that you're in. As we said earlier, a qualified acoustic engineer will continuously monitor noise levels at Mr. Dowd's house. Again, we'll also have now, as well as the sheriff, as Sheriff Allman mentioned, we'll also have a private security team, third party essentially, that the sheriff will provide at Mr. Dowd's house as well, so to cover all of those bases and all of the concerns that have been brought up. We'd also like to mention that the ZA made some very strict conditions, including, all of these financial hardships we've had to endure in terms of the headphones, the extra stage and rigging. What we're going to do is, in the past, the speakers have been ground mounted, and when you have ground mounted speakers, that also happens. You have the initial wave come out, and then you get reflections, so they compound, and you get these. So, using Michael's experience, we've purchased a stage with a roof on it, meaning that we can hang the speakers, meaning that we can angle them and minimize distance of travel. So with all of that, as well as the decibel meters, one of the biggest things that I really want to emphasize through all of this is our goal, like Sheriff Allman and Dusty has mentioned, is we want to be able to do this again. And so we want to document this post-event reporting is not just, oh, they told us that we had to do it. It's about doing it so that we can improve it in the future years, so that we can sit here next year and come to you guys and say, look, this is what worked, this is what didn't, how can we improve this? And so it's very much for our own benefit as well to realize and document all of these things. So what I would like to ask, though, and we might mention it again in the future, is the board, because of the strictness of this, we haven't been, at this point, we'd like to ask permission from the board to have music by the river during the day from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. We'd just like to request that, to put it out there so that people can be on the river and listen to music just during day hours. We can have extra documentation where we take those that boombox, whatever it is, from the river. We'll have the sheriff sign off that it's been removed from the river area, just for our patrons to be able to listen to music on the river. Now into environmental impact mitigations. Of course, of great importance to us and to the success of this event are the mitigation measures in place to protect the local environment surrounding the venue. See Exhibit B. part, and again, these are all conditions that have been placed. And so that's some of the, even to addition into some of the conditions that have already been placed on us, we're going to be working with some of the local environmental leaders who have basically, in terms of picking up and finding illegal campsites and going around, we're going to take the extra measures to monitor both before, after, and during to make sure that this is not occurring. And I also want to kind of, I want to get into that here because, well, I'm almost there. So let me keep going here. Biodegradable sunscreen is also readily available at the showers. I think that it's one thing educating someone and saying, oh, go to the store and try to find some biodegradable sunscreen and trying to buy some soap. You have it available in the showers. That's what they use. So again, we have reduced water usage, which I'll get into shortly. We're going to have an info booth. We're calling it the Traceless booth, where people can come and they can learn about the different ways that we're trying to, these mitigation measures are being put into place. And if you look at our website, I mean, we have pages and pages about essentially education, but not just, you know, making it from the points of sustainability, from products, from checking your carbon needs.
I think we're having a little problem. We need for you to speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm just demonstrating some of the aspects of our website that we're spending a lot of time and energy in demonstrating and highlighting where we are and the different mitigation techniques that we're using, and educated from, you know, here's extra wet wipes to make sure you clean yourself when you go to the restroom so you don't disturb the water. So it's just continue educating everybody about where they are, how lucky they are to be there, and to respect where they are. From a water supply standpoint, this includes some of our additional mitigation measures. We'll be monitoring the water flow before, during, and after the event through the use of a flow meter, and include the findings in our post-event report. Estimated water use for the event. Estimated water use for the event is estimated at 2 gallons per person per day, including showers, drinking water, and vendors. No hot water is being offered, and therefore showers will be much faster than normal. At a level of 3,500 people, this comes to approximately 20 to 25,000 gallons over the course of the weekend. After analysis of current water usages and pumps on the property for irrigation, the property owner has agreed to reduce water used in the weeks following the event to offset uses that occurred during the festival. This would also include the water use during Reggae on the River. So the water, again, we're reducing it to assist in mitigation of water use during their festival as well. If the 16-day reduction proves insufficient as measured by the flow meters, the property owner has agreed to continue his reduced irrigation until the offset is complete. And again, here's the calculations. The mitigation capable of offsetting environmental impacts, and just to summarize, we take measurements during normal irrigation cycles before the event, then during the event, then reduce water use for weeks following the event, measuring levels until the water usage has been offset. The water use and mitigation technique will be very summarized and very well looked at in our post-event reporting, with the intention of coming next year and saying, here, this is what we found, this is what we're looking at, these are the different ways, and these are the different methods that we see that we can further mitigate water use. So again, we'll be providing access to biodegradable sunscreens. Fryman Septic of Willits is available to provide toilets and disposal of services for the event. B&B has also said they're available. We're just waiting for this to be over and we can start securing a lot of these providers. We've been in contact with several shuttle service providers and can provide shuttle services for patrons per the board's request. We'll be working closely with Caltrans and the Garberville CHP to ensure traffic impacts are mitigated and public safety enforced. From the concerns of cumulative effects caused by people camping illegally in the area between the two sites, we'd like to state that our demographic is vastly different than that of Reggae on the River. We're promoting to an early 20s and late 30s eco-conscious urban audience from all around Northern California. The vast majority of our audience will be returning home for work after the festival, and we're working closely with volunteer coordinators to ensure all of our festival staff is responsible and not likely to engage in illegal camping along the river. During and after the festival, we have a team of community rovers deployed to ensure there is no illegal camping between the two sites. We are new professional and experienced applicants proposing an event with a very small footprint on a parcel of land occupied by 4 active residents. The owner takes good care of his ranch and now has an experienced team to manage the event, coordinate with officials and service providers, interact with the local community, educate patrons about environmental and community respect, and document the festival impacts and mitigation techniques with the intention of presenting the findings, what worked, what didn't, and how we can improve this in the following years. The Reggae on the River event is proposed for 3 times the amount of attendees, installing unnatural bridges across the EO with a setup impacting the area for months at a time. Please see Exhibit E. In an unoccupied parcel of land with no vegetative covering, with a website with almost no environmental focus or education. We have tried to sit down with the Mateo to address community environmental concerns outside of this hearing, and their answer has been, move your date or move your venue, these are our demands. If the currents were truly environmental and community-based, the organization would have at least agreed to sit down to go over our environmental and community plans to see how we could learn from each other. In terms of the arguments and evidence provided by the Mateo Community Center and their council, it's disheartening that they have had to go to last resort methods to try and stop such a positive event for the county. They have tried to bring public safety officials against us with no traction, as our communication with the aforementioned fire chiefs, sheriff's offices, and CHP has continued in very positive ways. They have been impressed with our organization and efforts. I'd like to just say this, that we have Leggett and Piercy on board for this, and I contacted Chief Olson, just as he's kind of the super chief in the area, and I contacted him out of respect to say, hey, we're younger guys, you have experience here, we'd like to speak with you. He's very busy right now in this fire season, hasn't gotten a chance. They found out that, Mateo found out that he had been in communication with me, had him write me a letter saying, you're not allowed to put my name in there, and I don't want to bring, I have respect for the fire chief. But that was just an extra measure that I said, because I just wanted to go to further than what was required to continue, because it's such a high fire season. And again, I'm going to be meeting with him again to go over these plans, because he knows a lot about public safety in the area. So that's just, it's public safety relations. He tried to use irrelevant emails to their advantage, wasted time and energy of officials and council with non-relevant information regarding Humboldt County land purchases and neighbor disputes, have attempted to block or prevent us from using local service providers, and overall demonstrated actions that do not seem to coincide with what a community center should be about. In closing, we'd like to state that overall the local community of the area has voiced that this change is good. They want a group of responsible young professionals to positively contribute to the area and bring a new light untainted by the negativity and community divisions that have been highlighted before. We are bringing in a group of young professionals that will visit Mendocino Humboldt for the first time and most likely come back because of the opportunity and showcase we provided them. The initial application for the renewal was made 6 months prior to the event. We have a solid approach to environmental and public nuisance mitigation, have support from county official and public safety providers, and are excited to contribute to Mendocino and Humboldt County's local economies, the local school districts, the local volunteer departments, and local nonprofits, including a new anti-GMO group promoting access to healthy foods, Planned Parenthood to encourage safe practices, and environmental protection groups to continue to educate attendees on the area. Otherwise, the festival can support and add to the value of the local community, including working with the local Chamber of Commerce offices to improve tourism in the area, working with local small businesses to provide new clients, exposure, and opportunities, promote green technology, and overall provide insight into future projects in the region. Overall, we're very serious and want to document all of our mitigation measures so we can continue to improve our production, and are requesting that the board please grant us the opportunity to demonstrate our operations and how beneficial the event can be to Mendocino County as a whole. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hewson.
Any questions?
Any immediate questions? We will have, okay, Supervisor Jury.
I'll just ask you the same question I asked of Reggae on the River, which is your parcel size is 35 acres, but how large is the part of the parcel that will contain the event? I assume, for example, they're not actually, the river doesn't really count. Or
Right. And so a majority of our, most of the camping will happen in this region here. And so like you asked earlier, yes, absolutely. We'll have security posted here, and in Mr. Dowd's, in front of Mr. Dowd's house. So from the containment, this is going to be mostly cars and coming in. So primarily in this region, I would say about 60% of the problem.
15 acres is what's there.
50 acres total. 15 acres. Thanks, Keith. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. So your plan of operations, the way I read it, it does acknowledge that there were violations of the noise-related conditions in terms of hours of operation.
We weren't there, so
who wrote the plan of operations?
Yes, from our understanding, we realized that there was issues last year with the noise after curfew, and that's why we're taking all of these extra mitigation measures to.
Right, but you are acknowledging there was a problem last year.
That's why we're working so hard. Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the conditions also, well, first I'm curious. I read in an account, one place in your plan of operations, there's to be no vehicle parking on the river bar, but the site plan shows the gravel bar being a parking area to the edge of the water. Well, I'm looking at, page 51, BOS page 51, and the hatch-marked yellow area says parking area. The blue shaded area is camping.
And I think that was between us and this is the most up to date, and I think in the letter that we sent, they were reversed, and so we switched it. It was a few months ago. I think. Are you looking at the security plan or the site? The full
He's
site
looking at
plan?
page 51 in the report that we
Page
received.
51, BOS 51.
Staff packet isn't marked with Board of Supervisor numbers.
It's towards the back, next to the last page of what we have.
Yeah, no, it's the same. Those are camping is blue along the river. That's all blue. That's not the river. That blue is camping.
Oh, I see. My mistake there.
Okay. Got it.
Now, however, while we're looking at that site plan, in the plan of operations, it says that the portable toilets are going to be located throughout the site, and yet on the site plan, we show them in only 2 areas.
We have an updated one up here right now.
Okay.
We've been working with the county to update these things, and that's very important to have those near the river to discourage people from urinating and also just have access to them. So yes, we're very, very conscious of that.
And then the only showers are located, quite a distance from the river also, and they're cold water showers. So
Correct.
there's not much inducement for people to go over to the showers and wait in line for an hour when they can go to the river.
I mean, that's part of our responsibility to make sure that people are educated and to let them know that, that's where you take showers. And we'll have roamers on the beach. We'll make sure this is, again, if we want to be able to do this next year, our water quality has to be good. We have to do this or we're not going to get the chance to do it again. I understand that. So it's something that we have to take the extra precautionary measures to ensure that they don't.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You can take your seat. The next thing we'll be doing in this hearing is taking comments from the public. I only have one speaker form. There's a second. How many other people are here to speak? 3, 4, 5. Okay, then the board. Yes, there is. Yes, we will, just so you know what's going to happen, there will be an opportunity for people to address the board for 3 minutes. And then the appellants and the applicant will have 5 minutes to rebut or to elaborate on their comments. And then we will give Mr. Dooley and Mr. Gustafson a chance to make final remarks. And that will be followed by questions from the Board of Supervisors. And then the closing of the public hearing, and the matter will then be before the board. Got it? Okay, and for now, we are going to take a 15-minute recess. We'll be back at 3:25. The first speaker will be Cody Bass. If you do wish to address the board, please bring your salmon-colored slip to the clerk. Okay, Mr. Bass, please.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Cody Bass. I'm here to speak on behalf of Awake Nation, which was the production company that produced the Late Night Dance Hall Dome at Cooks Valley last year. I would basically just like to point to a couple facts of that event, and the main one to start with would be that we were under agreement with the property owner, Mr. Bowman, to have an event that was late night, hence the name of our event. So we had an agreement to run the music past 2 a.m. all the way through the night. And the proof is in the publish of our promotion. We published our promotion and had an agreement with the Mateel to run music from 10 o'clock at night after Reggae on the River through the late night of the evening. The Mateel had nothing to do with any of the promotion or the production of the event. So we had an agreement with Mr. Bowman to run at 2 o'clock, or after 2 o'clock. I think you guys have the promotion from last year. What proves that to you is the amount of talent that was booked for this production. There was an amount of talent that would not have went from that 4-hour window. From 10 to 2 a.m. The agreement was made with Mr. Bowman, and so when they talk about riots and things happening, when you sell a ticket to patrons and you tell them one thing, and you've published and you've promoted, and I think it's even still up on the website, the actual schedule of performers, and then you try to pull the music plugs after you've told people, published and promoted and sold them tickets, you can only imagine what's going to happen. This is just one of many things that have been promised, and promises have been broken, and I think that there is enough people in front of you today to see that there is multiple things pointing to just straight dishonesty from Mr. Bowman. I do not come here to speak against Northern Knights in any way, shape, or form. I believe that they can produce a good event, and I would really like to, put my support into them producing an event, but I do not believe another event should be granted at Cooks Valley under Mr. Bowman in any way. He has, on countless ways, proven his credibility, and it's not in a good way. These kind of community gatherings should be brought from the community, for the community, and benefit the community, which he has not done and shown in the past. I would definitely like to also point out the capacity numbers. Last year, from Mr. Bowman's, he ran the box office. He told us there was 2,200 tickets sold. We believe that's inaccurate. However, at that capacity, his property was completely full. He actually had to break the lock and trespass to the Demick property and park over 300 cars. If we only sold 2,200 tickets, which is what he states, how is it even being talked about to allow 3,500 at an event this year? This again points to the inconsistencies and the credibility against Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Bass.
I think Dana was going to give me her time. I'd just like to elaborate.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not doing that.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You have a
I
question?
did have a question, though, or I just wanted to confirm. You're saying that you were hired by Mr. Bowman last year to produce the late night music dome.
Awake Nation, which I'm speaking on the behalf of, was contracted with Mr. Bowman. We had a oral contract to produce this event with him. He collected all the money, sold all the tickets, and came back to us and told us that there was 2,200 tickets sold.
And it was understood, though, that that music was going to run well past 2 a.m. or all night long, or what?
Yes, sir. We had in our promotion and published agreements with Mr. Bowman, it was going to go after 2 a.m. If you look at the actual promotion that we published, at the bottom there is a list of talent which was paid and contracted to come to the event site. And again, if we were running music from 10 to 2, at the very most that would allow 4 people to perform. So therefore, there would have only been 12 acts, and there's well over 25 acts. And Mr. Bowman was in, that was published.
And then there was another stage apparently on the gravel bar. Do you know the facts of that, or who was running that?
Yes, we did have and coordinated that with Mr. Bowman. We brought generators that were rented from Hertz. That was all part of the plan. All the performers that are in the yellow and little text at the bottom were all for the beach. I had talked to Justin from the Mateel. We were in agreement that we would not run music until 10 o'clock, until the reggae stages were done. There was some little bit of conflict in the middle of the event because Mr. Bowman did want music during the day so that we were selling alcohol and those kind of things. Again, breaking agreements that were made with the Mateel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dana Barry.
My name is Dana Barry, Dr. Dana Barry. I would like to request that I hand my time to Cody Bass.
No, could you come into the mic? No, just the mic.
Yes.
And speak into the mic.
Yes.
You can pull it down.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm
Go
Dr.
ahead.
Dana Barry, and
yeah.
I'd like to give my 3 minutes to Cody Bass.
No, I don't
Okay.
think that's in our rules. Would you like to speak?
I do have something to say, being a doctor and
Please.
coming to this festival for year after year on the river. I have myself personally saved a life at least every time. I do not feel that public safety was honored at this event. So.
Do you see anything in the conditions for this event this year that might change that?
As far as, I haven't read specifically what the conditions are. I do hear that you maybe have
Okay.
a couple officers and maybe some medics.
No, well, there's
I-
also a medical station, and, there's a condition around that, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we appreciate it. Okay, Gemini Herzog.
Hi, my name's Gemini Herzog, and I'm Keith's neighbor. I'm actually Patrick's spouse and the half landowner in the Dowd property. That's actually Herzog Dowd. I have a lot of concerns. It's pretty much what Patrick said over and over, and I feel at this point, like, I know that we've been told, why can't we go to town by Keith? Why can't we stay somewhere else? Because we do have another townhouse. That's why we've been told this. But I feel like, why should we have to? That's kind of, I feel really disrespected. And I will say, Peter and Andrew, they've been lovely to us. I have had no problem with you. I think that you guys are educated. You've spoken well. I thought Peter's presentation was beautiful, but it's just a presentation, it's not reality. And I have a lot of safety concerns as well. I work in the medical staff at the Garberville Hospital. I've seen a lot of stuff happen during this weekend, including the rape of a young girl from the Cooks Valley campground. And I've seen various other things. I can't say names or anything, obviously, but I've witnessed it. And I have a 20-year-old daughter myself. And, I'm concerned for the safety of young people and the fire. There is no fire protection. This map is great, but we are actually way closer in reality, even though it looks like there's a river separating us. I mean, I can hear Keith's grandchildren play across the river. He can probably hear me with my dogs. It's, all relative in retrospect. And I worry about the impact on the river as well. I've lived there a long time. This year we've had some of the worst rains I've seen in years. Let's say the algae about this time of year starts turning to the blue-green algae, which is actually potentially fatal to people, animals, children. And I love the map that you showed, but I don't see people just using 2 gallons of water or whatever you say. I don't see it happening at all. I don't see a lot of things happening, and there's got to be a change now, or where are we going to be in a couple years from now? I bought this piece of property to build my dream, to be with my animals, my dogs, live away from town, but yet kind of close to town for access for work at the hospital. And I feel really violated. And I feel like I've been bullied, I've been bribed, I've been ran over by the reggae train. And just for the record, I don't know if Patrick will say this, he does not work in any shape or form for the Mateel, never has. We do know people in the Mateel. Of course we do. We've lived there our whole lives. I've gone to reggae. I've been to many reggae shows. And this one's a little more out of control that I've seen, But he doesn't work for the Mateel. And if the Mateel was doing this stuff next door, we'd be just as bitchy. It's not, it's not a personal vendetta for any reason. It's just to me, it's our rights. This is America, right? I mean, what can you say? So.
Thank you, Ms. Herzog.
All right.
Keith Bowman. And are there any other speakers out there? Please turn your speaker forms in to the clerk. Go ahead, Mr. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Keith Bowman, the property owner. You've heard a lot of stuff about me. I would, first of all, like to say that I would like you to see substantiated any fact that any of these people have brought against me. At this point, I have not been able to find a substantiated fact that these things they say is true. I was born in '49, grew up in southern Humboldt, northern Mendocino, landowner of many parcels. Now, for the last 20-some years, I'm in Mendocino. I grew up, went through the school system, and then started with the school systems doing the Booster Club. Spent 20 years fundraising and building playgrounds, tracks, football fields, anything I could to support the kids of Southern Humboldt. My proposal now is what I'm doing is I have a venue. I am older. I have a venue that can contribute to the community. At this point, what I've wanted to do for a long time is a free concert. I'm really I have 10 grandkids now. They're coming back into the school system. So now I'm getting active into this thing again. I'm offering up my land, my property to develop as a venue for Southern Humboldt. This new group is coming in that looks very viable, that could do something for this. We're offering up a substantial amount of money, and I would like to challenge Mateel to come back with the same offer to the community and our schools. They give up no money, write a check. We are willing to write a check for $15,000 to $20,000 to our little school this very first year. As we progress, I'm looking to do even a larger thing. And in saying that, I don't want to get into all the allegations because I don't believe they're right, but I would like to get the support of this group to grant these guys this permit so they can prove themselves, and Cooks Valley would have a chance to show this community and be kind of the gateway to Mendocino on the north end, that this is a valuable and nice venue for our county. Any questions?
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just have to ask, do you acknowledge that there was an issue with music going past the allowed hours last year?
There was issues. What we agreed to in the planning department last year, and it was on recording, that we would be allowed to play music on stage till 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, the music was shut off on the stage. The problem was that the other music that came after 2.
Well, and who has control over that?
The security was supposed to shut everything down. I was supposed to shut everything down. I fought with the production company to shut the music down many times. I was at Pat Dowd's house at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning trying to explain to him, I'm trying to get it shut down. Immediately after the event was over with, we did away with the production company because of that problem.
That's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Andrew Borgelt.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank you for allowing us to be here and talk today. Like I said, Peter and I started Black Productions a few years ago, and I just want to reiterate, we're honored and fortunate enough to be standing here today in a beautiful area, in a beautiful place. And, we were not seeked out by Mr. Bowman. We have no history in the area, and honestly, the reason why I actually found the property was I was driving up to Jebediah Smith and was like, oh, why isn't Reggae on the River happening here anymore? Started knocking on doors because I produce events, and one thing led to another, and now we're here. And with that being said, we grew up in Marin and used to go to Reggae on the River all the time. It's a beautiful area. It's a beautiful place. And after leaving, going to school at UC Santa Barbara, traveling, and then coming back to San Francisco and being there for 5 years, I have a whole new group of friends. I have a whole new group that's a different demographic, that hasn't heard of Reggae on the River, that honestly hasn't really even been north of the Golden Gate Bridge. And when I talk about the beauty of this area, and when I talk about what good times we had there and how awesome it was to go up to Mendocino, to go up to Humboldt, and to see the redwoods and see the ocean, they get excited, but they haven't been there. And then a couple weeks ago, we actually took a group up, and they hadn't been past Marin, and they were just like, once you're here, it speaks a million words. So one of the things I want to touch on, that it is a new demographic that hasn't been to Mendocino proper, hasn't been to Humboldt County. So they're going to come in, and I don't think this is going to be the only time they come back to Mendocino. And I think, let alone that the ticket sales and working with local vendors and working with different agencies is adding to the overall economic stimulus of Mendocino County. It's something that we pride ourselves on as well. One thing as well, just to touch base on too, we have a different situation with the property owner and with past events. That's something that we kind of heard a little bit about, the quote-unquote Reggae Wars. We don't want to have any sort of issues with anyone, and that's why we've held barbecues, and that's why we've been open to any sort of communications, including with the Mateel, including with K-Mud, and anyone that would kind of come and reach out to us. We're willing to meet them. So, with that being said, we want to work and we want to bring everyone together. We don't want this to put any more stress or drama on anything, whatever that happens today. Also, just regarding the relationship between us and the property owner, we do have contracts with us and the property owner stating specific duties and specific responsibilities. And if this happens, this is what's going to go. Specific responsibilities for specific roles between the two. So, kind of mitigating that fact as well. And yeah, any questions for me?
Well, thank you very much, Sam. We have one more speaker, Mr. Sakowitz. And that's the last one? Okay. And after Mr. Sakowitz, the appellants and the applicant will each have 5 minutes if they need 5 minutes to kind of summarize their position. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Chair Hamburg. Good afternoon, Supervisors, County staff. John Sakowitz, Kaya, speaking as a private citizen only. I'm pretty familiar with the Sierra Nevada Music Festival because KZOX broadcast the entire event live, and I'm pretty well acquainted with the economic impact that those days have on the local economy as well. My question would be, all things being equal in terms of the environmental impact, my question would be what the economic impact of these events are. We hear in every Board of Supervisors meeting how flat our tax revenues are, et cetera. I'm just curious what the economic impact of this event would be, and if going forward into the future, future concert promoters could make some mention of that, I think it would be a good idea. I think it's a fair question. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps Dr. Am I pronouncing it Husan? Husan might mention that in his summation. And we will now ask the appellants to take 5 minutes each. Mr. Momsen.
Brian Momsen again for Mr. Dowd. I believe one of the questions asked of the applicant was whether or not they would admit that there was a violation of the curfew last year, and I think it was Dr. Husan who said he wasn't there, he didn't know, but I just want to point out that their application, mine isn't paginated, but under the section concert and hours of noise, it states in their own application, last year the event producers did not take preventative measures to ensure that the 2 a.m. curfew for amplified music was enforced, and for that reason, that organization will not be producing this year's event. So they admit it right in their application. Mr. Bowman came up here and said, I want one piece of evidence that, or some substantiation of what's been set up here. Well, how about the hour of DVDs Mr. Dowd submitted that are time-stamped and show loud music going on the whole weekend? Mr. Bass's testimony spoke volumes to me. He did not testify at the zoning administration hearing, but he stated, frankly, that Mr. Bowman wasn't straight with his own production company and didn't give him all the proper information he needed and has no credibility, and he certainly implied that last year there was no intention of even following the 2 a.m. curfew. So I want to bring this back to condition 13 from last year and ask why that's not being enforced. To me, that's a threshold issue for this body before you even reach the merits of this year's event and satisfy yourself with conditions and so forth. I would ask that in your deliberations you start with that. Why isn't condition 13 being enforced? Why shouldn't it be? As a matter of integrity, it should be. Mr. Dowd fought hard for that last year and paid a lot of money, and is owed an explanation if nothing else. I have 3 minutes left, and perhaps Mr. Dowd would like to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, this is Patrick Dowd again.
Patrick.
I'd just like to bring up a couple of things. I did talk to Andrew and Peter, both of whom informed me that they were at the event last year on Friday. I mean, unless they were lying to me at that point in time. I mean, you guys were both there on Friday, weren't you?
We had no responsibility.
Well, I didn't say you were responsible, but you said you weren't there. And, I mean, they said they weren't there, and it's like, you know, this dishonesty that, you know, they're bringing up, it just doesn't really bode well. I mean, they've got me down as being an employee of the Mateo Community Center. I've never worked for them. You know, if the Mateo Community Center's event was right next door and it was doing the same, had the same impacts on my property, I would be doing the exact same thing. But in, you know, I mean, this isn't a personal vendetta. This is the simple fact that my property is adjacent to a piece of property that has a festival on it that's a nuisance. It's been a nuisance for a long time. And as far as, like, you know, the economic impacts to the county, I mean, are we really, you know, so dependent on, you know, money coming in from this type of event that we're going to just, you know, trample, you know, the people who live there's private property rights? I mean, for you to, you know, say go ahead, have this you know, event, which, you know, it's supposed to be a new and improved event, yet it's on the anniversary of last year's event, which was, you know, a really, you know, unpleasant experience. Mr. Bowman explained it was an unpleasant experience. He couldn't control the crowd. He was over there running around at my house it was 9 o'clock in the morning when he showed up, not 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning was when he was out at the edge of my gate trying to make keep the second sound stage that he allowed to be on his property to try and keep its volume low enough that it wouldn't disturb us. Yet that didn't work. And it was what we told the zoning administrator last year was you can't allow amplified music after the hours because DJs like to turn it up. That's what they do. They're going to be sitting there rocking out and they're going to turn it up. So if you allow, and Mr. Bowman knew this, and he just said, well, we're just going to play it by ear, let them have their thing. And as he told me, the county's going to give me the permit. The sheriff's not going to do anything, and there's nothing you can do about it. And, well, this is the only thing I can do about it is come and, complain. I mean, there really is no reason to allow this permit to go through because of all the past problems that we've had with it.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Appreciate it. Mr. Crowlin?
I'm going to pass my time to our Festival Operations Manager, Karen Booth.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Catherine Boos. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking the time to hear us. I'll speak very simply. I work with a lot of agencies. When they ask us to jump, we say, how high? I represent the Mateel Community Center as the Festival Operations Manager for Summer Arts and Music Festival and Reggae on the River. I'm part of the community, a member of the public that has the right to be informed, and a woman concerned about this upcoming event. My letter is a matter of public record. I wrote to the Mendocino County Planning Department on March 4th of this year because of my concerns about the safety of this event in light of the one that took place last year. The lack of fire and law enforcement protection is a major concern of mine, and the reason I raised objections to issuing the CUP this year. There is a potential to not have adequate coverage. Also, it's maintained that there will be no traffic congestion with this event, but where will the early arrivals go? Where will the ones staying afterwards go? There's no plan for queuing cars on or looking at the continued safety on the 101 corridor. This fundamental lack, along with traffic mitigation, security for the patrons, the motoring public, and our neighbors, is of utmost importance to the safety of an event this size. There's no CHP or sheriff monitoring of foot traffic. There's no guarantee that patrons will not be walking on the freeway. The conditions put forth this year for amplified music to end at midnight does not adequately address folks leaving the event to find something to do. The in and out policy will allow folks to go and find out what's going on in the neighborhood. And what they're going to find out is there's nothing going on in our neighborhood. This could create a public nuisance in our neighborhoods. It will tax our local law enforcement, increase possible fire danger. The 2012 event was a community nuisance. The planning department and now the Board of Supervisors has seen these neighborhood complaints, as well as heard from the landowner and his lawyer. The public has a right to be informed and to inform. Where was the post-event report from last year? Condition 13 was implemented in the 2012 CUP for Cooks Valley. It's obvious that the preventative measures to ensure the 2 a.m. curfew were not implemented, period. There is no reason to allow the CUP this year. Black Productions speaks to the concern in their many plans of operation. Quote, last year, the event producers did not take preventative measures to ensure the noise curfew for amplified music and was enforced, and for that reason, that organization will not be producing this event. I could not believe my eyes when I read this in the plan of operation that's submitted. It's a public document. They actually admit to this activity. It's egregious, perhaps, but it was glossed over. Compelling nonetheless, but it should end the CUP. NEGDEC, mitigation based on what? Fish and Wildlife, Water Quality Board, no input. Unbelievable. The river runs through the land in both counties. Our attorney speaks more eloquently than I could about the problems with CEQA, cumulative effects. I refer to the attorney's letter and to Humboldt County, Michael Richardson's comments to Humboldt Planning, from Humboldt Planning Department to Mendocino. You have a copy of both of those. There was no regard to that safety, CEQA, water quality, fish and wildlife along this wild and scenic Eel River. No response from the Mendocino Planning Department to the email from Lieutenant David Morey of Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. You also have a copy of that. If I could, I'd like to have 2 more minutes.
You have 1 minute.
Another example I want to speak to is a statement made by Peter Hewson of Black Productions in the latest plan of operations. They were working with Tim Olson, Chief Fire of Bryceland Volunteer Fire Department. It's absolutely not true. And an apology and a retraction were issued by the producer. Saying it's so doesn't mean it's so. I want to touch on the ABC reference in the plan of operations last year and recently submitted by Black Productions. A hefty donation from the beverage sales will be donated to a local volunteer fire department. That's not legal, not ever. All the proceeds go to the nonprofit. I have a couple more things I want to say, but recently, within the last 3 hours, 4 hours, I found out that there was a ABC permit submitted to ABC by the owner from the Alder Point Fire Department for this year. Alder Point Fire Department did not submit that. Are you aware of that? Okay.
No. Thank you very much.
For taking the time.
Appreciate your time.
Okay.
And now the applicant, Dr. Husan.
Thank you guys for your time here, and I'm not quite sure where facts are getting between fire department, Alder Point, and where that's coming from, but that has nothing to do with our event this year. For the record, I'd like to number one, just to clear things up. Yes, I think that part of the demonstration of what we're doing this year is we're going to be doing post-event reporting and tell you when music ends and what happened and what didn't. It's very clear that there was issues last year, that we weren't there for the Saturday night. We came there Friday, we saw what was going on, didn't like it, we left. For our own knowledge, and as preparing for future events, it's good to see what's going on somewhere. See what's going on, get some information, as opposed to going in somewhere blindly and just deciding that the property owner promised me that I was gonna put, I mean, he's never, the past producer hadn't even been in the courtroom. You know, he didn't even understand what the permit conditions were. So I just want to let you know, like, the difference is, I mean, it's night and day. So with that being said, in terms of, again, all of my efforts and all of our efforts have been transparency, trying to communicate with as many people as possible, and trying to make sure that we can do this the right way, whether it's with the community, from the environmental standpoint. I can't stress on us, and I'm very good at report writing, and we're gonna do a very good one for this afterwards. And again, with the intention of coming to you guys again and saying, look, we walked the walk. We said what we would do. This is what worked. This is what didn't. Do we have permission to do it again? So I thank.
Do you want to take a moment to speak to the economic aspect?
Oh yes, absolutely. Thank you. So one of the big things too, and that's kind of as we made this drive back and forth from the Bay Area and back and forth. You know, you stop in Hopland, you stop in Laytonville, you stop in Willits, and there's these just small communities, but each one they get so much benefit from, you know, and I'm sure you guys have dealt with what's going on with the Willits bypass recently. I know that's been a big deal here as well. And so yes, in doing that, and I think that in the past, by going to the individual business owners and speaking with them, and whether it's, you know, whether if it's a promotional aspect or whatnot, you speak to them and say, hey, can we track your sales that weekend, for example, and say, how did we increase, providing a map on the website, for example, a map on the way up that says, these are the stops that you want to stop at. You talk to the business owner and say, look, you have the local Laytonville market. It's a great place to get a sandwich on your way up. You help them with their business there, they get more access, and then when people come up again in the future, they say, oh, that's a good place to stop. So again, those are just on the way up types of deals. We've also spoken with the Garberville Chamber of Commerce, and I know it's northern Mendocino, southern Humboldt, but they kind of are the overarching closest form of financial kind of government in the area, and so they're going to we've asked them to help guide us in terms of our contributions to the local schools. We're doing $5 per ticket to the local school districts. We're actually going to be giving a percentage to some to Southern Humboldt, some to Leggett. The volunteer fire departments, of course, those are big up there. They need this a lot, so they're very excited to be working with us because it supports directly there. And again, as this grows and the more we learn and the more we interact with the community is the more that we can kind of find resources where, as we get, if we can do, you know, in future years with the idea of doing some more solar energy stuff or bringing more technology advances to the schools or kind of doing different things, but asking the local governments and local what is needed up here as opposed to just, we're not, you know, is discussing that and being transparent and listening to what people have to say, what is needed, what is not, and how we can benefit them. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gustafson, you have anything? Or if Dusty wants to take it, either one.
Yeah, I think there have been a number of issues that have been raised. I would just like to offer a general comment before Dusty and I are available. Dusty may have some specific points you want to make, but first off, temporary events like this are not just about fitting them on the property, they are about fitting in the community. And when this came before us, we recognized the site had history. It was an attractive site for events, as this entire valley is, but also this particular site had events that indicated that it would continue to be a place where people want to hold them. What distinguished this event from the other events, which allowed us to come, as a zoning administrator, allowed me to come to an approval, was it really showed, if Dusty, you can advance to slide 1, how the current promoters had really looked at the site as a containment. Unlike the previous events, which were seemingly more open, their boundaries were not as well defined. And I can distinguish this one as follows. Their event areas, the music will be contained to the stage area. That's where the activities will be held primarily. And that with the addition of protection of the stage where the music will be performed or broadcast, they were containing the sound to prevent it, to moderate it from going south toward the nearest sensitive receptor to the residential area. They also limited the activities on the beach, and we went further with the approval of the permit to say noise activities on the beach were not permitted. That was the reason for not allowing the amplified portable sound systems during the day. That they had also in place mechanisms or roving sound monitoring teams that would manage sound during the events when amplified music would be allowed, and then also after hours, after 12 p.m. They agreed to rolling back the hours from 2 a.m. to 12 p.m. So really, this operation, this event is very different. It's very well thought out and very well packaged. And given that they're willing to operate with these rules, these parameters, we felt it could fit in the community. We recognize that the sensitivity of the adjoining residential property owner. We added a condition in this instance to deal with that sensitive, to monitor the noise at the boundary. And we have a numeric standard for noise limitations at that residence that's consistent with the general plan and zoning noise limitation. That's all also rolled into our environmental review based on our experience in the past, based on how this project was put before us. We felt that a mitigated negative declaration was a very defensible level of environmental review, that this project came to the site incorporating mitigation measures into their plan of operations, to the extent that what we were really doing with the environmental review and additional mitigation measures and conditions of approval was just to help to ensure that they were implemented, that there were people responsible and accountable for noise mitigation, and that we had very clear and bright lines about the boundary of where the activities can take place and how long the music can take place. So we think this property, this event promoter should be given a chance to prove himself, that they're capable of running in a way that fits the community. And we're very clear that if they cannot, they're not back to the site. This site is going to be proven to be probably a site that can't hold events in the future. Those are sort of my overarching ideas or thoughts about this particular proposal before you. Dusty, I don't know if you have any.
Dusty, any last comments here?
No, I'm prepared to try to answer any questions that the supervisors might have.
Okay. Then at this time, I will turn it over to board members for questions to staff. You can also ask questions of the applicant or the appellant or even members of the public who have spoken previously. Supervisor McCowan and then Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a couple questions I intended to ask earlier. The hot water for the food vendors, that's been evaluated by environmental health, how that's going to be provided and so forth?
Correct. Besides our use permit, the applicant is required to get a community event application through the Division of Environmental Health, and then that is part of their review, correct?
Okay, thank you. Now, it seems pretty obvious that we had a second stage that was located on the river bar, and that would not have been part of the conditions of approval for last year?
There wasn't a limit on the number of stages or the location of stages as part of the past permit, but it was understood that there wouldn't be any planned amplified music after 2 a.m. That was a very clear condition.
Right, and that didn't matter where the music was emanating from, because Mr. Bowman said, well, gee, after 2 a.m. it wasn't on the stage, but you read the condition and I believe it's as you say, it references amplified music. It doesn't say whether it's on the stage or not on the stage.
Correct.
So it was his responsibility to make sure there was no amplified music wherever it was on the site.
Correct.
And then I'm a little confused by the references to the water on, I think it's page 7, quoting page 7 BOS, quoting the plan of operations in the middle of the page. It says, typical property owner water use will be turned off during the weekend of the event, and therefore we will be using less water than typically used in summer months, which seems to imply that their typical water use exceeds the water use of the festival. But, you know, if that were true, we wouldn't have this lengthy explanation of how we're going to reduce water use for several weeks after the event to make up for the water used during the event. But it sounds like during their initial submission, they're saying, oh, we don't need to worry about it, we'll just quit our normal usage.
Yes, the application came in with without any provision for that measure or that mitigation, if you will, was added in response to concern that was raised about water during the public hearing and comments afterwards. This project did go out to agency referral prior to it going to public hearing in front of the zoning administrator, and this project and previous projects that had been taken through the public hearing process had not raised water supply as an issue or a concern.
This description of how they're going to mitigate for water use that, you know, is submitted by Northern Nights, dated 6/18, that's not actually a condition of the permit.
It might be viewed as a revision of their project description and thus be incorporated as a component of their project.
And then also, we have, beginning on page 15, the recommended conditions as they were considered by the zoning administrator. And then I know that various conditions were added, and those are referenced on BOS page 2. But do we have an updated list of the conditions that includes everything as it was finally approved?
I believe you were referencing the final findings and conditions of approval as amended by the zoning administrator, and those identify the latest, greatest final conditions as placed on the project currently.
You should have a copy.
Oh, that
of
was
it.
a separate.
Yes.
Okay.
It should have come to you as a
because
separate
it was a little
document.
confusing because for one thing on page 2 we reference the condition number 39 relating to the qualified professional acoustical engineer, and it's hard to see where that fits in on what was initially considered by the zoning administrator. And I know that we added conditions 46 and 47. 12 and 13 were modified to reduce the curfew from 2 a.m. to midnight for music. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Pinches.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with it, that whole area up there, and it's, first of all, I think this Cooks Valley Campground is probably the highest and best use for that piece of property. When I was a kid, just to the south of the bridge there was a fairly large sawmill there, and I think if you want to place a sawmill there again, you'd have strong opposition from probably all the property owners. But, you know, this festival permit is going to be supposed to be permitted for $3,500, and I try to compare it to what's the difference in this and the reggae just north, besides this different entities doing it, and you always have the competitive factor, and plus the issue, one's in Mendocino County and one's in Humboldt. But I think as far as to accommodate, as far as the campground area where people come in to accommodate them, I think that this site is actually superior than the facility where Reggae on the River is, for the simple reason most of your parking for Reggae on the River, and even if you go south to the campground at Standy Shiki, it's most of your parking is not only is off-site, but it's across the 101 highway. So people have to cross 101 highway in the summertime with trucks and everything. That can be very busy and hazardous. We talk about health hazards. So the Cooks Valley Campground, this festival site, is actually superior to both Standy Shiki and Reggae on the River, and Reggae on the River, which was just stated that that's permitted for 8,000 people. That's better than double the capacity of this. So I don't know. And I understand the neighbors' concerns. I mean, you put 2,000, 3,000, 3,500, or up to 8,000. Just the noise from that many people talking it's a lot of noise, and it's a lot to deal with. But on the other hand, it's not year round. You know, I hark back when the early 90s, when I first come on the board, everybody says, well, what are we going to do in Mendocino County? Our timber industry's going away. And now 20 years later, everybody says, well, our marijuana industry's going away. And it's, well, how are we going to keep people busy, and how are we going to keep them employed? What are we going to do? Well, we're going to make it up in tourism. So if we get into a policy where we have these, and people go to a lot of time and expense and trouble to accommodate, to have these events to draw in people, you know, that's kind of what we've evolved into in this county. And I don't see that as a bad thing. For instance, the drive-through tree, which when I was a kid was a main tourist attraction in Mendocino County, it don't get the people stopping and going through the trees it did 30 years ago. And that's kind of, in a way, it's kind of scary. You know, one reason is the 4-lane freeway bypassed it. But we've evolved into, these events are turning into a major part of Mendocino County's economy and a lot of people's livelihood. And this
I know this is coming up to a question.
No, it's not really a question.
Okay, well, then I'm going to recognize Supervisor Journey.
Sounds good.
So I wasn't present at the hearing a year ago or so when this permit was issued. I wasn't at the Board of Supervisors meeting when this last permit was issued for this event. So I don't know if the intent of the supervisors was on condition 13 to not renew the permit this year if there were violations under any circumstances, because if it was under any circumstances, then, you know, there's really, I think that is the threshold of the question, and if that's the case, then we would have to deny the permit. If on the other hand, if the supervisors, if you were thinking, well, you know, we're not going to allow that same event operator to hold the event, and we're only going to, we would only consider approving it if we had a more responsible event operator. If that was the thinking, then we obviously can approve this permit. So if that's the case, I very much sympathize with Mr. Dowd and your wife and the neighbors, and I think the staff's attempted to mitigate the sound with orienting the stage north and the lower reduced time for the event. But I also can see, given the past history here, that it's you know, there's, if I was in that position, I'd be doubtful that
And your question is?
Well, I'm raising a point just like the others.
No, well, actually, this is a time for questions. Supervisor McCowan asked some questions.
Okay.
Supervisor Pinch has talked about the economic development of Mendocino County over the last 25 years, and you are.
I guess my question would be,
asking
what
about
the
last year.
threshold question that what was the intent of the supervisors a year ago?
Okay. Good question.
Well, first, for clarification, the matter did not come to the board. It was decided by the zoning administrator a year ago.
Okay.
So I can't speak directly to the intent of the zoning administrator, as it was another person. Dusty Dooley might, I believe you were the project planner for that matter.
I was. What did come in front of the board last year was the outdoor festival permit, which looked at adequate security and adequate sanitation, but it wasn't the use permit aspect of the event that came in front of the supervisors. So I just wanted to provide that clarification.
So it was a more generic discussion of outdoor festival permitting.
I suppose so. I mean, certainly the supervisors raised questions about other aspects of the event, but that wasn't what was under their purview. It was the acceptance of the outdoor festival license, which looks at a narrow focus of the event, whereas the use permit is more of a holistic overall view. But again, that use permit did not come in front of the supervisors and wasn't part of their purview of that decision at that time.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions by board members of staff or the applicant or the appellants? Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'd like to clarify what we did consider last year, because I've got a staff report, summary request, application for a camping permit for this property. The board considered it on June 12, 2012. Attached to it was the plan of operations laying out what the applicants intended to do there. So we may not have been acting on a use permit, but we were apparently giving approval to this project to go forward at this site. So I'm a little confused.
Let me attempt to clarify. Any event such as this has two approvals: the use permit that is the matter before you now, and then the outdoor festivals permit, it's not a permit, it's a license issued by the tax collector, and that matter is actually immediately following this item on your agenda. While you may have had the plan of operations and descriptive material come to you with that license, you were not actually deliberating on the use permit as you are today on appeal.
So that would imply last year the decision of the zoning administrator was not appealed to the board.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any final questions by board members of anyone in the room? Okay, if not, I'm going to declare that the public hearing is closed, and this matter is now in the hands of the board. Supervisor Dirty, this is your district.
Well, I appreciate the fact that we do have Dusty, who is a lifelong resident of that area, who helped work on the staff report, so I think that was helpful. But as I was mentioning, I think some of the issues that would concern me if I was living in that neighborhood would be just the enforcement and follow-through of some of the conditions. For example, there is the condition to have a private security on the site of the neighbor, Mr. Dowd, and if I think at the very least, the condition, as I discussed with the sheriff, would be that the applicants would be paying the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's office in turn would hire the private security. So there's the third party, being the county, would be the one ensuring that that security is on site throughout the course of the event. And the other is the other condition on the sound monitoring that would be on Mr. Dowd's property would be administered by the county or under contract by the county. So again, the event provider would pay the county. The county in turn would hire the audio specialist who would ensure that there was compliance with the sound. I think that's those are two conditions that could be easily amended.
Okay. Are you proposing specific amendments to those conditions?
If the board wants to approve the permit, then I would definitely want to see those two conditions amended.
Okay. Supervisor Pinchas.
Well, under the conditions, and there's 45 of them, it says that any one of them
It's actually 47, I think.
45.
Didn't we add two more?
45. Well, if a couple more added, that it would be 47. But my point is, if normally in a project, if you have one piece of property and one owner of the project, like it's a construction project or something, you put conditions on, and the owner of that property is totally in control. But when you invite 3,500 people to your piece of property and put a condition like this in there that says, vehicles shall not drive over or park on an existing or replacement leach field. If you're going to have 3,500 people show up and there's a little spot there where you can park 4 or 5 cars, nobody knows that it's a leach field, because they're probably going to park on it unless somebody's out there. My point is, when you invite 3,500 people to a piece of property, some of the conditions the owner don't really have. He certainly on this one, he wouldn't want anybody parking on his leach field. But you're a little bit, when you have 3,500 people showing up, maybe it's a good idea to not park on a leach field, but I don't think it should be subject to revocation of the use permit if somebody happens to park on a leach field, is my point. So, there's a lot of conditions, and there'll have to be a lot of time management to make sure that everybody abides by these conditions. But don't be surprised, especially if one of these, what I would, not really frivolous conditions, but that maybe violate to a certain degree. And that's this noise aspect, the sound system, turning one off the music. I think as the property owner stated, he done what he basically had in his power to do it. And even Mr. Dowd stated, it's not realistic when people are out there listening, 3,500 people at 2 in the morning, and they shut off the music. Just the loud roar of the people demanding the music be turned on is probably going to be a greater noise than the music itself. So that creates a problem. But I just don't think that this what happened last year, and we have new operators, I don't think it's reason to deny this using it is my basically position. If it continues, yes, certainly this operators have put on notice that especially this noise issue and the sound going after hours is a really important condition, and no matter what it takes, if you have to go pull the switch on the electricity to turn everything off at the timeline, it's going to have to be abided by. I mean, because to say, well, I did everything I can and it still happened, I don't think is going to work next year.
No, neither. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question of County Council, if I may. I might have missed it, but I'm not sure we have a condition in here currently that would require the applicants to indemnify the county and defend any lawsuit that may be brought in this matter. I think that's a condition that it would be within our purview to impose, so I'd appreciate your thoughts on that.
This is Thomas Parker, County Council. It's my understanding, Supervisor, subject to confirmation by the planning staff, that when an application comes forward, they sign or indicate their agreement to such a provision. So, and I have just been given a copy of such an indemnification agreement signed by Mr. Bowman January 20th of this year.
So that's part of the standard application process, although it's signed by Mr. Bowman and he's no longer the applicant.
I think if there were a motion to deny both of the appeals, and I'm not presupposing what the board will or will not do, part of the motion could be that the two current applicants also sign this, so that we have a complete coverage on the record of Mr. Bowman as well as Mr. Usen, Dr. Usen, I apologize, and Mr. Borga.
Right, and I guess I don't think it's fair necessarily to direct a question to staff, so I'd make a comment, if I may, and that is, I think Mr. Bowman has shown that he has pretty close to zero credibility here. It's pretty obvious based on all the different comments that there was a knowing and deliberate intention to not abide by the 2 a.m. limitation on music, and I think that's shown by a number of things here. I think the only reason we're even considering approving something this year is based on the new players who have gotten into this and make a much more credible presentation. But I'm not sure how I will be voting on the motion we are going to get to very shortly, but everyone should really understand this is really the last chance to straighten up and fly right. And I understand, as Supervisor Pinches says, there are going to be some conditions that, yes, it's a good idea. We live in a human world. Things happen. It's not going to be perfect, but it can't be so far out of bounds as what we've experienced in the past. Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy, you have a motion? County Council?
Yes.
I'm trying to move this along in case you didn't know.
Yes, County Council Thomas Parker. I would ask that, as the board may remember from last week, you had cross appellants on the land use matter.
Right.
And recommendation from my office was that there be separate votes on each appeal, up or down, whatever the decision was. I would ask that the board consider doing that again, or if the board doesn't wish to do that, that the maker of any motion who has the intent to recommend denial of both appeals, if that is his or her motion, to be very explicit and clear in the wording so that the record shows that both appeals are being proposed to be denied, if that is the intent of the maker of the motion.
So what you're saying is that the recommended action as outlined on our agenda summary, in your opinion, is not adequate?
I'm just trying to make sure there's a really clear record, that there's no confusion about whether any motion of denial is covering one appeal or the other. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's a lot of different ways to get to the same point, sir.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a motion to uphold the zoning administrator's decision and deny, well, actually, I want a separate motion to deny the appeals first. Go with that first.
So your motion is that we deny both appeals?
But then we'd have a separate motion on...
Yeah, I understand, but this motion is that we deny both appeals?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny the appeals. Is there any comment to that motion? Well, I just want to comment because I haven't said very much. I've kind of been just recognizing people. Someone brought up, I think it was Mr. Sakowitz, the Sierra Nevada Music Festival, and I can't imagine that happening twice within 10 days. I get so many negative phone calls on that event, and it only happens once during the summer. I can just imagine if they did it once and then 2 weekends later they did it again, the town would explode. Now, this isn't exactly the same kind of geographic area, but I think a lot of the same factors apply, that, you know, people get geared up to deal with this thing, you know, to deal with a big event once, and just all the traffic and all the people and all the noise, and they do it once, and they really then they kind of, you know, exhale and go, wow, glad that's done. And then, you know, and then to have to gear up for it again and do it again in 2 weeks. I know it wouldn't fly in very many places in my district. So I'm not, you know, I do think that's a real negative, is having the event twice in 2 weeks. Another thing that I'm concerned about is this whole idea of a rave. And I know it makes me sound like a real fuddy-duddy, but, you know, just, you know, it's a little scary to me, just that we're inviting all these young people into our county for what we know is going to be a 72-hour blowout of alcohol and drugs and being by the water. And, you know, I just wonder if we as a Board of Supervisors are really being responsible. I mean, and I think these gentlemen are responsible, and I'm very impressed with them. And, you know, I can understand, you know, it's a whole new operators and new thing, and the sheriff's in favor of it, and, you know, they seem to have done their homework. But I just have kind of a hard time thinking this is the kind of tourism that we want to promote in Mendocino County. It's a little bit scary for me as a, you know, as a parent, as a, you know, would I want my 22-year-old granddaughter going to this event? And I'm not very sure I would. Now, not that I could control whether she went to the event or not, that's another thing. But, you know, is this the kind of event that I think is really healthy for our young people? And, you know, that sort of puts aside the whole economic issue, and I'm sensitive to that. I think it's great if the stores in Laytonville do extra business, and the gas stations and the motels and whoever else. I think that's wonderful. But there's something about the idea of our welcoming in a rave that is a little scary to me. And I think we do have some responsibility for this because it is on our plate. You know, this use permit is before us. If it wasn't, we could say, well, the zoning administrator, you know, never got to us. We don't have to worry about it. But it's hard for me, you know, as a parent, as a grandparent, to think this is a really good thing for our county. And the other thing, as I mentioned, is just the, you know, once may be okay, but, you know, twice in 2 weeks just seems kind of excessive to me to disturb this whole part of northern Mendocino and southern Humboldt County. So that's, you know, that's just my little contribution to the debate. We do have a motion in a second, but now I see pens going up, exactly what I didn't want to see happen. Do you want to be recognized quickly?
Yes, procedural question.
Yeah.
To the maker of the motion and to the second. Does that motion include the requirement that the current applicants sign the indemnity agreement for the record?
No, because this is only on the use permit,
Oh, okay.
on the
All right,
appeals. So I'll recognize my colleagues, first on my left and then on my right.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to speak until after you reminded me of something I think is really relevant. What you just spoke about was about 15 years ago. Actually, it was about 1995, when the first basically concert in Mendocino County was the Hog Farm concert north of Laytonville. And the same concerns of that were about, you know, we're bringing all these people in to drink and do drugs and all that. But it's kind of like it never was that. Maybe what the first thought it was. But to go full circle on that event, I had former Supervisor Kendall Smith call me yesterday morning and say, John, she says, I'm going to the Kate Wood Festival at the Hog Farm, and I really wish you should bring your grandkids to it because it's such a great people event and whatnot, and they have a lot of things there. So what was perceived 15 years ago is to be this big drug-using function north of Laytonville is, whether it was or not at that time, which it wasn't, clearly, but now it's turned into, it's an event that's good for all parts of Mendocino County, not only the business aspect, bringing in money, but it's turned into a family event. Now, this may be labeled a rage, although I think that the promoters of this are certainly trying to turn it into something different. But the Cooks Valley Campground area, that's a very beautiful spot right on the south fork of the Eel River. When you drive by it there, you look at the whole area and think, yeah, this is a great part of Mendocino County, and people want to come here.
This is a great place to do drugs. Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Kate Wolf is not exactly the transformation of the picnic. It's quite a bit different demographic. But that aside,
It's been the same promoters for 15 years.
Yes, and the point is, events like this can be responsibly produced, and you know, I'm optimistic that the new operators will be able to do that. But I'd like to tag on to the chair's comment regarding, you know, twice in 2 weeks is a little overmuch, and where it's really overmuch is the impact to the river and water quality, because I think after Reggae on the River, it probably takes 3 weeks before water quality returns to pre-event conditions. And so, you know, having these events virtually back to back, I think really does hammer the river. And, you know, better scheduling could avoid that. So it may be too late this year, but that should be a consideration for next year.
Yeah, very good. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. The motion is to deny both appeals. And we will then move forward. If this motion carries, then we'll move forward with the permit itself. So we'll vote by the button. Okay.
Motion passes with Supervisors McCowan and Hamburg dissenting.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Jurdy,
Okay.
take us home.
I think all the comments were very good, and I agree with the comments about next year's event being farther spaced from the Reggae on the River event. And so I'd like to incorporate, several amendments. One, the first two amendments dealing with that it would be the applicant reimburses the county for the security on Mr. Dowd's property. And
Okay, let's give the clerk a little time to just, okay.
And
Go
that
ahead,
the
Dan.
county is reimbursed for the cost of the audio, the acoustical engineer on Mr. Dowd's property.
Okay. Tim, you good with that? Okay.
And that we, I don't know if this would be folded into this motion or a direction of staff following this, but I'd also like the board's direct staff to contact Humboldt County and look at scheduling these two events, this event, Reggae on the River, farther, let's say at least a month apart. I think that was the request, was at least a month apart between Reggae on the River for next year in 2014.
Okay, so that's your motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, Supervisor Jurdy.
That includes all the other conditions.
Oh, and yeah, includes all of the conditions in addition to the condition that the promoters also sign the indemnification agreement with the county along with the current signature of the property owner.
Okay, so we have four conditions that we have added to the original motion. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. You've got the date, you've got the indemnification, you've got the acoustics, and what was the fourth one?
Well, some of those conditions are in there, just amending.
Okay, you're just amending existing condition. Are you clear, Tim? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comment to the motion, Supervisor McCowan.
Just one more point I'd like to mention that we didn't really get into, but the lighting conditions. It seems pretty obvious to me that that was seriously violated in previous years, and I think people really need to take that seriously. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we will vote by the button. Okay, the motion passes 4-1. And we will